Chapter 601. Killing an army of million with the force of one. Lichia murmured while standing inside the ancestral realm. Legend said that before the desolate era, this was the best sacred ground in the sacred netherworld. Only a few territories across the 9 worlds were comparable to it. What a shame that such a good place was occupied by these false gods for so long. At this point, the ancestral realm was ready to meet its enemy. An army of 100,000 had amassed under the leadership of 8 grand gods. Above them was the supreme ruler of this place, the heavenly god. The heavenly god imposingly stood in the sky with the heavens right behind him as if he was the master of myriad Tao. He was the tyrant of this realm and his will reigned supreme. Anyone would have to prostrate before this deity. This was a dreadful existence. Even god monarchs and eternal existences from imperial lineages would be quite wary in the presence of this being. The tales told that during the era without immortal emperors, no one was his match. Of course, people couldn't verify these words since no one had seen him in action. However, it was undeniable that the heavenly god's might was dreadful. All the heaven-defying masters from the imperial lineages watched with bated breaths as their gazes were fixated on their mirrors. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the ancestral city had been destroyed. Some experts from great powers lingered around the ruins, but they didn't dare to step inside, let alone enter the ancestral realm. At this time, the heavenly god spoke. Your actions will bring about damnation to the human race. His words formed a mantra that suppressed the heavens. Against this type of compelling rhetoric, even heavenly kings would fall to the ground. Lichia glared at him and said, "There is too much talking that I do not have the time for. Today, I shall not show mercy to those who oppose me." "Animal, don't act so presumptuously." One of the 8 grand gods interjected with a loud cry. This was met with a swift rebuttal from Qin Guangwang. A bunch of pretentious false gods still dare to act arrogant here? Tell that devil underground to come out. With that, he rushed forward to pave a path for Lichia. Boom! Layers of defensive perimeters rose up from the ancestral realm. Each layer carried the power of an invincible character. Break! Qin Guangwang's 3 blood swords slashed the sky with a world-destroying power and flew towards the barriers while he himself threw his trident at the same time. Rumble! In the face of the trident and the 3 blood swords, the defensive barriers of the realm trembled. One attack already caused the realm's light to darken. His prowess shocked the great army, and all 8 grand gods' expression greatly changed. Even the heavenly god standing in the sky became more serious. An extremely archaic existence from the myriad bones throne was astonished as well as he commented. Even our patriarch's #1 divine general couldn't be any better than this in the past. Boom! Boom! Right when Qin Guangwang attacked, Lichia's 99 cannons began to bombard the barriers as well. Qin Guangwang alone was terrifying enough, but with the help of the cannons, the ancestral realm's barriers couldn't withstand it despite their own formidable power. Bang! With one last blast, a horrifying hole formed on the barrier after the combined efforts of Lichia and Qin Guangwang. The two then passed through the barrier into the realm. The army of 100,000 cried out at this time. Kill them! All of them formed an extremely harrowing grand formation. In just a split second, the soldiers appeared to be bolstered into an endless army that consisted of 80 million divine soldiers. A great formation such as this would cause even gods to quiver. 80 million divine soldiers could completely crush the sacred netherworld with ease. Lichia looked at the mighty army then told Qin Guangwang. You deal with the heavenly gods group, I will take care of this grand formation. Okay. Qin Guangwang responded with a nod. At this time, Lichia boldly stepped inside the formation. Kill! He was surrounded by the endless army in the blink of an eye. The 99 black holes hovering around his body fired instantly. Meanwhile, Qin Guangwang flew into the sky and screamed out. I have waited for this day for a very long time. He pointed the 3 swords at the 8 grand gods while his trident carried an unstoppable momentum that flew towards the heavenly god. The gods let out a battle cry and took action at the same time. Their divine weapons roared as divine laws appeared beneath their feet. The 9 of them used an unstoppable momentum to plow their way towards Qin Guangwang. At this moment, all of them were extremely cautious since they knew they had encountered an absolutely terrifying enemy. Qin Guangwang was an unbeatable god king. His strength was enough to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The invincible Qin Guangwang roared as well and fought against 9 by himself with his demonic blood swords and the unstoppable trident. However, the heavenly god and the 8 grand gods relentlessly attacked to stop Qin Guangwang. They had no other choice. Either he would die, or they would perish. Rumble. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Formation, Li Jie used his most overbearing style to unleash the 99 cannons. Each cannon aimed towards a different direction. Amidst the Grand Formation, countless divine soldiers could be seen. Each of them was stalwart and holy as if they were actually troops from the immortal world. However, despite their numerous and brave attacks, they were bombed to pieces by the cannons. The tidal-like onslaught couldn't get close to Li Jie. Li Jie unleashed powerful attacks one after another. He trod among the vast Grand Formation as his tiny figure seemed to be lost. The truth was that this was not his first time seeing this unstoppable formation. This time, he met it head-on only to get familiar and recall some memories. Although it seemed that he was lost within the formation, the army still couldn't get close to him despite their efforts due to being blown into pieces by the cannons. After finding the familiar sensation in the formation when some time passed, Li Jie used an amazing speed to reach the center of the formation. This was also its weakness. He roared, "Have another taste of these unstoppable cannons." With that, the 99 holes arranged themselves to form a gigantic cannon array that locked onto the center of the formation. Boom! With a huge blast, the black light from all 99 cannons was concentrated at the same spot and fired. The power of this shot was absolutely peerless. It was no weaker than a heavenly annihilation, capable of killing gods and immortals. Boom! Finally, the unbeatable formation was completely destroyed. The 100,000 troops revealed their true selves as the remnants of the blast went on and caused the army to fly. In just a second, the majority of them went belly up from this shock wave. Boom boom! Li Jie defeated the Grand Formation in one breath and didn't show any mercy. The 99 cannons aimed for the huge army once again. With shrill wails, mangled flesh flew everywhere. The bombardment of the cannons rendered this huge army into dust in a short amount of time. The imperial elders back at the sacred netherworld couldn't hide their amazement and gasped while watching this scene. After destroying the 100,000-man army with his cannons, the remaining experts from the ancestral realm didn't dare to approach Li Jie. In the sky, Qin Guangwang was still fighting the heavenly god and the 8 grand gods, causing the heaven and earth to collapse and the moon and stars to lose their brilliance. The 8 grand gods were full of wounds from being continuously pushed back by Qin Guangwang's blood swords. They were clearly not a match. However, the heavenly god was indeed worthy of his title. He alone fought against Qin Guangwang's trident. Although he was not at an advantage, at the very least, he could still withstand the assault. Without his help, the other 8 gods would have been massacred by Qin Guangwang long ago. But this is the ancestral realm. The imperial elders from various sects all took deep breaths while watching this scene. The archaic existence from the myriad bones throne that had been sealed for many years and was on the verge of dying murmured. Although the ancestral realm is strong, Necropolis Imp is no less notorious. Legend states that he is an extremely old and invincible existence. Another ancestor from the throne of bones asked, "Does Ancestor know his identity?" The near-death existence replied, "Yes, I have heard of it from our patriarch Immortal Emperor when he spoke about Imp. This was a very, very old story. Imp is even older than our patriarch Wan Gu." The other ancestors all felt a chill running through their spines after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Wan Gu tested his Tao during the Desolate Era, but if Qin Guangwang was even older, how was it that he had managed to live for so long? At this point, Li Jie climbed to a highland, the center of the ancestral realm. This place was abandoned and only had a few large ancient temples towered here. This land was out of place in this realm. The entire realm was extremely sacred. Springs were everywhere and lotuses bloomed with every step. Each inch of the earth was covered by a sacred breath. However, this desolate land seemed to have been abandoned. In the sacred netherworld, the imperial mirrors from the sects followed Li Jie's path. Many people were quite confused once they saw this highland as well. A simple mountain ancestor quietly asked, "Where is this place?" An older existence in his sect took a calming breath before saying, "Legend states that this is the divine shrine of the ancestral realm that was used to worship the various senior gods of this place. Open!" At this time, Li Jie shouted and recommenced the bombardment with his cannons. Li Jie murmured while standing inside the ancestral realm. Legend said that before the Desolate Era, this was the best sacred ground in the sacred netherworld. Only a few territories across the 9 worlds were comparable to it. What a shame that such a good place was occupied by these false gods for so long. At this point, The ancestral realm was ready to meet its enemy. An army of 100,000 had amassed under the leadership of 8 grand gods. Above them was the supreme ruler of this place, the heavenly god. The heavenly god imposingly stood in the sky with the heavens right behind him as if he was the master of myriad Tao. He was the tyrant in this realm and his will reigned supreme. Anyone would have to prostrate before this deity. This was a dreadful existence. Even eternal existences from imperial lineages or god monarchs would be quite wary before this being. The tales told that during the era without immortal emperors, no one was his match. Of course, people couldn't verify these words since no one had seen him in action. However, it was undeniable that the heavenly god was dreadfully mighty. Chapter 602. 5 Fiend Lords in an instant, these ancient temples emitted a divine pillar of light that reached the sky. Unfortunately for them, these cannons could even suppress the ghost devourer, let alone these temples. Baz! After these old temples collapsed, an endless light spewed out from the highland, seemingly wanting to protect this land. Xueqi didn't care for it and continued to fire his cannons. Eventually, this protective power could no longer hold and began to crack. Meanwhile, inside Necropolis, the ancestral flow master who was seated on her stone throne softly sighed and murmured, "With you shooting randomly like this, what will you use to fight that ghastly creature underground? If you focus all of your cannons to fire at it, then you might be able to suppress it for some time. But now, you unleashed half of your firepower all at once. Boom!" Finally, the highland was completely annihilated by Xueqi as a new vast landscape appeared before everyone. This was a huge basin that spanned for millions of miles. The mist hovered around this place as if it was hiding a monster. Taking one step further was the same as descending into a world of darkness. The most terrorizing and dreadful matter was that this gigantic basin was full of corpses. Countless corpses were piled on top of one another like a mountain or an ocean. No one knew how long this piling of corpses had been going on, but these corpses were still quite intact without any signs of decay. Back in the sacred netherworld, the elders were shocked to see this scene through their mirrors. There were too many to count from this gigantic pile of corpses. Someone meticulously looked at these ancient corpses. From their features, one could tell that most were from the desolate era and they consisted of various races. Ghosts, humans, golems, charming spirits. However, at least 70% were from the ghost race. One ancestor muttered, "There must be at least 10 million corpses here." This was the slaughtering of an entire realm. Anyone would feel a sense of creepiness while looking at this huge basin covered with corpses. No one knew why the sacred ancestral realm would have an ocean of corpses that mainly consisted of ghosts. The near-death existence from the Bone of Thrones quietly whispered, "If the ancestral realm only relies on the grand gods and the heavenly god, then it would have been destroyed countless times by the immortal emperors." Another ancestor was quite puzzled and asked his senior, "What do you mean, ancestor?" The near-death existence shook his head and replied, "The ancestral realm is not a good place at all. During the desolate era, our immortal emperor Wan Gu had attacked it as well. Alas, he was unsuccessful." This revelation shocked all the ancestors of the Bone of Thrones. One of them exclaimed with fright, "How could that be? The ancestral realm is the origin of our ghost race." Although the ghosts in the sacred netherworld didn't believe that their progenitor lived on in the ancestral realm, the great powers never denied the claim that it was the origin of the ghosts. When it came to the possible places where ghosts originated from in the sacred netherworld, the ancestral realm was the most likely candidate, just like the Eastern 100 cities for the humans back in the mortal emperor world. Immortal Emperor Wan Gu was the first emperor of the ghost race, yet he had attacked the ancestral realm. This news would scare many people to death. It was understandable for Immortal Emperor Fei Yong or Immortal Emperor Qian Li to attack the ancestral realm. They were outsiders after all, and they would attack the realm so that the humans and demons could have more room to live. However, Immortal Emperor Wan Gu was the pride and glory of the ghost race, so why did he attack the ancestral realm? There was no rational explanation for this. The old ancestor of the Throne of Bones shook his head and said, "Among the ghosts in the sacred netherworld, our emperor was not the only one to attack the realm. Do you all know why there are so many ancient clans living reclusively in this world? It is because there are many of them that had previously attacked the ancestral realm, such as the ancestors of the War Clan." All the other ancestors were quite astounded. One of the ancestors of the War Clan was an amazing immortal emperor, but the War Clan did not try to control the rest of the world like the other imperial lineages. After their emperor disappeared, the War Clan left the secular world. No outsiders knew where they were staying. At this moment, Li Qie had entered the corpse-filled basin while the spectators in the sacred netherworld watched with bated breaths. A black smoke emerged and filled the entire basin upon Li Qie's intrusion. Then a terrifying voice appeared. "You shouldn't have come to this place." Ferocious black shadows rose from the mountain of corpses. They emitted a murderous air like fiends crawling out of the ground. Thousands of ghastly creatures rose up from the ground as well. These creatures emitted an evil aura that instilled fear in all. It was clear that they were extremely powerful. These ghosts were led by 5 creatures with crowns on their heads. The sentence from earlier was uttered by one of them. These creatures looked like humans yet also ghosts. Some had 3 heads and 6 hands, others had fiendish horns, and some had terrifying deformed bone spurs protruding from their bodies. The ancestors examining these creatures all took a deep breath since the 5 commanding ghastly creatures emitted a shiver-inducing aura. One ancestor asked himself, "Are these 5 God Kings?" 5 creatures of the God King level. These were dreadful existences capable of sweeping through the entire world. So it is the 5 Fiend Lords. Li Qie was still very calm in the face of these thousands of fiends while he looked at the 5 fiends with crowns. He continued on, "Immortal Emperor Fei Yong decapitated all 5 of you in the past, making your heads roll like potatoes. After such a long time, all of you finally managed to find your skulls again." One of the 5 Fiend Lords said with a devious smile. "Ha ha ha! Naive fool, we are eternal." "Eternal." Li Qie burst out in laughter then slowly uttered. "Don't flatter yourselves. Your so-called eternality is only because you all obtained the ghost ancestral tree." All the ancestors stared at each other, perplexed, after hearing this. To the ghost race, the ghost ancestral tree was only a legend, and no one had seen it before. For millions of years, many ghosts didn't believe that this tree existed in this world, that it was only a lie told by future generations. But now, Li Qie revealed such a shocking secret. This was too hard to believe. One of the 5 Fiend Lords smiled ominously. "Ha ha ha! What an interesting little human. No wonder you made it all the way here. You know too much." Another one added, "You ignored the accepting heavens and barged into the unwelcoming hell. Today will be your funeral." "Is that so?" Li Qie responded with a smile before taking out the ancient temple and released the ghost devourer. The devourer instantly appeared before everyone. While Li Qie stroked it playfully with one hand, his other hand was holding the ghost devourer lock. Li Qie then chuckled and said, "I know you guys are very amazing, so I have prepared a gift for you fiends." The 5 Fiend Lords became aghast after seeing the devourer and exclaimed, "Howds! How could you have let it out? Impossible." The other ancestors didn't know what the devourer was, but it was surely formidable judging by the 5 Fiend Lords' frightened expressions. They all wondered. "What is that thing?" Lan Yunju softly sighed and said, "Ghost Devourer, an existence from the legends. Outside of immortal emperors, no one would be able to stop it in this world." The 5 Fiend Lords had cold countenances at this time. They appeared to be fiends from hell as they cried out, "Kill!" The 5 Lords led their army of fiends, heading for Li Qie. With their roars, they were able to devour the sky and swallow the moon. A terrifying fiendish energy swept through myriad realms with enough momentum to turn the entire 9 heavens into the legendary hell. Anyone who saw this scene wouldn't be able to help themselves from shivering, especially those from the ghost race. They couldn't believe that the ancestral realm, the origin of the ghost race, had such terrifying fiends. When these fiends came out, the ancestral realm no longer had the appearance of a sacred ground. It was more like a realm of fiends. An imperial ancestor suddenly thought of something and commented quietly, "What if the ancestral realm was never our ghost race's origin?" Back at the ancestral realm, the 5 Lords led their fiends to attack as they terrifying howled. Li Qie let go of the chain, but the collar remained on the ghost devourer's neck. He let go of it and slowly spoke, "Go have a taste of these fiends. You'll love their taste." Chapter 603. Ghost Ancestral Tree Grar. The devourer let out a roar that shattered the heaven and earth, signifying its happiness at being free once more. It ferociously leapt outside in an invincible manner. At this moment, it was the most vicious creature in this world. The 5 Fiend Lords and their army were not comparable to the devourer. CMPP. Clang. Clack. Biting sounds appeared. Wherever the devourer went, only corpses would be left as these fiends got torn apart. The 5 fiend lords didn't last very long before they were torn limb from limb as their black flesh flew everywhere. This was the embodiment of horror. The devourer was like a meat grinder that only left mangled meat behind. This scene caused the legs of all the spectators to tremble in fear. However, an even more dreadful thing happened. The 5 fiend lords who were the first to be bitten suddenly came back to life and stood up again. Earlier they were torn into countless pieces with meat flying everywhere. But in a short amount of time, these little pieces came together, allowing them to crawl back up. And it wasn't just the 5 fiend lords. The other fiends quickly came together as well as their torn pieces combined once more. The imperial ancestors were not only astonished at the devourer's terrifying power, they were even more aghast due to the fiends. Just what are these ghastly creatures? After being torn into countless pieces, they were still able to reform. This was too abhorrent. These creatures were virtually immortal. Die! The 5 fiend lords angrily shouted. They no longer wanted to attack the devourer and instead rushed together to kill Xueqi. However, with a loud roar, the devourer arrived to quickly cull the masses with superb speed. Sounds of flesh being torn appeared once more as the 5 fiend lords were ripped into pieces in the blink of an eye. Xueqi didn't even bother looking at this scene, and his cannons didn't fire a single shot either. Although the army of fiends was very strong, the devourer was their nemesis. The devourer was still wearing the collar, so it would only listen to Xueqi's commands. With the lock in his hand, no matter where or when, as long as he was there, the devourer would always be under his control. He didn't linger behind to watch this battle with the 5 fiend lords. Instead, he turned around to leave. He had more important things to do. The battle had become a chaotic struggle. The devourer kept on tearing these fiends apart, but they came back together and got up time and time again. Although these fiends were unkillable, the devourer continued its rampage while devouring the fiend's thickest fiend energy. Because of this, each time the fiends were torn apart, their recovery speed would be a bit slower. The 5 fiend lords and their army had spent a lot of energy, and rebirth was becoming more and more difficult. It would eventually reach a point where they wouldn't be able to fix their bodies if this continued on. The fiendish energy that empowered these creatures was the most delicious feast to the devourer, so it was very excited. It had been a long time since it tasted something this delicious. The devourer's torture became increasingly cruel as it tore off the flesh and tendons of the 5 fiend lords. The thousands of the other friends were also ripped into thousands of pieces before the devourer let them go. It wanted to suck the energy of these things dry. Anyone would be horrified at this scene, whether it was due to the might of the devourer or the resilience of the fiends. Ah! A shrill shriek emanated throughout the ancestral realm at this moment. Currently, the sky of the realm was bathed in blood as the 3 blood swords split the 8 grand gods into numerous pieces. Meanwhile, the heavenly god had been nailed by the trident into the ground. His blood dripped along the ground's little crevices. This scene was too distressing, especially to the ghost race. When was the last time the ancestral realm had been attacked like this? When was the last time the deities of the realm were completely murdered? At this second, all the ancestors watching the events unfold felt that perhaps the ancestral realm would turn into ruins because of Xueqi. At this time, Xueqi was still inside the basin, standing on a low hill. He had moved some of the bodies away to reveal the muddy ground. There was nothing except mud in this place, but Xueqi had an extremely solemn expression as he slowly uttered, "Heaven calculating, you little trickster, you better have gotten the spot right or else I'll use your head as my chamber pot." At this moment, Taoist heaven calculating in the distant parts of the sacred netherworld suddenly felt a chill down his spine as if a ghost was watching him. Xueqi took a deep breath, then took out the ghost's origin ancestral key. With a pop, the key suddenly exploded. It looked like a wooden ruler, but now, all these little wooden pieces were splitting apart. Baz! These little pieces of wood then came together once more and, like metal, melted together to form a golden key. At this time, Xueqi pushed the golden key into the little hill below his feet. Clang! The sound of metal doors opening appeared as the hill cracked, revealing a cave. Inside the cave was a not-so-large tree. The body was not too big. 2 people could hug it completely. It appeared to be very ancient, as if it had been growing for countless eons. Each branch, each leaf had experienced tens of millions of years as the tree passed through the arduous and endless river of time. However, this tree that had experienced the endless time had been dead with withered leaves and dried branches for a very long time now. Nevertheless, this dead tree was still exuding waves of universal laws, the beginning of life. Each law contained the power of the heavenly Grand Tao, the primal source of this world. This dead tree seemed to have given birth to countless existences and was the start of life. Moreover, the fallen universal laws took root on the earth and protected this sky. It was the reason why this place continued to exist. However, there was a terrifying anomaly. A corpse was attaching itself to the root of the tree as it just lied there. This big corpse was lying head down so one couldn't see its face. The root of the tree was growing from the chest of the corpse. No one knew whether this was its initial state or if someone else planted it on this corpse. Inside the myriad bones throne, the near-death ancestor suddenly sprung to life once more. He got up from his bed and screamed, "The ghost ancestral tree!" The other ancestors standing before the mirror lost their minds after hearing these words and exclaimed in unison as well, "The ghost ancestral tree?" One ancestor gasped then asked, "Ancestor, is it really the ghost ancestral tree? It really exists in this world?" Up till now, everyone thought that the tree was only a legend. Too many ghosts disputed its authenticity because this tree had a connection to another interpretation, a different theory of the ghost race's origin. The near-death ancestor sat back on his bed and spoke with a feeble tone. "Although I have never seen the real ghost ancestral tree. Immortal Emperor Wan Gu had left behind a book that contains a picture of this tree." This answer moved all of the myriad bones ancestors. If the tree really existed, then what they believed to be the origin of the ghost race was actually false. Li Qia looked at the corpse under the ghost ancestral tree and heaved a sigh of relief as if a gigantic weight had been lifted off his back. He murmured, "Fortunately that isn't it." Cough. The ground below the tree cracked as a pair of devil hands reached out. No one had climbed out just yet. An ancient yet awe-inspiring voice appeared. "Who is disturbing my slumber?" This ancient yet substantial voice caused all the ghost ancestors back in the sacred netherworld that were staring into the mirrors to palpitate. The ancestral realm had always claimed that the ghost progenitor was sleeping within, so now that such a voice was ringing from the earth, how could the ghost ancestors not become alarmed? Could it be that their progenitor was about to come into being? All of the ancestors' eyes were fixated on their mirrors. A monster crawled out of the ground. Its characteristics consisted of a gigantic body, a human head, and a snake's body. Countless towering bone fragments protruded from its back. It also had a huge horn the color of crimson blood. However, the most terrifying characteristic was the strange image that appeared behind its back. One world of just pure white bones, a world of silence, a world of death. At that place, countless white bones paved the road and were the foundation for the pavilions and temples, the dwelling of a death god. Anyone would feel creeped out looking at this world built by bones. They would feel uncontrollable dismay. Myriad realms and worlds trembled before this monster. It emitted a terrorizing aura that was perhaps only a bit weaker or even equal to the ghost devourers. Chapter 604. Heaven Outcast True God. This is our progenitor? The ghost ancestors jittered at the sight of this monster. Even ancestors inside the myriad bones throne who had once swept through the world were horrified by this creature. Our progenitor is this thing? Although the ghost race had many branches with different appearances, and some were even extremely ugly, this monster was completely different from what the ghosts imagined their progenitor to look like. They didn't want their progenitor to look like an evil fiend. The near-death ancestor from the throne of bones murmured, "Heaven Outcast True God." Another ancestor quickly asked, "Ancestor recognizes that thing?" The weak ancestor shook his head and replied, "I don't recognize him, but I have seen him in an ancient book." There was only a name and no writings about the Heaven Outcast True God's background. Despite the monstrosity standing before him, Li Qia didn't bother to bat an eye and spoke slowly. "Heaven Outcast, if you are the only one in this place, then I will be very disappointed. I didn't come for an abomination that is neither god nor devil like you." The Heaven Outcast True God was not angry. It stared at Li Qia intensely with his dreadful eyes. Such a big tone. "Little brat, you know my identity?" Li Qia slowly answered. "Others might not, but I know a thing or two. You have lived for too long, so you should just die already. Moreover, in the long years, you have committed many atrocious deeds, and countless true gods refuse to accept you as one of them. In their eyes, you are nothing but scum." The Heaven Outcast True God burst out in laughter and said, "Ha ha ha! This is called the virtuous won't live long while the villainous will live on for 1,000 years. Actually, it would be more accurate to say for millions and millions of years. How many of those stubborn old geezers are still alive in this world? Ha ha ha. There are no more true gods in this world. I am the only one left. Lichia smiled and calmly said, if you are the only true god left, then from now on, there will be no more true gods in this world. The heaven outcast true god stared at Lichia after his bold declaration and replied, Brat, if you were an immortal emperor, then you might be able to utter that phrase, however. However what? Lichia interrupted him and aimed the 99 cannons in his direction before slowly uttering, how much time do you think you will need to get over here? The heaven outcast true god looked at the 99 cannons and spoke without any sign of apprehension. Ha ha ha. Brat, although the primal ghost cannons are things left behind by that geezer, they can't kill me. You have nearly used up all of your ammunition, so how long do you think they can suppress me for? Lichia calmly replied, enough time for me to kill you. Heaven outcast, your strength is far from an immortal emperor's. You can't even compare to the ghost devourer, so there is no need to posture in front of me. If you were an emperor, then you could brag all you want. The true god looked over at the devourer. His pupils narrowed before looking back at Lichia with a glimmer of astonishment. He remained unperturbed and laughed. Ha ha ha. I enjoy courageous brats like you. I want to see how you will kill my unkillable self. Right when the true god intended to take action, a shadow descended from the sky. It was Qin Guangwang. After killing the 8 grand gods and the heavenly god, he immediately rushed here. Qin Guangwang arrived before Lichia and gravely spoke. Young noble, heaven outcast is mine. I want to personally decapitate him. Young noble can go seize the ghost ancestral tree in the meantime. Oh, look who it is. The heaven outcast true god looked at Qin Guangwang and said, isn't this the dog who ran with his tail between his legs? What can you do without your master? Qin Guangwang's eyes became fierce as he spoke in an awe-inspiring tone. Heaven outcast, your hands are stained with the blood of my ghost race. Today, I will cut off your dog hands and decapitate you and offer them to the ghost race. The true god laughed in response and asked, is that so? What chance do you think you have? In the past perhaps you had 2 or 3%, but now, I have an immortal body. He was neither in a rush nor was he angered at all by the provocation. He felt that Lichia and Qin Guangwang were nothing but ants who were about to die. Qin Guangwang exclaimed sonorously, you will die today. Clank! With a snapping sound, Qin Guangwang's chest split open as an enormous light rushed out in the form of a vast sea of blood. Qin Guangwang then roared, ancestors! Allow me to use myself who has sinned to contribute to the ghost race today. In the past, I was a coward. But I shall be a coward no more. I will let the ghost race have a new beginning. I will let the endless eras see the light again. In this instant, back in the sacred netherworld where the kingdom of heaven resided. Within the endless world, a divine light shot out. It pierced through myriad realms and reached Qin Guangwang's body in the blink of an eye. The hymn of the sword appeared along with the sound of bones breaking. Qin Guangwang then drew out a sword made out of his own bones. The moment this bones word appeared, a murderous aura filled the entire heavens while its light encompassed the ancestral realm. The hymn of the sword reverberated continuously. It was the #1 sword in terms of bloodlust, a sword capable of cutting through all things. The true god's expression became serious after seeing this scene and said, so that old geezer still has 1 breath of life left. Qin Guangwang pointed his sword at the true god and said, heaven outcast, I will use my primordial bones to take your head from my people today. With an unbeatable sword intent along with an undying will to fight, he was invincible at this moment. He courageously stepped forward and would never turn back. He intended to kill heaven outcast. Meanwhile, inside the myriad bones throne, the near-death ancestor opened his eyes and gazed at Qin Guangwang intensely while murmuring, I know who he is. Back at the battlefield, heaven outcast cried out, come then. With that, many bone spurs shot towards Qin Guangwang. Qin Guangwang roared as well, then recklessly soared forward with his bones word. Boom! The two sides collided, causing the dome of the sky to collapse as both of them soared even higher. At the same time, Lichia stood next to the ghost ancestral tree and tried to move it. However, despite his own formidable might, the tree wouldn't budge at all. Lichia chuckled at this development. Amazing, indeed worthy of being the #1 tree in the sacred netherworld. However, I've come prepared. With a series of explosions, a fate palace appeared and opened itself. The dried trunk Li Chia obtained back at the Thousand Islands flew out from inside. Whoosh! This tree trunk, with a touch of green, coiled around the ghost tree like a spirit snake. X's age. Little roots as thin as silk grew from this tree trunk and pricked the ghost ancestral tree. Buzz! The sounds of universal laws appeared. The laws that were taking root in the ground and corpse were unearthed and went back inside the tree. No! This sudden change caused Heaven Outcast in the sky to scream out. He ignored Qin Guangwang and rushed towards Li Chia. Bam! The 99 cannons shot mercilessly towards Heaven Outcast, causing him to scream as blood spurted while he was blown flying away. Li Chia cheerfully smirked at the blood-stained Heaven Outcast and asked, "Where is your immortal body now?" The pale true god was aghast as he spoke with disbelief. "Impossible, no one can revive the ghost ancestral tree in this world outside of that old geezer." Li Chia said with a smile, "You are wrong because I can. As long as I am willing, there are very few things in this world that I can't do." At this time, the tree trunk spread out like a hand and suddenly grabbed the ghost ancestral tree. With a popping sound, it pulled the tree out from the corpse. At this time, people were able to see that the tree didn't have any roots since it had been cut by someone beforehand then planted on this corpse. No! The horrified Heaven Outcast screamed again and tried to rush forward but was halted by Qin Guangwang's most powerful attack. Heaven Outcast and Qin Guangwang fought as their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Prior to this, Heaven Outcast had an immortal body so he held Qin Guangwang with contempt, but this was no longer the case. The true god barely had an advantage against Qin Guangwang's reckless onslaught with his primordial bones in the form of a sword. It was not easy for him to kill Qin Guangwang either. In the interim, the 5 fiend lords and the evil army all let out terrified wails. These creatures were being torn into thousands of pieces and turned into ashes. The ones that survived the initial onslaught tried to crawl back underground, but they were eventually killed by the devourer. These creatures and Heaven Outcast all relied on the ghost ancestral tree for their immortality, and were refined into the tree. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to uproot this tree, but it was done by Li Chia at this time. Without the aid of the tree, these creatures and Heaven Outcast were no longer able to regenerate. Click! The uprooted ghost ancestral tree attached itself to the tree trunk. It turned out that this trunk that Li Chia obtained from the Thousand Islands was the true root of the ghost ancestral tree. Very few people knew this secret. So that is the root of the ghost ancestral tree. After seeing this, Lan Yunju finally understood everything as well as why Li Chia didn't mind spending myriad star water and a young leaf from the world tree to revive the stump. It is time for your resurrection. Li Chia took out his myriad star water and slowly watered the tree. How precious was this liquid? The answer was that it was priceless, but Li Chia did not hesitate while pouring it over the tree. This is our progenitor? The ghost ancestors jittered at the sight of this monster. Even ancestors inside the myriad bones throne who had once swept through the world were horrified by this creature. Our progenitor is this thing? Although the ghost race had many branches with different appearances, and some were even extremely ugly, this monster was completely different from what the ghosts imagined their progenitor to look like. They didn't want their progenitor to look like an evil fiend. The near-death ancestor from the throne of bones murmured, "A fallen true god." Chapter 605. Immortal Emperor Fei Yong Hum. The dried-up ghost ancestral tree began to shine as its withered leaves slowly spread. Boom! But at this time, a beam of light soared out from the basin full of corpses. The ground was opened and all the corpses were blown away. Rumble! A cave appeared with even more dead bodies. However, these bodies belonged to extremely powerful existences when they were alive. All were at least virtuous paragons, and some were even god-kings. All the ancestors that were spectating with their mirrors drew deep breaths in surprise. What was this place? It had so many heaven-defying corpses. In the center of these corpses was a darkness. One could faintly see an ancient coffin inside. It had a very archaic style, and very few had seen such an old design before. Boom! 4 invincible existences stepped out from the darkness that contained the coffin. Myriad worlds dimmed when these existences walked out. While protecting the coffin, they headed towards Li Chia. After leaving the darkness, the blood energy of the 4 terrorized the entire heaven and earth. Who knew how long these existences had been living for? However, their blood energies were still majestic and grand as if they had never aged through the eons. This was their most terrifying characteristic. Although the 5 fiend lords and the heaven outcast true god all had unbeatable auras, their blood energies had signs of aging. In contrast, the blood energy of these 4 had 0 signs of aging. It was as if they were able to stay young for millions of years. The ancestors before the mirrors whispered, "Are these our ancestors?" All 4 invincible existences had characteristics of the ghost race. They had a human appearance on the outside but had nether energy surrounding their bodies. This nether energy did not resemble the evil sensation from the 5 fiend lords and instead had a magnificent atmosphere along with a violet shade. Violet was the defining color of the ghost race. Only the ghosts had violet blood in this world. Groar! When the 4 invincible existences stepped towards Xueqi, the ghost devourer went back to his side and roared. It had the posture of wanting to pounce and bite these 4 beings. Xueqi had just revived the tree. He stroked the devourer and calmly said, don't worry, they are not my match, just watch." Boom! At this moment, the 4 existences took action. Just imagine, all 4 were incredible and each of them was not much weaker than Heaven Outcast, so their combined presence reached an astonishing level. The stars in the sky started to fall one by one. Xueqi's eyes narrowed in the face of this oncoming attack. The devourer wanted to rush out but was pulled back by him. Bang! At this second, a banner swept through myriad realms in an unbeatable manner across the eons. No one saw from where this imperial banner came from as it planted itself into the ground. Boom! The next moment, back at the soaring remembrance village in the far distant cloud, a boundless imperial aura assaulted the entire sacred netherworld as the roars of dragons and phoenixes appeared. A person who had reigned over the eras took one step and reached the ancestral realm, then with another step, he reached the center of the basin. Bam! This person swept forward with his imperial banner and blew away the 4 invincible existences in one blow. This was true invincibility. Other usages of the word were just fake. This one man and banner stood at the apex with golden dragons and divine phoenixes hovering around him. All existences in myriad worlds prostrated before him along with devils and gods. A supreme figure with a towering style, the one and only across eternity. Despite the long years, this person was still free and proud. Still as domineering as ever. The imperial aura that was being emitted from his body caused the entire sacred netherworld and its inhabitants to tremble. At this minute, even virtuous paragons lost all of their power as their knees met the ground. Die! The 4 invincible existences cried out and soared forward with their great weapons. They utilized ancient and grand arts. A single attack of theirs could kill a deity. Scram! The supreme figure swept his imperial banner to end all upheaval. No matter how strong one might be, all would become ashes if struck by this imperial banner. 4 heads flew in the sky as blood spurted like springs. All 4 invincible existences were slain by one banner. This was the true zenith of power. A few old ancestors recognized who this supreme figure with matchless style in their mirrors was. Immortal Emperor Fei Yong. An archaic ancestor looked at this figure and murmured, "The soaring banner, Immortal Emperor Fei Yong. He's still as domineering as ever after so many years. The most brilliant emperor, the one who soared the highest out of them all." After hearing this, the group of ancestors before the imperial mirror became astonished while looking at the supreme figure holding his imperial banner. Even virtuous paragons would have to prostrate before him. Another pale ancestor asked after seeing this, "Is the emperor alive again? Or is it because of dissension?" A supreme existence from a time of antiquity shook his head and explained to his juniors, "Both are wrong. This is most likely just an eternal battle intent. Who would expect that the emperor still hadn't let this matter go after suppressing the ancestral realm for a millennium and left behind an eternal battle intent? This is him wanting to fight against the ancestral realm to the very end." Right after immortal Emperor Fei Yong swept through the 4 invincible existences with one banner, a peerless and ancient voice emanated from the coffin within the darkness. "Fei Yong, you shouldn't provoke me. In the past when you were still in this world, you were not able to kill me, let alone your battle intent." This voice was filled with an unquestionable prestige and frightened people to their very soul, causing them to want to kneel. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang's battle intent didn't answer, but Xueqi took the opportunity to do so with a smirk. "That is the past and not the present. Without the ghost ancestral tree, do you still think you are a match for an immortal emperor?" The ancient voice from the coffin rang in response. Well. A human junior actually dares to act presumptuously in my presence? However, I still have to thank you for reviving the ghost ancestral tree. It saved me a lot of effort. With its revival, I can now truly be eternal and indestructible for all eternity. Lichia laughed and said, although I have never seen you, monster, I know a thing or two. I don't care if there are any other fiendish creatures underground, all shall end today. The times have changed. So even an ant would act so haughtily. The voice in the coffin was not angry at all. Instead, laughter could actually be heard. Whatever you say. However, before you die, I have one thing to ask. Lichia said with a smile. In the past, a person had come here. If I remember correctly, all of you have been rotting in here for too long and were on the verge of dying, but nothing happened afterward. You all needed a corpse, but the corpse under the ghost ancestral tree is not the person I am looking for. I understand. The old voice from the coffin appeared in response. You are talking about a certain person, right? The one with the matchless spirit. Yes. That person was truly a priceless treasure, but they are not in my possession. Is that so? I'll find out after I flip your lair upside down. Lichia said with a smile. You're merely an ant. The ancient voice shouted. A hand reached out from the coffin as strange images appeared. There were scenes of immortal monarchs and prostrating true immortals with countless celestial deities chanting their scriptures. It was as if he was once the ruler of myriad worlds with innumerable inhabitants. A ruler that was once adored and supported by all the gods and devils. This strange image was too shocking. Even the strange images of immortal emperors would, at best, be at this level. One ghost ancestor stood up before the mirror and whispered, is this really our progenitor? Could it be that he had become a true immortal, the king of all of them? The hand stretching towards Lichia prompted immortal Emperor Fei Yang's battle intent to take action with his soaring banner. At the same time, Lichia let go of the devourer as it pounced forward with a roar. Myriad laws shattered from this attack that was accompanied by a deafening explosion. The entire basin collapsed as well. Although the hand couldn't catch Lichia, it managed to stop the soaring banner and pushed back the devourer. This scene was too devastating. The hand managed to stop an attack from an emperor along with the devourer, who had its infamous strength. Lichia sneered coldly and uttered, you're just a devil underground, yet you're pretending to be a true immortal? Having said that, he took out the lamp. The black fire shot out a black beam towards the hand. Boom! All the strange images shattered and the hand revealed its true shape in front of everyone. This was an unnerving hand without any skin. It was laden with red pieces of muscles. However, these muscles were not originally part of the hand and instead had been peeled from someone else then attached to it. These fresh muscles gave off an extremely creepy feeling. The ancient voice from the coffin appeared once more. It seems like you all are forcing me to come into being. At that time, a clanking sound appeared as the coffin was opened and a person stood up from within the darkness. It merged with the dark so one couldn't see its shape. This was the King of Darkness, the Tyrant of the Night. When this person stood up, there was no startling atmosphere or horrifying suppression. However, at this moment, countless ghosts prostrated uncontrollably. Not many among the ghosts were able to remain standing. Chapter 606. 13 Immortal Emperors. It seemed that this person in the darkness caused the ghosts to instinctively kneel as if they were seeing their progenitor. Their souls were shivering with fear towards this person. It was as if he could open his mouth to devour the souls of billions of ghosts. The entire ghost race was horrified at this second. Those who didn't know what was going on prostrated on the ground anyway. Those who knew a thing or two couldn't remain composed. Even virtuous paragons were affected. They knew something ominous had happened. Whoosh! The person in the darkness reached out. His hand swept towards the devourer and Fei Yang's battle intent while the other hand went for Lichia. Fei Yang's battle intent with the soaring banner could be considered invincible, and the devourer roared then recklessly pounced forward. Boom! Their combined strength was able to push back this hand. The devourer managed to chomp a mouthful of the crimson muscles as it excitedly swallowed it as if it had just taken in the most nutritious meal it had ever eaten. However, its body was also pierced by a finger and its blood spurted out. Nevertheless, it didn't seem to care and had an appearance as if it was the one who got the better deal from that exchange. The other hand tried to snatch Lichia, but the ghost ancestral tree above his head emitted a bright radiance as countless laws poured down. These laws contained the heavenly Grand Tao, and the even more incredible matter was the battle armor adorning Lichia's body. With a hum, The battle armor that combined with the tree made it seem like there was an apex tyrant taking over Li Qia's body, protecting it with myriad worlds. Rumble! The 99 cannons bombarded the gigantic hand, but they couldn't repel it. Boom! It grabbed Li Qia despite him having the battle armor and the ghost ancestral tree protecting him, blowing him away and causing blood to spill everywhere. This showed the mightiness of the person in the darkness, an existence just like an immortal emperor. However, Li Qia stood straight up in a stalwart manner. Although he was gravely wounded, that attack couldn't take his life. The person in the darkness couldn't believe it after seeing the armor on Li Qia's body and exclaimed, "Primal ancestral armor. He let you borrow this?" Li Qia burst out in laughter then calmly spoke. "I have the ghost ancestral tree and the primal ancestral armor. Although I cannot utilize their full potential, how many moves do you think you will need before killing me? Unfortunately, you are too weak. Even with these two items along with the Devourer and Fei Yang's battle intent, you still won't be able to escape death." "Is that so?" Li Qia replied with a smile. With a buzzing sound, all 99 cannons fused into one in an instant and aimed straight for the existence in the darkness. Just a trivial little cannon. This toy might be able to suppress the God King level, but it won't be able to stop me. The person in the darkness spoke with great confidence. "I know that killing you would not be so easy." The lamp in Li Qia's hand suddenly emitted an endless black beam that shot to the sky. In just a moment, a black planet enveloped Li Qia and protected him in its core. "This thing." The existence stared at the lamp in Li Qia's hand and seemed to be able to identify its origin. "Frankly, this fire is too precious to me and I really can't bear using it. Nevertheless, it is not a bad defensive measure. How many moves do you think you will need to kill me now?" Li Qia paused at this point for a bit before saying, "I have something else that you should take a look at." With that, he slowly took out another item. HZZZ. In an instant, strands of laws wove together as a divine spear appeared in Li Qia's hand. Origin Sealing Spear. The existence in the dark finally changed his expression after seeing this item and uttered, "How could this thing be in your hands? Impossible. No one can borrow it. Others aren't able to borrow it, but that doesn't mean that I can't." Li Qia spoke with an indifferent tone. "You have been buried underground for too long and remained ignorant of many things. However, that doesn't matter anymore since the important point is that this will be the source of your demise. I can't let you live." The existence in the dark was shaken. Although one couldn't see his face, his tone alone showed that he was quite astounded. Clearly, this spear was his nemesis. Other items wouldn't be able to kill him, especially when he had the ghost ancestral tree that allowed him to become immortal. However, in the present, Li Qia had stolen the tree. Moreover, he had the origin sealing spear as well. The existence must kill Li Qia since he didn't expect for him to successfully borrow the spear. In the past, this was frankly an impossible matter. Boom! The existence took out his weapon and destroyed countless worlds in the process. His weapon was extremely terrifying. It looked like an ancient fiendish tool that originated at the start of time. Even the Devourer was apprehensive of this weapon while the battle intent that belonged to immortal Emperor Fei Yang became affected and turned dark for a moment. Both the Devourer's and the battle intent's prowess didn't need further explanation. However, the dark existence's weapon was still able to affect them. This was indicative of its terrifying might. Emperors! What are you waiting for? Today is the one and only chance for your ghost race. Li Qia shouted the moment the existence took out his weapon. His voice reverberated thunderously throughout the entire sacred netherworld. Die! The dark existence took action with a strike capable of rending the heaven and earth, time itself, yin and yang, and all of eternity. Even the Devourer and immortal Emperor Fei Yang's battle intent wouldn't be able to withstand this. Boom! However, at this time, timeless imperial auras filled the sacred netherworld. Inside the myriad bones throne, one imperial aura woke up. Right afterward, two more awakened as three immortal emperors departed from the throne of bones. Meanwhile, another invincible aura came out from the Thousand Carp River as well. An ethereal figure departed and was followed by 1,000 carps. In another region of the distant cloud where the towering simple precious tree was located, two more emperors went straight for the ancestral realm's basin. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived there. At the same time, within the ancestral ground of the Nether Crossing Swamp, a strand of imperial aura woke up. A golden sea capable of drowning all things appeared along with a fairy. An emperor rode this ferry and quickly entered the ancestral realm. In 5 extremely mysterious locations in the sacred netherworld where 5 ancient reclusive clans were located, such as the War Clan, 5 imperial auras soared into the sky as 5 more emperors headed for the ancestral realm. Boom! The strike capable of annihilating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the most invincible blow in this world that was intended to kill Li Qia, had been stopped by the 13 immortal emperors. 3 from the myriad bones throne, Immortal Emperor Wan Gu, Immortal Emperor Yang Shang, and Immortal Emperor Yao Shi. 2 from the Immortal Kingdom, Immortal Emperor Di Yu and Immortal Emperor Fan Chen. There were also Immortal Emperor Qian Li, Immortal Emperor Ming Du, and Immortal Emperor Fei Yang along with the 5 emperors from the reclusive clans. 13 emperors in total all arrived at the same place today. At this moment, the entire sacred netherworld was suppressed. Even the strongest existences felt this oppressive aura while the hidden bosses across the eons felt so much dread that they didn't dare to breathe too loudly. All the ancestors watching from the mirrors kneeled on the ground. One of them yelled out in fear. This is 13 immortal emperors. This is too unbeatable. An older ancestor added, they are the eternal battle intents of 13 emperors. Inside the myriad bones throne, all the ancestors were stunned and speechless while looking at the mirror. They didn't expect their 3 emperors to help Li Qia. Wan Gu. All of you. The dark existence was taken aback after seeing the 13 eternal battle intents from the emperors. Despite his own invincible prowess, victory was not assured against these 13 intents. However, what posed the most danger to him was the origin sealing spear hovering in the sky. After taking a deep breath, the dark existence asked, why are all of you working together? Li Qia smiled and answered instead, this is called persisting in evil brings about self-destruction. Today has been long overdue. Immortal Emperor Qianli had come before and knew that killing you was near impossible. So the Emperor went to find the eternal battle intents left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Gu's group. All of them agreed that as long as you lost the ghost ancestral tree and someone successfully borrowed the origin sealing spear, then they would take action to annihilate you. What do you think about that? Brat, if I knew this was the case, then I would have killed you from the start. The dark existence replied coldly. Li Qia answered, I know. Nevertheless, I was successful since I knew you fiends are greedier than what I imagined. You were taking a gamble to see if I could revive the tree or not, then you would kill me afterward so that you could possess a real immortal body. Who do you think won the gamble, you or me? All the ancestors that heard Li Qia's swift explanation had to compose themselves. Not even in their dreams did they think that this plan that had been laid out tens of millions of years ago in Immortal Emperor Qianli's generation, a plan that was only now coming to fruition. After thinking to this point, they were frightened of Li Qia. This guy had been carrying out the big plan from millions of years ago. At the same time, the 1,000 Carp Elders were shaken as well. They now understood why Immortal Emperor Qianli chose him as the guardian. So it turned out that Li Qia was the person carrying out this grand and ancient scheme. The dark existence still couldn't help himself from vomiting blood due to anger despite his training throughout the eons. If he had just killed Li Qia from the start, it surely would have been without any resistance. Alas, he was too greedy. He wanted to see if Li Qia could revive the tree or not since it was something he had craved for countless ages. It seemed that this person in the darkness caused the ghosts to instinctively kneel as if they were seeing their progenitor. Their souls were shivering with fear towards this person. It was as if he could open his mouth to devour the souls of billions of ghosts. The entire ghost race was horrified at this second. Those who didn't know what was going on still prostrated on the ground. Those who knew a thing or two couldn't remain composed. Even virtuous paragons were affected. They knew something ominous had happened. Whoosh! The person in the darkness reached out. His hand swept towards the devourer and Fei Yang's battle intent while the other hand went for Li Qia. Fei Yang's battle intent with a soaring banner could be considered invincible, and the devourer roared then recklessly pounced forward. Boom! Their combined strength was able to push back this hand. The devourer managed to chomp a mouthful of the crimson muscles as it excitedly swallowed it as if it had just taken in the most nutritious meal it had ever had. However, its body was also pierced by a finger and its blood spurted out. Nevertheless, it didn't seem to care and had an appearance as if it was the one who got the better deal from that exchange. Chapter 607, Destruction of the Ancestral Realm. The dark existence had been certain of victory, but he didn't expect to jump into Li Qia's trap instead. At this time, Lichia slowly spoke. The emperors have waited till this day throughout many long eras. That year, when the 5 ancient clans were still in the mortal world, the emperors started a crusade against you. Alas, they were not successful. Because of that, they told their clan members to leave the secular world, forcing their imperial lineages to close down. Nevertheless, they still left something behind, hoping for a day to reverse the tides. That day is today. The dark existence didn't answer. Although the 13 emperors were not real, their battle intents were enough to threaten him. Lichia spoke. Emperors, go for it. Carry out your wish today. In the blink of an eye, 13 emperors wielded the origin sealing spear that hovered in the sky. It emitted waves of universal laws. Each law represented the will of myriad worlds and the source of different races. This primal power clashed with the entire sacred nether world. The emperors with this spear sent out a power capable of suppressing all things. Even unbeatable existences had to kneel before it. Die! The dark existence screamed out and threw out his most terrifying weapon. He was not optimistic in any way, but he had no choice other than to recklessly fight. Boom, boom! The collision from the two sides was so horrifying that it suppressed everyone else. This battle overwhelmed even those who were very far away from the realm. Eventually, the origin sealing spear finally pierced the body of the dark existence. His body exploded as the darkness evaporated and was replaced with his spilled blood. No! The dark existence screamed miserably after suffering this wound. Right upon his death, a bright light shot out from his body, his true fate. Although his life had been ended due to this fatal blow, a wisp of divine intent still managed to sneak away. This divine intent opened up a portal to escape to the endless void. The 13 battle intents quickly gave chase and Lichia gave a command to the Devourer. The Devourer roared, then quickly rushed into the void as well. After the portal disappeared, the path to the void disappeared along with it. The world became silent. Lichia didn't chase after this dark existence since he had other things he needed to do. The sacred netherworld was completely quiet, so quiet that one could hear their own heart beating. The 13 battle intents disappeared, and a long time later, people could finally heave a sigh of relief. People who were kneeling on the ground finally stood up. The ancestors before their mirrors were still not able to calm down as they looked at each other with confusion. Even though they were amazing characters, they were still shocked by the recent events. Meanwhile, back in the basin full of corpses, Lichia stood there silently. There were no more fiends climbing up from the ground. The ancestors were also anxiously watching him while waiting to see if there were any more powerful existences that would climb up or not. However, after a long time, there were no signs of activity. One ancestor then commented, "It is over for the ancestral realm. No one expected for it to end this way." Another ancestor took a deep breath and said, "There will be no more ancestral realm or ancestral city from now on." This ghost didn't really know how to feel at this moment. It was a mix between happiness and bitterness since the ancestral realm carried a great significance to characters of the ancestor level. It had been standing strong for so long, but now, it had finally fallen. It was defeated not at the hands of invincible immortal emperors, not at the hands of existences that had lasted for eons, but at the hands of a human junior. Anyone would be caught off guard by such an unbelievable development. From beginning to end, Lichia never truly fought. Without a single technique, he managed to destroy the ancestral realm. This was even more frightening than if he personally destroyed it with his own power. Although in actuality, it was the 13 emperors who destroyed the realm, Lichia controlled this grand plan that had been in the making for millions of years. Buzz! With radiating light, the ghost ancestral tree poured down a universal law that took root deep in the ground. Lichia then focused his thoughts to sense the situation underneath. He felt a change underground and whispered in a serious tone. This is, after a long time, he recalled this universal law from the tree and slowly turned around to look at the distant horizon. His gaze pierced the ancestral realm all the way to Necropolis. Go! He let go of the ghost ancestral tree. The tree flew up, crossing the realm and flew into the sacred netherworld. Everyone watched with bated breaths. This was the ghost ancestral tree whose myth indicated its relationship to the origin of the ghost race. Yet Lichia was letting it go. If it was anyone else, then they surely would have taken possession of this one and only divine tree. So many were in disbelief of Lichia's decision. The tree traversed the sacred netherworld's realms and instantly reached Necropolis. Then it took root at the ancestral flow. Many existences slumbering at this place suddenly woke up. The master of the ancestral flow, who was sitting in her stone chair, also got up and felt something was amiss. Her eyes shot out a light towards the ancestral realm to the spot where Xueqi was standing and quietly murmured, "You? What are you trying to do?" Xueqi stood in the middle of the basin and gently sighed as he looked towards Necropolis. "This is the most I can do. The rest is my own business." Xueqi shook his body, creating a clanking sound as the primal ancestral armor fell down. Buzz! The armor flew out of the realm and back to the kingdom of heaven. When he took the armor from the kingdom, he made it clear that it was only a temporary loan. Now that the feud was over, it was time for him to give the armor back to its owner. He took a deep breath at this time and asked, "Please help me one more time with the last of your firepower." With that, the 99 cannons around him rearranged into an array once more to form one gigantic cannon where all of its power was sent into a final shot. It destroyed the basin and all became ashes. The power of this final shot caused everyone standing before their mirrors to tremble. Such a shot was more than enough to destroy an imperial lineage. How terrifying was this? After exerting all of their firepower, the cannons suddenly dimmed. With a loud explosion, all 99 cannons sank down from the islands as if nothing had happened. Inside the realm where the basin was destroyed, a maelstrom appeared before Xueqi. This maelstrom resembled many galaxies intertwining. This silver maelstrom was very mysterious, and no one knew where it connected to. Xueqi looked at the maelstrom and murmured, "The mystery of the ancestral realm is not the thing I am looking for, but I'll give it a try." Having said that, he stepped into the maelstrom. The moment he did so, back at Necropolis, the ancestral flow master's heart started beating faster as she yelled out, "Don't try it." Unfortunately, Xueqi did not hear her pleading. He took out the lamp and used its light. Its black flame then shot into the silver maelstrom. Boom! The black light swept through the maelstrom and angered it. A huge vortex that spanned for countless miles was set off like a tidal wave, drowning the ancestral realm. Xueqi was covered by this silver vortex, but he maintained his composure. He took out the pentagate, the yin-yang mirror, and other treasures to protect his body, then screamed, "I don't care if you are alive or not, I want an answer today." In this instant, his forehead split open and a boundless imperial aura was freed. It seemed as if immortal emperors were walking out of his sea of memories. He used all of his secret moves to attack the deepest part of the silver maelstrom. It was clearly provoked from being attacked by Xueqi. Inside, countless stars exploded, their blasts heading straight for Xueqi with unstoppable momentum. Xueqi did not give up as he roared and used his invincible weapon to unleash a resplendent break. Meanwhile, imperial auras raged like a storm in Xueqi's sea of memories. With an extremely dominating pressure, the auras fought the silver maelstrom. Boom! Finally, a loud detonation occurred as everything exploded. At the last minute, Xueqi felt as if his body had ruptured. This blast shook the entire sacred nether world. The ancestral realm was blown into pieces by the silver maelstrom at this moment. Everything had become ashes. Chapter 608. Stone Medicine World No. The ancestral flow master's heart skipped a beat after seeing this scene. After a long time, she finally took a calming breath and murmured, "You absolutely cannot die, you still owe me." At the same time, many imperial lineages were lit up all of a sudden. The explosion of the ancestral realm caused the imperial mirrors to emit a blinding and endless radiance. This was an explosion that simulated the end of the world. All the ancestors standing in front of their mirrors palpitated at this scene. Many pale ancestors fell to the ground. After a long time, the endless light finally disappeared from the mirrors. The mirrors lost their aim as only a vast nothingness was left. The ancestral realm was blown away? Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Although the realm was not as big as the sacred netherworld, as it was only a minor world or a huge heavenly grotto in another world. Even an emperor couldn't easily destroy a minor world like this. At this time, the realm was completely destroyed and disappeared from the earth. The ancestral realm was no more. Inside the myriad bones throne, one dazed ancestor murmured, "What about the silver maelstrom? Did it explode as well?" The near-death ancestor shook his head and said, "No, it flew away." Another ancestor asked, "Ancestor, what is that thing? It seemed like it had its own consciousness and life. Is it related to the origin of us ghosts?" "I don't know." The ancient ancestor sighed softly and said, "There have been many confusing events today. In my life, I have never seen such amazing things as this before. All the other ancestors were quiet. Their ancient ancestor was right. They had never imagined that the ancestral realm would be destroyed. 13 immortal emperors working together was indeed incredible. Inside the Thousand Carp River, before their own imperial mirror, Lan Yunju quivered with her fists gripped tightly, her nails cutting deep into her skin. Don't worry. Venerable Yang consoled her. That guy's fortune is great. My intuition tells me that he definitely won't die that easily. Although he said this, he himself wasn't so sure in his mind. No one knew whether he was consoling Lan Yunju or comforting himself. At the simple mountain immortal kingdom, this blast also shook the ancestors before their mirror. Xian Fan was also there to watch the vast mirror. She murmured, "Don't die. If you are dead, it would be very boring to have no invincible rival on this long path of the Tao." Some time after, this news finally made it to Chorong Wanxue. Her heart fluttered as she slumped into her chair. After a while she calmed down and stood up to firmly say, "No, young noble is absolutely not dead. I believe in him. There is nothing in this world that can kill him, he is still alive." With that, she became determined with a serious pair of eyes. A long time later, she took a deep breath and finally made a decision in her mind. An unknown amount of time after, Li Qie opened his eyes and took a look around. The first thing he saw was a simple wooden house. Although it was plain, it was very clean, which showed that its owner was a hard-working and meticulous person. Li Qie tried to sit up, but he couldn't move at all. His entire body was aching painfully as if it was about to split apart. He noticed that he was wrapped in cloth. Someone had been tending to his wounds. He quickly tried to analyze his current condition and couldn't help but smile wryly. His entire body was cracked with heavy bone and muscle damage. It could be said that not a single inch of muscle was intact. During his internal examination, he found that there was something extra inside his forehead. It was a silver light around the size of a finger. With a more careful look, this was not a silver light but rather a lock or an order in the shape of a sword. Countless silvery lights intertwined in a complicated and convoluted manner. Li Qie wouldn't be able to understand its mysteries in a short time. He suddenly remembered the last blow that resulted in the huge explosion. At that time, he faintly sensed that the storm of imperial auras in his sea of memories seized something in the deepest part of the silver maelstrom. Now, he realized that his intuition was correct and that this silver thing was stolen from the maelstrom. He forced a smile and sighed. This was not the thing he was looking for. Discarding the old plan, he decided to go to the ancestral realm for the ancestral flow master. She couldn't do it herself, so he wanted to help her. There was also one more thing, and this was Li Qie's personal matter. He wanted to find a person. In the past, this person also went to the ancestral realm but disappeared later on. The dark existence said that that person was not with him, and Li Qie believed this. Once someone reached a level like the dark existence, there was no need to trick Li Qie. However, he was sure that the person he was looking for disappeared in the ancestral realm. The only thought in his mind now was about the silver maelstrom. This was the crux of the issue. He gently sighed and uttered, "There will be another chance later on." At the very least, he finished 2 of his wishes, so all of his efforts were not wasted. "You are awake." Right when Li Qie was lamenting, the door opened and someone quickly came inside. When this person got close to the bed, Li Qie saw that this was a healthy and strong young man. How could this youth not be strong? Other than his head, the rest of his body was made out of rock. Only his head seemed to be made out of blood and flesh. If it wasn't for his head that resembled that of a human's, he would be no different from a carved statue. The youth's eyebrows were thick and large with a pair of bright eyes that gave him the appearance of a straightforward and simple man. Anyone else would have a heart attack when they saw a person made of stone, but Li Qie was very calm. What situation had he not encountered before? "Where is this place?" he asked the youth. Li Qie couldn't move, so he knew that this young man had saved him. "This is Jade Blood Mountain." The youth answered right away. "You are hurt very badly, so don't move." Jade Blood Mountain? Li Qie's brows furrowed. He had been all over the 9 worlds, but he had never heard of this place. "Ha ha ha, my bad, I gave it this name." This youth was very simple-minded and quickly explained. "This is the countryside of the stone-treading county of the giant bamboo country. This is where I plant jade blood bamboo, so I gave it the name Jade Blood Mountain." Giant bamboo country. Li Qie was a bit surprised to hear this and asked, This is the stone medicine world? The young man was startled by the question and said, Of course. Where would this be if not the stone medicine world? Stone medicine world. Li Qie was in a daze. He understood that the explosion from the silver maelstrom had broken the world's barrier, blasting him into the stone medicine world. The stone medicine world was one of the 9, just like the mortal emperor world and the sacred netherworld. All were considered major worlds. Li Qie asked, This place is the giant bamboo country? Its capital has a gigantic bamboo, right? Yeah. The youth became even more surprised. This place is indeed the giant bamboo country. Do you not know where you are? Li Qie put on a wry smile and said, It's a long story. I was on an adventure but there was an explosion in a dangerous location. I was blown away so I don't know where I was sent to. To be blown away yet still alive, your luck is quite good. The youth shivered after hearing Li Qie's story. I saw you falling from the sky. When I got to you, your entire body was cracked. Luckily, your heart was still beating or else I would have had to bury you right there. Li Qie looked at the youth and said in a serious manner, You saved me. I will repay this life debt later. The youth scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha, you are too polite. The truth is that we have a similar bloodline. 1/4 of my blood is from the human race. You should know that there are very few humans in the stone medicine world, so maybe we are actually relatives. Li Qie smiled after hearing the youth and replied, Perhaps. The young man suddenly realized something and quickly told Li Qie, Oh right, I almost forgot. I am cooking a medicinal congee for you. Wait a bit. I'll go get it. Having said that, the youth hurried away. Giant bamboo, Li Qie murmured in a daze after the youth left. Giant bamboo country. What an old name. Li Qie didn't expect to find himself in this place today. A few things from the past appeared once more in his head, a past that was covered in a thick layer of dust. After remembering these things, his heart sank as he lamented while sighing. Tens of millions of years had passed. Li Qie had undergone numerous life and death situations as well as goodbyes. He had grown used to all of this and could even be considered numb. No matter the era, he maintained a positive and optimistic mind as he courageously trod forward. Even if he was the last one standing, he would continue to walk alone. However, there were a few people and things that were especially hard to forget. They were buried deep in his memories, but once the dust was brushed away, he unavoidably recalled them. After all this time, he had forgotten what it felt like to cry, but the past always had some things that caused his heart to ache upon remembrance. Chapter 609. Sure how Li Qie eventually sighed and uttered, I'm still alive after so many years. He was quite dejected and sentimental at the moment, but he had to bury some of these old memories deep in his heart. There were a few secrets, a few people, a few matters that Li Qie had no choice but to seal and act as their guardian by himself. Right when Li Qie had many complicated thoughts, the young man carried a bowl of hot porridge inside. Come, come. He was very enthusiastic and spoon-fed Li Qie. With a taste, Li Qie knew right away that there was some ointment inside, so he asked, This is a healing porridge, you are an alchemist? The youth answered, Ha ha ha, I am only a junior alchemist. At the moment, I am working as a county envoy for the stone-treading county. Li Qie drank the porridge while chatting with the young man. He made up an identity since he was already used to doing this. The youth revealed many things about himself. His name was Xueqi, a messenger of the county who was also responsible for growing jade blood bamboo. A county envoy also had another title, Alchemy Apprentice. However, Xueqi was a junior alchemist. His status was much higher than that of an apprentice. He came from a prestigious clan in the giant bamboo country. Unfortunately, the clan had fallen several generations ago, and there was nothing left from the time of Xueqi's father. His parents only managed a pharmacy. Although he was a golem, like he said, 1/4 of his blood belonged to the human race. Xueqi said that his ancestor married a human girl, a great expert. From this, it was clear that his ancestor was once extremely distinguished. The stone medicine world was the land of golems and demons. Humans were a rare sight. If one could marry a female human cultivator, especially an expert, then the person must have come from a great clan. After generations of decline, the clan had become nothing by his father's time. Xueqi was the only male child of the clan and also its only inheritor, so he truly wanted to revive his clan. He was very average when it came to cultivation, but he was a bit talented with alchemy, so he chose the path of an alchemist. This path was not strange at all, because the stone medicine world specialized in alchemy. It could be said that this world had the most alchemists out of the 9. Since the start of time, 2/3 of all the alchemy emperors had come from the stone medicine world. From this, one could see how the path of alchemy flourished in this place. There was also a saying in the 9 worlds: if there are 10 alchemists, then 7 of them came from the stone medicine world. This world's alchemy was famous everywhere. Countless cultivators had come running to this place in search for medicine. Although Xueqi had chosen the path of alchemy, finding success was not easy. First, refining alchemy was very expensive. Whether it was physique pastes, longevity medicines, fate pills, or ointments, each cauldron required many ingredients. A single batch would range from 100 to 1,000. In addition to the financial requirement, one also needed the guidance of a teacher. Outside of secret family recipes for ointments, most recipes for longevity medicines, fate pills, and physique pastes were well known. However, doing a good job of refining them was rather difficult. Alchemy was a form of cultivation. Flame control, methods of dan refinement, and incubating the cauldrons were all secrets of an alchemist, secrets that they would not easily part with. Finally, one required a good heavenly cauldron to refine good medicines. A bad one would have a negative effect on the outcome no matter how skilled an alchemist might be. Xueqi lacked all 3. His clan had fallen, so they had neither money nor a network. Because of this, he was a mere envoy of the stone-treading county. Alas, this was still a chance for Xueqi. Although the giant bamboo country neither had a system for alchemists nor great knowledge of alchemy, it still had several great guest alchemists. Xueqi wanted to rise step by step. As long as he contributed enough while amassing experience, he would then have a chance to enter the county government and have the opportunity to meet some of these alchemy masters. Another reason why he chose not to join an alchemy lineage but the giant bamboo government was because he was an only child. If he joined an alchemy lineage, then he would always be a disciple of that sect. However, he was the only male child of his family. He carried the torch of reviving the clan, so he didn't want to become a disciple of another sect. Taking a government post was different. This was only a job that required loyalty to the country, so Xueqi could still maintain his lineage and clan. He was planting jade blood bamboo on this jade blood mountain. This place was desolate and not many people came here normally. But now, there was someone to chat with, so the talkative Xueqi revealed everything about his family and more. I almost forgot that you are wounded, please rest. After chatting for a long time, Xueqi scratched his head and said, I'll be right next door. You can call for me if you need anything. Li Qie heaved a sigh of relief after Xueqi was gone. Li Qie smiled at the thought of arriving at the stone medicine world. A bit later he commanded, Come out and heal my wounds. A fate palace appeared and an immortal injury peony flew out. An ordinary peony would have limited effects on injuries, but this was an immortal medicine. It was way above a king medicine. Its spirit had been living for 8 to 9 million years. It was the finest grade medicine for treating injuries. It allowed flesh to grow on bare bones and could spout out limbs that were previously torn apart. It could also dispel curses and even had a chance of curing a mortal wound. Any cultivator would go crazy over this kind of immortal medicine. It was a fact of life that cultivators would eventually be wounded, so with an immortal root on them, they would still be able to recover even when their bodies were torn asunder. This immortal injury peony was one of the several immortal medicines that followed Li Qie from the lost garden of the immortals. Li Qie was completely at ease with it curing his wounds. Although his injuries were grave, they were not a problem when he had the peony. With its help, after just 3 days, the broken bones and torn muscles all reconnected without any harm. However, his internal injuries still needed more time to recover. Xueqi saw Li Qie getting up from the bed and exclaimed, You healed this fast? That is incredible. When Xueqi saved Li Qie earlier, his body was covered with wounds, but now he could walk again. Li Qie replied with a smile. It was no big deal. My skin and bones are thick and I get injured a lot. That's why my wounds recover so fast. Xueqi saw that Li Qie was walking normally and became happy in his stead. I was worried that your injuries would become worse and was about to ask the county lord for some more ointment. No need. Li Qie smiled in response. I have some ointment with me that has decent effects. I just need some more time to rest and everything will be fine. The youth was an honest person, so he accepted this explanation without questioning it and said, "Then stay here until your wounds are fine before leaving. Then I will have to bother you for a bit longer." Li Qie said with a nod. Li Qie stayed at Xueqi's little room afterward. The immortal injury peony quickly cured his wounds. If someone else was injured to the same level, they would be bed-stricken for 1 to 2 years, even with the best of ointments. His body had been struck by the silver maelstrom. A wound from a maelstrom of this level was difficult to recover from. It was even more difficult than creating an entirely new body because it was difficult to drive away the harmful remnants, let alone to recover. However, since Li Qie had an immortal root, it was no problem at all. Complete recovery was only a matter of time. He had only just arrived at the stone medicine world and had plenty of time, thus he was not in a hurry. While healing, he began to study the death scripture. This was a supreme heavenly scripture that had existed for billions of years, so Li Qie read it with a solemn expression. The book he was holding was the original. It was birthed by the heaven and earth, unlike the physique scripture he had before. The one he had was placed in martial arts manuals while the real one was hidden away. Thus, when he was holding the original death scripture, rain and storms appeared in the sky as strange images materialized up above. The appearance of such a supreme treasure heralded great fanfare. However, Li Qie was ready with the heaven-sealing pentagate. He sealed off his room before taking the death scripture out so he could comfortably read it inside. The strange images from the death scripture were incredible, especially when he turned the pages. Immortal words appeared along with mantras. Nevertheless, these images were sealed in the gates, so they didn't alarm anyone, not even Xueqi on the other side of the wall. As one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, the death scripture was naturally peerless and unique. Its mysteries were boundlessly profound and difficult to comprehend. However, it was not as prohibitive for Li Qie. Since time immemorial, which merit laws had he not seen or tried to comprehend? More importantly, Li Qie completely understood the physique scripture and had become used to the heavenly scriptures, so he was quite familiar with its style. For these scriptures, even the most brilliant geniuses would require decades, centuries, or maybe even longer to understand one of them. However, to truly grasp their profundities, they would need thousands of years. There was no exception. Nevertheless, Li Qie had millions of years of experience of researching countless merit laws. He had an advantage that no one else had. No genius could compare to him. Chapter 6:10. Madame Ziyan. These were carefree days as Li Qie spent his time recovering and researching the death scripture in Xueqi's room. Today, he woke up early and left the room to see Xueqi watering half of the jade blood bamboo. He couldn't help but nod approvingly after seeing Xueqi's busy and diligent figure. Xueqi paused his task after seeing Li Qie and went up to give his greetings. "Good morning, brother Li." Li Qie saw the boy watering the bamboo, so he said with a smile, "I see you watering this large group of bamboo 3 times a day. It's very rare to see someone so hard-working." Xueqi revealed an awkward smile and said, "I have to water them 3 times a day. I have to hand over a group of bamboo stalks in half a year, and they have to be above 2 transformations to be considered adequate. If I don't do my best, it would be too difficult to grow a bunch of them that had transformed twice." He was not the county envoy only for the money, it was also to earn some merits. He yearned for the day he would be able to enter the county court and find an alchemist to apprentice under. The jade blood bamboo stalks were ingredients for alchemists. Although they grew in the wild, they were very rare, so most sects had to personally grow them in order to refine low-level fate pills. The alchemic materials needed to undergo transformations, just like the stalks of these bamboos. The higher the number of transformations, the more precious it would be, but it wasn't easy for these bamboo stalks to transform. Li Qie looked at the fertilizing water in the big tank and asked, "You made this fertilizing liquid?" "No." Xueqi shook his head and replied, "I am only a newbie junior alchemist, so how could I have the skill to make this type of fertilizing water?" For alchemists, cultivating plants was a profound field of study. This field was vast and difficult. For example, outside of picking the right location for this type of bamboo, the fertilizing water was also very crucial. Each sect had their own secret formulas regarding plant cultivation that were not passed on to outsiders. The majority of alchemists would not reveal their secrets. Xueqi was a new junior alchemist, so he naturally didn't know how to make fertilizing water for the bamboo. Li Qie sniffed the water, then dipped his finger in before licking a little bit and said, Burn autumn grass down to ashes, then add a bit of charred mined mud to it. This is only a common formula. Xueqi noticed that Li Qie knew the formula after just tasting it, so he startlingly asked, "Brother Li knows how to cultivate medicines?" "Not too much," Li Qie responded with a grin. "In the past, I had a friend who liked to keep a medicine garden. I would occasionally help him, so I picked up a thing or two. However, my hobby isn't related to this field. I can't be considered knowledgeable." "Oh, I see." Xueqi was an honest person, and Li Qie's explanation made sense, so he didn't suspect anything at all. He didn't know that the friend Li Qie was referring to was the alchemy god who created the laws for the alchemy Tao. However, this trivial matter was nothing to Li Qie. In the past, he and the alchemy god didn't only refine unbelievable pills, they also grew countless medicinal herbs. A few soul grasses were even created by them. "I know a method to cultivate jade blood bamboo," Li Qie said. "Catch some tiny earth scorpions and stew them completely. Afterward, gather a little excrement from a jackal-elephant, then burn flower tree, negative gold grass, and wailing bloodvine into ashes. Mix them together with a 1:30 ratio of water to create this fertilizer. It is very beneficial to jade blood bamboo." "Is this for real?" Xueqi was a bit doubtful after hearing Li Qie's formula. Li Qie patted his shoulder and reassured him. "Don't worry, I won't mess it up for you. If you want to earn some merit, then follow my instructions." In the past, when I was bored, I also planted jade blood bamboo, and the effect was amazing. After hearing this, Xueqi quickly responded, "Okay, I'll give it a try then." 1 week later, Xueqi ran into Li Qie's room and couldn't speak properly due to his overwhelming excitement. "Brother Li, it was really successful. The bamboo stalks transformed within just a week. This is a miracle. I didn't trick you, right?" Li Qie replied with a smile. Xueqi excitedly rubbed his hands together and said, "It's too amazing. If it goes on like this, then I can hand over bamboo stalks that have transformed 3 times. I've never grown them to such a level before." Li Qie smiled after seeing Xueqi jumping around happily. Li Qie's formula was the finest when it came to jade blood bamboo. It took a while for him and the alchemy god to come up with it, but it was still no big deal to these two. For Li Qie, this was an insignificant formula, but for Xueqi, it was an incredible matter. It was capable of changing his fate. Xueqi hesitantly spoke while rubbing his palms together and asked, "Brother Li, can I keep on using your formula?" The honest Xueqi wanted to become an alchemist, so he knew that there were some rules. For example, formulas were not to be disclosed to others without permission. Without permission from the owner or the sect, secretly giving a formula to someone else would end with a manhunt. Li Qie smiled and said, "It is no problem, you can keep using it. It is just for fun after all. I have no interest in growing medicines." Xueqi bowed to Li Qie and said, "Thank you, Brother Li." This had the possibility to change his life, so how could Xueqi not be appreciative? "We're no strangers, yeah? This is how it should be," Li Qie said as he patted Xueqi's shoulder. In the following days, while Li Qie was recovering and cultivating, Xueqi was watching his jade blood bamboo grow. He was ecstatic to see the process of them transforming. Meanwhile, a meeting was convened by the royal lord of the giant bamboo country. The giant bamboo country was not considered a big lineage in the alchemy realm of this world, and its influence was far below the first-rate great powers. It was once powerful back during the era of its progenitor. An expert who made many great powers came to offer their respects. At that time, it was not due to the country's power, it was because their progenitor was worthy of respect from all the sects and even the entire 9 worlds. The past of the giant bamboo country was not recorded in detail. Future royal lords only knew that when their progenitor established the country, many sects and even imperial lineages from all over the 9 worlds came to congratulate its founding. Even behemoths like the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan came to celebrate along with many other giants of the 9 worlds. Each time the successor royal lords read these writings, they became incredulous. The giant bamboo country never produced an immortal emperor, so it was quite strange when so many great powers came to celebrate its official creation. It was a country of demons, and the succession process was not hereditary. After establishing his country, the giant bamboo progenitor established a creed that allowed the most virtuous and talented to rule. At this minute inside the palace of the giant bamboo country, the current royal lord was Madame Ziyen. Others also referred to her as Her Majesty Ziyen. A woman was sitting on her throne with a violet aura and flickering shadow. Her beauty shamed even the flowers and the moon with her mature allure. However, her sensuality did not diminish her noble elegance, especially her calm and natural demeanor that accentuated her beauty even more. This was Madame Ziyan, the current giant bamboo royal lord. She was called Madame not because she was married to someone, but because it was a title of respect. She was originally a violet bamboo who finally succeeded in the Tao. With a great Tao foundation, she was able to take the form of a human. She was a virtuous ruler. She was both adept at strategy and adored talents. She was also very humble and benevolent. Although she was not the oldest demon monarch in the country, she was loved by the other monarchs and citizens, so they choose to call her Demon King. Keep in mind that it was not easy for a royal lord to be addressed as Demon King or Mortal King. These were titles of respect. Only royal lords of the heavenly king level carried titles such as these. Today, she called for a meeting with all the other demon monarchs to discuss an important matter. Madame Ziyan sat on her throne, overlooking all the other demons and subjects to say, "Not long from now, the alchemy conference will begin. Our country will participate this time as well." Her declaration caused these demons and subjects to look at each other. One subject stepped out to voice his concern. "Your Majesty, alchemy is not our strong point, so it is very difficult to participate. The finances are not an issue, but it won't be good if we damage our reputation." Madame Ziyan replied, "Victory and defeat are part of life. With lineages like the Alchemy Kingdom and the Balian clan participating, it isn't shameful for any other participating sects or countries to lose. This conference is very important to us as well, so we must participate." One demon monarch pondered then asked, "Where do we go to find candidates?" These were carefree days as Li Qie spent his time recovering and researching the death scripture in Xuehao's room. Today, he woke up early and left the room to see Xuehao watering half the jade blood bamboo. He couldn't help but nod approvingly after seeing Xuehao's busy and diligent figure. Xuehao paused his task after seeing Li Qie and went up to give his greetings. "Good morning, Brother Li." Li Qie saw the boy watering the bamboo, so he asked with a smile, "I see you watering this large group of bamboo 3 times a day. It's very rare to see someone so hardworking." Xuehao revealed an awkward smile and said, "I have to water them 3 times a day. I have to hand over a group of bamboo stalks in half a year, and they have to be above 2 transformations to be considered successful. If I don't do my best, it would be too hard to grow a bunch of them that had transformed twice." Chapter 6:11. Teaching Madame Ziyan answered, "I have sent a message to the Qing clan. They will represent the giant bamboo country for this alchemy conference. However, we still need other candidates, so you all must find other young alchemists. It doesn't matter whether they are vagabond alchemists or already have a sect. As long as they are capable and willing to contribute to our country, then they will be greatly rewarded. Of course, if your lines have disciples who are willing to participate, then that will be even better." All the subjects and demons quickly glanced at each other. Madame Ziyan's command was easier said than done. Although the stone medicine world had the most alchemists, the good ones were highly sought after no matter where they went. Those who were a bit talented would have already been snatched away by the big lineages, especially the young ones. Young alchemists were highly loved and always caused competitions for sects who wanted them to join. Although the giant bamboo country was a big country, it had no advantage over the leading ones. Madame Ziyan spoke. "I know this is not easy, but the conference this time is too important to our country. The Alchemy Kingdom has promised that if we do well this time, then we will have a chance." A demon monarch voiced his opinion. "This is a huge matter to our country, so we monarchs will do our best to support your majesty to seize this chance at the conference." The madam replied, "That would be best. Fellow monarchs, try your best to recruit talented alchemists. We will begin our recruitment and train a group of alchemists. Even if we don't win anything this time, maybe we will have some improvement for the next one." With her command, the subjects and monarchs agreed and immediately carried it out. Back at the Jade Blood Mountain in Li Qie's room. At this time, he sealed the room with the pentagate again and took out one thing, a single stone. To be more exact, this was the immortal stone that he had taken from the pond inside the prime ominous Graves water realm. He finally found the time to take it out after so many battles. He was quite relaxed when cultivating in this place, so he remembered this stone all of a sudden. Since it was in the middle of the pond, it surely was an amazing immortal item. Of course, it naturally was not a match for Lan Yunju's Night Era flower. He had researched this stone recently for a long time and finally figured out its mysteries. Li Qie held a sharp knife and slowly carved along the runes on the stone. This immortal stone was initially very tough, but it became much more brittle when Li Qie cut along the runic lines. After going through many layers carefully, the things inside finally saw the light. They were 6 long swords. Each of them emitted a different color. 6 swords, 6 colors. When they hummed, different symbols appeared as well as strange images. 6 swords, 6 different symbols. Li Qie was quite surprised to see this as he gently stroked them and murmured, "Although their inherent properties are not equal to the secret among secrets Night Era flower, with enough refinement, they are still quite promising." Li Qie propped up the 6 swords to look at them meticulously. After some time, he clearly understood their profundity. He searched inside his sea of memories before reaching a sealed recollection. He looked through it and whispered, "I have a sword art that is very compatible with these 6 swords. What a coincidence that it is also here in the stone medicine world." Li Qie put away the 6 swords as well as the pentagate before stepping out of the room to take in a breath of fresh air. The moment he went outside, he could smell the medicinal fragrance. He followed this scent to find Xueqi opening a cauldron in the yard. Xueqi quickly reported after seeing Li Qie, "I gathered enough materials for a fate pill cauldron just in time to increase my proficiency at refinement." Having said that, he focused on turning on the flame of the cauldron. He was only a junior alchemist at the entry level, so he didn't have his own method of pill refinement. His cauldron technique along with flame control were all common, so he wasn't afraid of them being stolen. He had no qualms with Li Qie watching at the side. Because his skill was limited, after telling Li Qie, he didn't dare to become distracted and focused on the pill cauldron. He was very careful, or rather, nervous to the point of trepidation. He ignited the flame and carefully refined the medicinal ingredients. It was not that his nature was careful, but rather he had no other choice. It was not easy for him to gather enough materials for a single attempt at fate pills. One pill cauldron required a huge batch of ingredients. Even the ingredients for a single transformation fate pill was difficult to gather for Xueqi. Because of this, he didn't want this cauldron to be ruined. He followed a strict order and abided by the guidelines step by step. Li Qie only shook his head while watching Xueqi's pill refinement technique. He couldn't help but give some pointers. "Increase the intensity of the flame." Xueqi hesitatingly said. But he was afraid that the increase in flame intensity would ruin this pill cauldron. "Quick, right now, increase the flame intensity 3-fold." Li Qie raised his tone. His shouting carried a compelling force, causing others to listen without resistance. Xueqi palpitated as he increased the flame without much further thought. The smell of medicine began to permeate the air. Li Qie continued on, "Very good. Do not use this technique when strengthening the fire. Use reverse fire manipulation." Xueqi inquired immediately, "What is reverse fire manipulation?" Li Qie personally taught him and passed him the incantation. The incantation was quite short and Xueqi had some talent for alchemy. After Li Qie's explanation, Xueqi learned it right away and used it to fuel the fire. Li Qie pointed out, "Very good, you made a little progress. Pill refinement is not just about fueling the fire. These cauldrons have their own life, even the weakest ones are no exceptions. You need to communicate with your cauldron." Xueqi's talent at alchemy was not of the peerless level. On top that, he was just a beginner. Teaching him well was not an easy thing. If it was someone else with the same talents and current ability, Li Qie wouldn't give a damn. After all, it would just be a waste of his time. However, Xueqi saved Li Qie and his personality wasn't bad. He was both hardworking and had a persevering attitude, so Li Qie decided to teach Xueqi, leading him onto the path of an alchemist. Li Qie didn't always refine pills like other alchemists, but his pill refinement ability was without flaw. Many alchemy standards were created by him and the alchemy god, so he possessed the best alchemy art in this world. Moreover, he also had the alchemy god's grand canon. No other inheritance from lineages could compare to this. With a great teacher like Li Qie, as long as Xueqi was not overly slow-witted and could learn a little bit, his future would be very bright. Boom! Xueqi finished the cauldron and one fate pill fell into the bottle, prompting him to cheer. Success! Fate pills were the hardest things to refine for alchemists. It was a test of their abilities. Afterward, he took out the fate pill and looked at the single transformation pill's color with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe it as he exclaimed. This has 20% purity. 100% was the best possible purity for pills and was signified by a particular color. However, no one was able to reach this level. Single transformation pills needed 10% purity to take shape and only required 1 transformation ingredients. These lower-level pills had weaker spirits as well as corresponding medicinal effects. With these ingredients, achieving 10% purity for single transformation pills was already not bad, but the pill in Xueqi's hand had 20% purity and also had a great color. He was extremely emotional and tried to take a calming breath. He didn't believe that this pill had been personally refined by him. Such purity can increase a cultivator's strength at the provisional palace level by 20%. Cultivators below the inner longevity realm could use 1 transformation fate pills. Prior to this, Xueqi had refined pills before, but he only reached 10% purity. This was the norm. This type of pill would allow palace foundation cultivators to increase their current cultivation by 10%. A very ordinary effect. This type of fate pill was only at an introductory level and was not worth much. But now, his new pill with fine coloring could boost a provisional palace cultivator's strength by 20%. In just a short amount of time, Xueqi's pill refinement level had increased by 2 to 3 levels. He himself couldn't believe it. Xueqi looked at the pill and encouraged him. Not bad for now, keep trying. In the future, even if it is only a 1 transformation pill, you can still reach 30% purity. Xueqi calmed down and slightly bowed towards Xueqi. Thank you, Brother Li, for teaching me this pill refinement technique. Xueqi raised him up and said with a smile. I only pointed out something by chance, it is nothing. This is the reaping of your own efforts. Xueqi looked at him respectfully and asked, could Brother Li be a grand alchemist? Xueqi chuckled and replied, what grand alchemist, I only occasionally refine pills. The path of alchemy had several classifications. From lowest to highest, they are junior alchemist, grand alchemist, alchemy master, alchemy grandmaster, profound alchemist, alchemy saint, legendary alchemist, and alchemy emperor. Chapter 6:12. Void Imperfection Physique. Xueqi couldn't help but scratch his head after hearing this and said, I guess so, I didn't think you were an alchemist either. In the stone medicine world, there are very few humans and human alchemists are even rarer. Xueqi smiled in response. It was indeed true that there were very few humans in this place. This was a world of golems and demons. Xueqi handed some refined jades over to Xueqi and said, go buy some more training ingredients, it will be good for you. Xueqi shivered while holding the refined jades in his hand. At his age, he still hadn't seen jades of such a high level. This prompted his startled response. But Xueqi commanded, go. If you don't utilize this time well, then I might not have time to teach you later. Xueqi understood that Xueqi wanted to teach him, so he gratefully bowed to him. He put away the refined jades and quickly went to the city to buy more ingredients. Xueqi grinned while watching Xueqi leave. He suddenly remembered training talents back then and showing them a path. For millions of years, Xueqi had done this many times. Many invincible alchemists and array masters had come from Xueqi's tutelage. Xueqi went back to his room while Xueqi went to the city to shop. At this time, Xueqi had opened 13 palaces and no longer needed to stay in the ancient saint realm. This was his time to reach Heavenly Sovereign. Everyone knew the importance of this realm. This was the grand path towards the Golden Throne. It was the realm where cultivators from different rivers all came together to the same ocean. At this level, following the Tao of someone before them was no longer relevant. This was the time for cultivators to derive and form their own Tao to pave their future path. However, this was only true for other cultivators. For Xueqi, this realm was no different from the other ones. With 13 palaces, supreme profundities and grand Tao mysteries were simple in his eyes. The crux of this realm was to communicate with the grand Tao and derive their mysteries. When Xueqi's 13 palaces emerged with an explosion, layers of divine rings appeared around his body. For others, each time they derived a Tao, it meant the appearance of one divine ring. The more they could derive, the more divine rings they would have, which would further increase their cultivation. However, derivations of the Tao and understanding its heavenly mysticisms was not difficult to Xueqi. He was above the heavens with his palaces, so which heavenly grand Tao could challenge him? Because of this, with a single glance, he could see through all mysteries of any Tao. As he carefully focused his mind and saw through the Tao, divine rings pulsed around his body. Anyone would be shocked at this scene since countless cultivators required many years just to understand one grand Tao. Even geniuses were not exempt from this rule. But now, Li Qie was comprehending grand Tao as easily as flipping his own palm while divine rings continued to stretch around his body. How could others not be moved by this speed of comprehension? Even the most supreme genius couldn't exceed Li Qie. However, this was understandable because the 13 palaces rendered everything trivial. He channeled a cycle of releasing and recalling blood energy for a while before putting away his palaces. His life will then began to create a new inner physique. At this moment, Li Qie's chest contained two inner physiques. One was the hell-suppressing inner physique and the other was the soaring inner physique. Both of them were at minor completion. In his chest, the hell-suppressing inner physique was as heavy as a mountain and as dark as night. It sat there imposingly as if nothing in this world could move it. Meanwhile, the soaring inner physique emitted a pulsing immortal ray like an undulating ripple on the water's surface. Each time this inner physique moved, time itself was affected. Li Qie was not in a hurry to push these minor physiques into grand completion, because this was not an easy feat. It required the empowerment of a huge amount of blood energy as well as a great cultivation. Otherwise, those who rushed them forward would die from the physique tribulation. Normally, grand completion immortal physique users were all virtuous paragons. It would be impossible without this realm's power backing them to surpass the tribulation. Because of this, many geniuses with incredible natural physiques, such as intrinsic saint physiques, were able to cultivate an immortal physique extremely quickly. At a young age, they were able to reach a grand completion saint physique only to die in the end from the tribulation. The reason was very simple. Although they cultivated their physique very quickly, their cultivation couldn't catch up. At this moment, Li Qie was creating the third inner physique in his chest. With the experience from creating a second one, he was very familiar with adding one more. This third one already had its initial form created. It emitted an extremely pure light without any stains or mundane flaws. It was transcending as if someone had grown a pair of wings to become an immortal. Anyone who saw this holy light would have all of their impure thoughts erased. Nothing in this world could taint this light. Void imperfection physique. One of the 12 immortal physiques. In the physique scripture, the void imperfection and soaring immortal physiques had the same origin. Both were born from the word pure, the purest of pure. Because they shared the same origin, Li Qie was able to cultivate the void imperfection physique very quickly and easily. This extremely pure physique was untouched by myriad Tao while myriad laws avoided it. It could be said that, in this world very few merit laws could hurt this physique. Prior to this, Li Qie had already cultivated the hell-suppressing and soaring physiques, allowing his body to become the most terrifying of weapons. Just imagine, when he successfully cultivates the void imperfection physique as well, how formidable would his power be? With a swing of his hand, 3 immortal physiques would activate all at once with devastating potency. If the opponents counterattacked with a divine saber technique, it would be useless against the untouchable void imperfection physique. The shock wave of the saber wouldn't be able to get close. If the saber technique and merit laws became useless, then even the strongest cultivator's blade slash would lose the majority of its might. Li Qie would then unleash an extremely fast and heavy punch to destroy the divine saber and slay his foe. Defenses were also useless against Li Qie's 3 physiques since the most fortified merit law would become useless against the void imperfection. Therefore, Li Qie could swiftly rush through all defenses and use his limitless momentum to kill his cowering enemies in an instant. The void imperfection physique was a good addition to the hell-suppressing and soaring physiques. He would be able to avoid all merit laws and bypass all defenses and offenses, allowing the destructive power of the other 2 physiques to reach their maximum potential. When facing Li Qie's attacks, any powerful enemy would immediately activate their strongest barrier. However, what if this barrier was useless against Li Qie? The unsuspecting enemy would then suffer the impact from the physical physiques and suffer terrible consequences. For all of the reasons above, Li Qie chose the void imperfection physique after much deliberation to create a perfect system. After recovering for a period of time, his wounds had nearly healed completely. Only a bit more time was required before he would be able to reach his former state. Meanwhile, he was also teaching Xueqi how to refine pills. The boy was very hard-working and didn't dare to make mistakes during Li Qie's guidance. Li Qie's alchemy Tao was peerless, so with only a little bit of teaching, Xueqi already gained enough for a lifetime. With the combination of Li Qia's teaching and his own effort, Xuehao's pill refinement ability soared forward. Li Qia was very satisfied with Xuehao's progress. He was a firm believer of effort being able to make up for insufficient talent. A lazy person would be worthless even if he was the most talented genius in the world. Time quickly passed. Half a year went by before anyone knew it. It was also time for Xuehao to harvest his jade blood bamboo stalks. On this day, he was digging away across the mountain and was jubilated at the sight of his bag full of stalks. This was the best harvest he ever had since he became a county envoy. In just a short half a year, 70% of the bamboo transformed 3 times, 10% transformed 4 times, and the remaining 20% transformed twice. This truly astounded him. In fact, even he wouldn't have believed it if he didn't dig them up with his own hands. It was virtually impossible for them to transform 4 times in just half a year since normally, it would require at least 5 to 10 years. 4 transformation jade blood bamboo stalks were worth a lot of money. It was something he never dared to imagine before. He would have been satisfied with 2 transformation stalks since it was enough for him to gain some merits. Now, his contribution would skyrocket after this new development. He rejoiced at the fact that just a few more batches of stalks would make it easy for him to enter the county's government. Xuehao gathered all of the stalks, then asked Li Qia, "Brother Li, I am about to go turn in the stalks in the city. Do you want to come along?" Li Qia thought about it and coincidentally, he had nothing else to do, so he nodded and said, "Very well, I want to take a stroll anyway. I'm about to rust from staying in the house all day." Before leaving, Li Qia specifically told Xuehao, "Never tell a third person about the alchemy formula or refinement method, not even those you are close to. Otherwise, it might get you killed." Chapter 613, Golem Race. Since Xuehao was an honest man, Li Qia was worried that he might accidentally tell the truth, so Li Qia especially warned him. Xuehao answered, "Don't worry, Brother Li. I am an alchemist that had been accepted through an official process. I will use a true fate oath to never tell anyone about the formula or the refinement process." With that, he solemnly vowed using his true fate. He was a true alchemist who had gone through the official qualification procedure, and not a haphazard one. He clearly knew the laws of alchemists, such as not passing on formulas to other parties. The Jade Blood Mountain was not that far from the stone-treading county, so Xuehao walked down. He also wanted to let Li Qia take a look at the scenery of the town. The stone-treading county was not a big one in the country, but it was not particularly remote and rather prosperous. On a big street, one could see stones rolling in golems of all shapes and sizes. Some stones only started to roll. The majority of them came down from the mountain for the first time and watched the world with curiosity and anticipation. This was the stone medicine world, the world of golems and the demon race, so pedestrians were not surprised at all to see new golems since it was a common sight. Outside of new stones that had only recently learned how to roll, there were all shapes and types of golems. The best ones were in the shape of humans, while the worst had a human head with animal bodies made out of stones. The ones who didn't progress very far were just stone animals. Those who had part of their bodies made out of flesh and blood were powerful golems or were mixed-race offspring. Those who were completely made of flesh and blood were even rarer, and they were definitely offspring from powerful bloodlines. In other places, golems were considered part of the demon race, but the golems themselves did not embrace this classification. In fact, this had some logic to it because the golems naturally had life. These were stones that finally gained intelligence and achieved the Tao after millions of years. In this race, the majority of them were just little pebbles that suddenly were able to sense the heaven and earth and gain their own source of life to walk in this world. It was a common occurrence for random stones to suddenly feel the world and gain life. Of course, some golems required a long time to gain a higher degree of intelligence to the point where they transformed to have flesh and blood, a sign of their strength. There were 3 different types of golems: celestials, progenies, and mixed bloods. In the golem race, celestials were those that were pure golems and gained life from sensing the world, then continuously transformed and increased in strength. These were the first generation of golems. Progenies consisted of the offsprings from the first generation. When a golem reached a particular power level to gain flesh and blood, they were able to reproduce. The first generation needed to reach a particular level to have the physical requirement needed for having offspring. Progenies were usually born with flesh and blood and also inherited the golem race's powerful strength. They normally were considered nobles and came from great clans or great lineages. Their ancestors were all powerful existences. Mixed blood were the product of golems taking a shortcut to reproduce. When golems reached a certain level of strength, they were able to come together with a human or someone from a different race that was capable of reproduction. Of course, the most ideal were humans. Their offspring were called mixed blood. Mixed bloods had flesh and blood, but they lost the natural advantages of golems, such as their innate strength. All three types had their own advantages and disadvantages, but the most advantaged were still second-generation progenies. Celestials required a long time to sense the world and transform. There was a chance that they might die before reaching a flesh and blood form. Because they could sense the heaven and earth, they were very close to its energy. However, this was offset due to their stone bodies. Because there are no meridians, their merit laws were both limited and restricted to refining worldly energy for cultivation. Due to this, it was a long and arduous process from when a celestial was born until they reached a powerful stage. Progenies were the nobles among celestials, and their ancestors were already extremely powerful existences. The moment they were born, they already possessed a blood and flesh body for the most part. Moreover, they were still golem and had innate spiritual power with superb talents. They also retained natural advantages of golems, such as a strong body. However, there was one weakness: atavism. If the offspring was not stronger than their ancestor, then atavism will occur and their natural advantages would weaken. If these progenies continued to grow weaker, then ultimately, they would cease the transformation process and revert into stone. Making mixed bloods was the shortcut for reproduction, but these offspring lost the natural advantages of the golem race, and their bodies were quite weak in comparison. However, if they had a human bloodline, then their resonation with spirit energy as well as intelligence would be quite high. All three types had their trade-offs, and no one dared to say which was the most ideal. However, it was undeniable that progenies held the greatest advantages within the golem race. The shortcoming was that these progenies required an extremely powerful ancestor of at least the virtuous paragon level. Therefore, among the three types of golems, progenies had the highest starting point but also the most stringent requirements. It made sense for them to be known as the nobles of the golem race. As they walked along the big road towards the stone-treading county, most of the pedestrians were mortal golems and some were cultivators. Among the golems, those who had life but hadn't started to cultivate were called mortals. There was another type that consisted of descendants of previous great clans, but they stopped cultivating so they became mortals. Outside of golems, there were demons as well. The giant bamboo country was a demonic country, but very few demonic cultivators were walking on the streets full of golems. Only mortal demons were walking around in all shapes and forms. Some had a bird head and a human body, others had a human head and a snake body, and some maintained their beastly appearance. The starting point of demons was different from golems. The first step for golems was sensing the heaven and earth, but it was different for demons. Their roots date back to the ancient times. Some said that demons were the oldest race in the 9 worlds. This claim required further deliberation and research, but the demon race was indeed very archaic. As long as the world continued to exist, so would the demon race. The flowers and grasses, the flying birds and swimming fishes, the tall mountains and flowing rivers, all could give birth to the demon race. A stone could give birth to either a demonic stone or a spirit stone that would be different from the rest of the golem race. Demons were basked in the essence of the world. While enduring countless years, they eventually obtained intelligence and understood the heavens to finally communicate with the Grand Tao. Golems were born by being able to sense the heaven and earth, and demons were born thanks to the incubation of worldly energy or from powerful cultivators' Tao preaching and protection. Due to their different origins, it made sense why the golems refused to be classified as part of the demon race for billions of years. The demons themselves didn't consider golems as part of their group. At this time, Xueqi and Xueqi finally entered the stone-treading county. This particular town was very crowded and was bustling with people coming and going. Some street hawkers were yelling to attract customers. Some mortals were going shopping with many cultivators walking among them. Weaker cultivators walked on the roads while stronger ones flew in the sky or rode the path underground. The stone medicine world had existed for countless years as demons and golems took root in this place. Stone treading was not a large county, but it still had several tens of thousands of mortal demons and golems living here. In this lively city, meeting a human or a demon or golem in full human form that had full flesh and blood bodies was very difficult since very few experts walked by this place. In a bigger location, such as the giant bamboo's capital, one could see demons and golems in complete humanoid form. Because of this, A regular human like Li Qie appearing in the stone-treading county attracted a lot of attention. Someone with a human head like Xueqi was already quite rare. Not to mention a human like his companion. Many mortals and cultivators pointed at them as they gazed with curiosity. One mortal asked, "Is that a golem noble or a demonic expert? Could it be a human?" One cultivator took a look and answered, "He's surely a human. His blood energy is not showing up and is without any aura. It seems that his cultivation is not strong at all. Having a humanoid form without a strong cultivation would surely make him a human, and not a golem noble or demonic master." Chapter 614. Crimson Wolf Grass. Wow! There is a human here at the stone-treading county. The crowd looked at Li Qie as if he was an exotic beast. This scene continued throughout Li Qie's walk with many passers-by staring at him. Xueqi was quite embarrassed at being the center of attention of this many gazes, so he told Li Qie, "Brother Li, don't mind it, very few humans ever come here." Li Qie only chuckled in response. He had experienced numerous adventures, so such a matter was not worth his concern. He felt that this was very normal. This was the world of golems and demons, so humans were quite a rare sight. They were considered exotic creatures since rare things were considered precious. Meeting a human in this county was surely an uncommon event. Xueqi led him to the county's government office. As the envoy and an alchemist, he still had some status in this place. They went all the way to the center of the hall since he wanted to meet the county lord to turn in the bamboo stalks. At the center, there were also many other envoys who were in a line, waiting to turn in the spirit medicines they had been cultivating. Xueqi was afraid that Li Qie would become impatient from waiting, so he spoke. "How about Brother Li take a walk around the government hall? I'm afraid it will be a while before I can finish turning in the medicines." Li Qie smiled and nodded his head as he began to walk around the office. Although the county was quite small in size, there were many cultivators in this humble office. Li Qie's stroll didn't last too long. He leisurely walked into a medicinal garden. It was a decent-sized garden with many soul grasses, spirit medicines, and lingji. Their ages spanned from several decades to a century, the oldest one being several thousand years old. Such a medicinal garden was not enough to enter Li Qie's eyes, but it was not a bad stash for a small land like the stone-treading county. As he walked deeper into the fresh garden, he suddenly heard a voice. "Oh, my crimson wolf grass, what do I have to do to get you to transform one more time? I've waited for you for centuries and done everything I could already. You are going to wither at this rate." Li Qie came closer and saw a jar with a soul grass inside. It was crimson red with the shape of a wolf's tail. It emitted 6 different bright colors in a pulsing cycle as if it could go out at any moment. This was a sign that the life of this soul grass was dwindling and on the verge of death. An old man stood before this soul grass. He had normal features with white hair. Only his nose was a bit strange. With a quick glance, Li Qie knew that he was part of the demon race, a bulbul bird with a decent cultivation. The old man's eyes narrowed and shot out a glint the moment Li Qie got closer. His attitude was a bit fierce as he said, "Kid, who are you?" This was understandable since Li Qie was a stranger who suddenly ran into his medicinal garden. It would be strange if he was acting friendly. Li Qie answered with a smile. "I came with Xueqi to turn in some jade blood bamboo stalks. I got bored so I was taking a look around." The old man relaxed after hearing this and smiled back at him. "Oh, so a friend of little Xueqi." Li Qie looked at the fiery soul grass in front of him and casually asked, "So Grandpa knows Brother Xueqi?" The old man replied, "Little Xueqi has okay talents for alchemy, but he is quite hard-working. It is a shame that I am too old and already have disciples as old as him. Otherwise, I might have taken him in as well." At this point, the old man looked at Li Qie and asked, "You are a human? That is quite a rare sight in the stone medicine world, let alone this county. Where are you from?" Li Qie kept on looking at the soul grass while answering, "I am only a vagrant cultivator traveling everywhere and coincidentally arrived in this region." The old man nodded approvingly and said, "It is good for young people to travel. Plus, your human race is very rare in this world, so if you travel a lot, maybe you will meet some noble ladies from the golem race. You should know that humans are very popular here, so you could become the son-in-law of some noble clan, making your status soar." The old man was very talkative. He could happily chat it up even though the two were strangers. Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. However, the old man was right. both male and female humans were very popular in this place, especially to the golem race since humans were the best mates for reproduction. Therefore, the old man bore no malicious intent when he said this. After all, this was not a bad proposal. Li Qie only smiled while shaking his head while saying, "This crimson wolf is about to die. If this continues on, I'm afraid it won't make it for 3 more months." The old man suddenly became unhappy and said with a serious expression, "Child, one can eat indiscriminately but cannot speak indiscriminately." He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate a crimson wolf soulgrass with 6 transformation that was on the verge of getting the 7th. Now, Li Qie's unlucky words naturally made him upset. Li Qie looked at the old man and said, "I am only speaking the truth. Crimson wolf is not a bad soulgrass. It's only a bit worse than a silkworm dragon soulgrass. It seems that you have spent a lot of effort taking care of it. If I am not mistaken, after its 6th transformation, it has been stuck like this for a long time. Recently, it was about to transform again but became stuck at this stage." Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing on. "You became impatient in the face of this stagnation and fed it more nutrients. My guess is that your fertilizer consisted of silver wolf's blood mixed with ash steel wood, holy ash radish, and some sacred wolf water." The old man was startled and took a deep breath after hearing Li Qie explain his process in such detail. "How did you know?" He was the only one who knew this matter and his fertilizer formula was a secret known only by him, yet Li Qie was able to state it so smoothly. Li Qie answered with a smile, "It's nothing, I can smell the blood so I knew you used silver wolf's blood, but this blood has to be mixed with ash steel wood and holy ash radish to take effect, and the sacred wolf water is there to increase the potency." Li Qie only smiled when he saw the old man be sent into a daze, then he looked back at the crimson wolf soulgrass and lightly said, "It seems that you have laboriously worked on this root so it is precious to you. One needs to truly put their heart into cultivating it in order to have good soulgrass, so I will give you a solution." Li Qie cleared his throat and said, "Your line of thought was not bad. This would normally work, but that would only be under regular circumstances. I see that the root of this grass is very pale. If I am not mistaken, you dug it out of a wetland, a place that buried many corpses. You moved it to this place and did a good job of caring for it, so why did it stop at 6 transformations?" Li Qie gently went on. "This is because your soil is not suitable. After many years, it finally reached the 7th transformation level, but now, it needs the land where it was born in order to powerfully soar to the next. However, you were impatient and couldn't wait any longer. Thus you chose to use your unique fertilizer formula. Your soulgrass was born in a land of extreme een, but your silver wolf's blood mix is of the fire affinity. The fertilizer not only failed to help grow the crimson wolf soulgrass to the 7th transformation, it also weakened its medicinal source. At such an important moment, you weakening its medicinal source was the same as taking its life." Having said all of this, Li Qie then glanced at the old man who was lost while listening to him. The old man stood there looking silly since he was completely blown away. Li Qie could tell his fertilizer and where he obtained the soulgrass with just a quick glance. This ability was too frightening and was indicative of a deep understanding of medicine cultivation. Even an old geezer like him was not a match. Li Qie could only smile while shaking his head when he saw the old man standing there in such a state and continued on. "You still have a chance to save it. Neutralize your fertilizer, then go back to where you found the grass. Dig out some soil and bring it here. Then place it around the soulgrass. Only then will you be able to save it." "Really?" The old man finally returned from his shock after slightly shivering. "Brother Li." At this time, Xueqi had finished turning in his stalks and was standing by the door while waving at Li Qie. Li Qie gave the old man one last look. He didn't say anything else before walking away. The old man was frozen and didn't hear Xueqi greeting him. Xueqi and Li Qie left the government hall. Along the way, Xueqi asked, "What were you talking about with the alchemy chief?" Li Qie looked at him and asked, "Alchemy chief?" Xueqi answered, "That old man earlier. Grandpa Bai is the alchemy chief of the stone-treading county, and also the best alchemist here. He had reached the alchemy master level a very long time ago. I also heard that he is about to become an alchemy grandmaster. An alchemist of this level staying at a small place like the stone-treading county was quite rare. He was worthy of having a higher position." "It was just some small talk," Li Qie said with a smile, but he then noticed Xueqi's uncontainable cheerful expression and asked, "It seems that something good happened to you? Wow, there is a human here at the stone-treading county." The crowd looked at Li Chia as if he was an exotic beast. This scene continued on during Li Chia's walk with many passers-by staring at him. Xueqi was quite embarrassed at being the center of attention of this many gazes, so he told Li Chia, "Brother Li, don't mind it, very few humans ever come here." Li Chia only chuckled in response. He had experienced numerous adventures, so such a matter was not worth his concern. He felt that this was very normal. This was the world of golems and demons, so humans were quite a rare sight. They were considered exotic creatures since rare things were considered precious. Meeting a human at this county was surely an uncommon opportunity. Xueqi led him to the county's government office. As the envoy and an alchemist, he still had some status in this place. They went all the way to the center of the hall since he wanted to meet the county lord to turn in the bamboo stalks. At the center, there were also many other envoys who were in a line, waiting to turn in the spirit medicines they had been cultivating. Xueqi was afraid that Li Chia would become impatient from waiting, so he spoke. "How about Brother Li take a walk around the government hall? I'm afraid it will be a while before I can finish turning in the medicines." Li Chia smiled and nodded his head as he began to walk around the office. Although the county was quite small in size, there were many cultivators in this humble office. Li Chia's stroll didn't last too long. He leisurely walked into a medicinal garden. Chapter 6:15. Aghast, the county lord said that I made a great contribution this time. After 2 more batches of jade blood bamboo like this, he will recommend me to the prefecture. Even if I can't become a student for an alchemist below the ancient pine demon monarch, I will still be able to join under someone else. Just focus on studying alchemy and forget everything else. Li Chia said with a smile. Those alchemists can't teach you anything. I will be here for some time and will teach you pill refinement. Try to learn as much as you can. If you want to go see a bigger world, then the prefecture government is not a bad choice. The giant bamboo country is a country worth staying at. Really? Xueqi was taken aback by this suggestion. Although he didn't know Li Chia's alchemy ranking, he understood that Li Chia's skill at pill refinement was incredible. Although they were apprentice and master since Li Chia taught him, there was no official title. Li Chia had never promised anything to Xueqi, but now Li Chia himself said that he would teach Xueqi pill refinement, so the situation had changed. Li Chia nonchalantly said, "Don't worry, I will teach you 1 or 2 arts for pill refinement. Even if you can't study all the different paths of alchemy, it would be enough for you to have a bright future at the giant bamboo country. The only requirement is that you have to work hard. I will not teach someone who wishes to reap without sowing." Xueqi was ecstatic and quickly bowed to say, "Thank you, Brother Li, no, thank you, Master, for teaching me alchemy." Li Chia stopped him and shook his head to say, "I am not a person who accepts disciples so easily. Today, I am teaching you pill refinement because of our fateful meeting. In the future, just call me brother and don't worry about formalities." Xueqi scratched his head and pondered for a moment before deciding to listen to Li Chia. "If Brother Li says so, then I'll do just that." They returned to Jade Blood Mountain, and Li Chia continued to teach Xueqi while cultivating. He had recovered completely and would have left if it wasn't for Xueqi's alchemy education. At this time, Li Chia sealed the room with the pentagate again as he sat in a meditative pose while channeling his merit law and surging life wheel. A pearl-like drop of longevity blood rolled on a jade plate while his true fate was up high, turning into different Tao foundations. The 13 palaces were roaring as he separated each of them. Some contained treasures, some were cultivating spirit medicines, and others were refining life treasures. Inside the Master Palace, the destiny stone he obtained from the divine dragon mountain back at the prime ominous grave was hovering in the sky. This stone was indeed amazing. It didn't need Li Chia's help since it could refine itself using the fire of life. This self-refining process allowed it to take the initial form of a huge seal. It was about to become a treasure seal. Li Chia didn't interfere with this true fate treasure auto-refining itself and allowed it to do as it pleased. Meanwhile, in the 13th palace, the stone egg took a spot all by itself. The truth was that Li Chia still hadn't really researched this stone egg he obtained from the heavenly corpse burial ground. In fact, this stone egg was unbearably arrogant. Even the destiny stone from the divine dragon mountain was not a match for it. It was not until Li Chia opened the 13th palace that the stone egg conceded the palace to the stone and took the 13th palace spot all by itself. Li Chia was helpless against this arrogant egg. This egg had considered the 13th palace as its home, and he couldn't chase it away even if he wanted to. HMZZ. Li Qia's true fate emitted a bright radiance as chapters of universal laws escaped from it. Another identical copy of his true fate appeared with rotating laws. One could see 3 souls inside. Death soul. This was the thing Li Qia wanted to cultivate from the death scripture taken from the prime ominous grave. As one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, it was extremely heaven-defying and terrifying. It had no techniques or merit laws and only allowed Li Qia to refine his body. This peerless scripture had 4 different types of cultivation arts: Death Soul, Death Chapter, Death Seal, and Death Record. The Death Soul was the first thing he chose to cultivate since it could be said that it was crucial to him. He had completely grasped the mysteries of the Death Scripture, so it was not difficult for him to create the Death Soul. The Death Soul, at the moment, was copying Li Qia's 3 souls inside his true fate. A person had 3 souls, and a cultivator's 3 souls were part of his true fate. After successfully creating a Death Soul, one could divide this into 3 sections, or 3 souls, then hide them away. With these 3 hidden Death Souls, as long as they were not destroyed, the person would be unkillable. Even if their body was destroyed along with their true fate, the Death Souls allowed for one to remain alive to rebuild a new true fate and body. This was an impossible thing for cultivators. One could rebuild a body, but it was the ultimate end if the true fate was destroyed as well. However, the Death Scripture was just that magical. As long as the Death Souls were still there was a chance for rebirth even if one's true fate was destroyed. Of course, this did not allow for eternal life since it only helped Li Qia become unkillable. Cultivators would live until their lifespan was used up. Not even the Death Souls could save them from this rule. It only saved cultivators from unexpected death, and not from the natural course of life. Now, Li Qia was thinking about where to hide his 3 Death Souls. It didn't matter where he hid them or if he sealed them in different items. As long as those items remained indestructible, then Li Qia would always have a chance of revival. He needed to ponder about the locations and the items. 3 appropriate places or items for him to seal his souls. He must also separate them and do it with the utmost secrecy. This would allow for him to live on until his lifespan runs out. Once this task was carried out, there would only be 2 ways for him to die. The first would be if someone managed to find his 3 Death Souls and destroyed all 3, and the second would be to wait until he died from old age. Thus, Li Qia was faced with an extremely crucial matter: to find appropriate locations and items to avoid death in the future. This was no easy task. Only Li Qia knew that, in the distant future, he would face a terrible situation beyond one's imagination. Before that day comes, he must guarantee that his Death Souls remain untraceable. Li Qia was especially cautious about this matter because he understood what he would face in the future. The 3 locations must be places of utmost secrecy. He continued to cultivate at Jade Blood Mountain while teaching Xueqi pill refinement. In the blink of an eye, 3 more months had passed. Today, an uninvited guest came to Jade Blood Mountain. Grandpa Bai. Xueqi was surprised to see this guest. In this remote area, an alchemy chief like Grandpa Bai was a big character, so his sudden arrival scared the soul out of Xueqi. He didn't expect to see Grandpa Bai personally walking here since, with just one order, there would be disciples running the errand for him. Grandpa Bai arrived and ignored Xueqi's astonishment. He grabbed Xueqi's hand and asked in a flurry, "Tell me quick, where is your friend?" Xueqi was scared out of his wits after seeing Grandpa Bai's tense expression, and thought that Li Qia had caused big trouble. He stuttered and asked, "Grandpa Bai, what did Brother Li do?" Grandpa Bai quickly answered, "Nothing. Take me to him, I need to consult with him." Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Li is inside." Xueqi found it quite odd. Consultation? Grandpa Bai was a famous chief in this area, so why would a big shot like him need to ask Brother Li questions? "Take me to see him." Grandpa Bai hurried into the house. It was more accurate to say that he was dragging Xueqi along instead of being led by him inside. Grandpa Bai was itching to get on with it. What's happening? Coincidentally, Li Qia stepped out the moment Grandpa Bai was dragging Xueqi inside and asked while slightly surprised, "Brother Li, Grandpa Bai wants to see you." Xueqi quickly responded, then ran forward and whispered in his ear, "Grandpa Bai is a good person, so if there is anything, you can tell Grandpa Bai." Xueqi was scared by Grandpa Bai's hasty appearance and thought that Li Qia had done something wrong. Grandpa Bai ignored Xueqi's whispering and bowed towards Li Qia. "Our last meeting was too abrupt and this old man had eyes but couldn't seem Thai. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Wang. May I know young noble's name?
Li Qie.
Li Qie looked at the old man and responded leisurely. Chapter 616. Bai Wang's recruitment. Sure, how couldn't help but be startled. Grandpa Bai was a great character in the stone-treading county. Even the county lord treated him with respect. He had been an envoy for a long time, and besides the ancient pine demon monarch, he had never seen Grandpa Bai treat someone with such politeness. Bai Wang looked at Li Qie and rubbed his palms together and asked, "May I ask where you are from and which sect you belong to?" "I'm only a vagrant cultivator with erratic travels," Li Qie calmly said. "If Grandpa Bai has anything in mind, please say it." Grandpa Bai quickly waved his hands in response. "Nothing, it's nothing like that at all. Young noble Li is too courteous. You can just call me Bai Wang. I can't handle being called Grandpa Bai by young noble Li." Sure how jumped out of his skin when he saw Bai Wang's attitude, and couldn't believe his own ears at such humility. Li Qie didn't want to waste time and directly said, "Say your piece." Bai Wang rubbed his hands again awkwardly and forced a smile to say, "It was thanks to young noble's guidance, or else all of my efforts would have been wasted." "Really, thank you. Your words woke me up from being lost. My crimson wolf grass would have been ruined. After receiving your pointers, I went to the wetland and put soil from there around the grass. Just like you said, the grass successfully transformed for the 7th time. I can't express my gratitude enough. Your great knowledge puts this old man to shame." Initially, after receiving Li Qie's pointers, Bai Wang was very doubtful. However, seeing the grass that was on the verge of death, he had no choice but to take a risk and use Li Qie's method. A miracle happened after he took some soil from the wetland and put it around the grass. Not long after, the grass life recovered, and in the following days, it successfully transformed. How could Bai Wang not be shocked? He understood immediately that he had met a wise master. With just a glance, Li Qie was able to analyze his unique fertilizer, and he even knew where he obtained the grass from. With a casual remark, Li Qie managed to not only save the grass, he also helped it transform successfully. Such familiarity with alchemy principles and cultivation meant that he was a wondrous alchemist, one that was far greater than Bai Wang. The alchemy Tao didn't only consist of pill refinement. Plant cultivation was another aspect. Bai Wang knew that he had met a great alchemy genius, so he quickly reacted and let go of all his business to run to Jade Blood Mountain to find Li Qie. Luckily for him, Li Qie still hadn't left. Li Qie only nodded his head at the influx of praises from Bai Wang and waited to hear more. Bai Wang cleared his throat and forced a smile again before speaking. "Young noble Li, there is one matter that might interest you." Li Qie looked at him and waited for him to say more. Bai Wang didn't dare to slow down after seeing Li Qie's waiting appearance and said, "Our Lord adores talent. Recently, Her Majesty started looking for talented young alchemists. I wonder if young noble is interested?" "Looking for alchemists?" Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he spoke. "To be an alchemist for giant bamboo? As long as young noble's alchemy skill is capable, maybe you will become the alchemy chief of the entire country." Bai Wang quickly added. Sure how was dumbstruck after hearing Bai Wang. Being the alchemy chief of an entire country was very amazing. It was a high-ranked position that allowed one to be an unreachable existence. Sure how never even dared to dream about it. So how could he not be stunned upon hearing Bai Wang's attempt at recruitment? Giant bamboo country. Li Qie murmured as a figure as gentle as water uncontrollably appeared in Li Qie's mind. Bai Wang quickly added, "Young noble Li, although our giant bamboo is not comparable to imperial lineages, we are a big country that has stood strong in the alchemy realm for millions of years. If you stay here, I'm sure your future will be golden." Li Qie's mind returned to the present. He laughed after hearing Bai Wang. He nodded his head and said, "The capital of the giant bamboo country is indeed a place worth remembering. I also want to go there once." He had thought about visiting the memorable giant bamboo's capital after arriving at the stone medicine world. After many years, his memories of the place were still there and caused him to become emotional. Bai Wang quickly answered, "I will go arrange for it immediately and recommend young noble to Her Highness." Li Qie only chuckled. He would go to the capital not for a promising future or to see the king, but for a simple sightseeing trip. If he really wanted to go, then even the heavily guarded capital wouldn't be able to stop his advance. Bai Wang assumed that Li Qie wanted to be the national alchemist chief, so he quickly said, "Could young noble try to refine one cauldron?" Li Qie looked at him and said, You want me to refine a batch right now? Bai Wang smiled awkwardly and said, this old man isn't implicating anything and trusts your abilities. However, I need to recommend you to the ancient Pine Demon Monarch, and my words alone are not enough. This needs to be verified by the monarch in order for it to go smoothly. Li Qie replied with a smile. I don't need to prove anything, this is no big deal to me. Bai Wang was a little helpless in the face of this and said, young noble Li, He knew that Li Qie was an amazing alchemist, but he needed proof if he was going to recommend Li Qie to the demon monarch. He wouldn't let such a rare young alchemist slip from him. Although this left him in a sticky situation, he was not angry or annoyed at all. As an alchemist, he knew that it was normal for a talented alchemist to be arrogant. This type of person was always popular everywhere. He responded, young noble Li, this old man trusts your skills 100%, but if I don't have anything as proof, then it would be very hard to recommend you to Her Majesty. Brother Li, this is a rare opportunity. Xueqi also calmed down and whispered to Li Qie. The ancient Pine Demon Monarch is one of the 18 monarchs of our giant bamboo and is held in high esteem in Her Majesty's eyes. With his recommendation, you will surely become a court alchemist. Li Qie only chuckled since he wasn't interested in becoming a court alchemist or anything else for that matter. He stared at Bai Wang, then back at Xueqi and smilingly said, I appreciate Grandpa's enthusiasm, and out of consideration for Xueqi, I will refine something once for you to see. But right now, I don't have suitable alchemy ingredients. Li Qie's proud attitude caused Xueqi's heart to thump, but to his bewilderment, Bai Wang was not angry at all. After hearing about his lack of ingredients, Bai Wang took a whole bunch out and said, I have some right here. I coincidentally obtained a batch of materials for a 5 transformations fate pill. All the things you need are here. Li Qie looked at the old man and said, it seems that you have come prepared. Bai Wang let out a wry laugh. He spent a lot of time before managing to gather enough ingredients for a 5 transformations fate pill. Today, he brought them here just to test Li Qie's abilities. Fate pills were the hardest to refine for alchemists, and a 5 transformations pill could show their ability. In order to refine a pill to this level, the pill would need 50% purity. This type of pill was meant for ancient saints. There needs to be sufficient 5 transformations ingredients that could turn into a fate pill successfully in order for it to be suitable for ancient saints. However, this was easier said than done. It was quite a challenge for the majority of alchemists. Because of this, a 5 transformations fate pill was a crossroads and challenge for alchemists. If successful, then one would be considered an alchemy grandmaster. If the quality was good, then maybe that person would qualify to be a profound alchemist. While Bai Wang took out all the ingredients, Li Qie also took out his myriad heavenly cauldron. At this time, the cauldron's shape had changed. Prior to this, it was a frog, but now, it appeared to be very ordinary looking. Back at the lost alchemy garden of the immortals in the rich field, the cauldron had undergone a transformation. It should have done so far in the past since it had devoured countless heavenly medicines and immortal grasses throughout the years. The even more incredible part was that it drank some myriad star water. It had been waiting for the right time, but it had never come. It wasn't until it stayed at the lost garden that it seized the chance. After the successful transformation, it turned back into a primal shape and appeared to be no different from an ordinary cauldron. The truth was that it was the #1 heavenly cauldron throughout the ages and was peerless. Its usage was not limited to refining pills, it could also defy the heavens by changing fate itself. A huge cauldron appeared before Xueqi and Bai Wang, much to their astonishment due to its ordinary looks. Bai Wang assumed that since Li Qie had great alchemy skills, he would have a good heavenly cauldron as well, but this huge cauldron was very ordinary. Bai Wang spoke at this time. We should leave for a bit. As an alchemist who had studied the Tao of alchemy for 1,000 years, he knew the rules of alchemists. Others should leave when an alchemist was about to refine medicine. No need. Li Qie shook his head and said, this will be a piece of cake. There is no need to leave. I'll be done in a second. Chapter 617. Ancient Pine Demon Monarch. Having heard this, both Bai Wang and Xueqi were stunned. Bai Wang felt that Li Qie was boasting too much. This was a 5 transformations fate pill. He himself would need to go all out with caution during the process. It was needless to say for Xueqi, such a pill was far beyond his reach. At this moment, there was no way he could refine such a pill. However, amidst their days, Li Chia pressed one hand onto the cauldron. Pop! The cauldron's flame appeared as Li Chia threw all the ingredients inside. Pa pa pa! The popping sounds as if someone was frying soybeans appeared. In just a second, a medicinal fragrance came about. Collect! At this moment, the cauldron opened as the flame disappeared. A 5 transformations fate pill was refined in an instant. Bai Wang was completely terrified while Xueqi was rendered speechless. Both of them stood there silly with their mouths wide open and were unable to calm down for a long time. Bai Wang's breath was taken away by this scene. He had become an alchemist for a long time but had never seen this style of pill refinement. How could it be possible for one to refine pills as easily as frying beans? He had never heard of something even remotely similar and couldn't see Li Chia's pill refinement method when he did it so quickly. Xueqi, on the other hand, couldn't gauge anything since he was less knowledgeable than Bai Wang, so he just stood there silly. Li Chia handed a box to Bai Wang and said, "Okay, here's the proof that you need. Take it." For Li Chia, this kind of proof for becoming the national alchemy chief were not worth thinking about. He only wanted to go take a look at the capital as well as do a favor by paving the way for Xueqi, allowing him to have a future position in the giant bamboo country. Bai Wang shook his body to calm down and opened the box to look at the 5 transformations fate pill. His scream quickly ensued. This is 70% purity. How can this be? His knees met the ground as he was scared out of his mind. Xueqi was similarly awestruck. Despite being a junior alchemist, he still understood the significance behind a 70% purity for a 5 transformations fate pill. It is only like that because I wasn't in the mood. If I was more serious, then 80% wouldn't have been a problem. Li Chia leisurely commented. Bai Wang suddenly felt the urge to kneel down and hit his head on the ground. 70% purity for a 5 transformations pill was enough to scare all alchemists to death. Not to mention the speed and ease that Li Chia had demonstrated, as if he was just frying beans. All the genius alchemists, alchemy saints, and legendary alchemists were not enough to reach the apex if this was the norm. The ingredients for this fate pill had only transformed 5 times, so their potency was limited. It was already considered great to be able to refine a pill with 50% purity, and only alchemy saints and legendary alchemists were able to reach 60%. But now, Li Chia easily refined one with 70%, so his skill should be around the peak of legendary alchemists. However, he nonchalantly stated that it was only because he wasn't in the mood, or else even 80% would be possible. Any alchemist would have a heart attack upon hearing this. If anyone else said this, Bai Wang would think that the person didn't know his own capabilities, but he was completely convinced at this moment. With his body kneeling on the ground, he would believe anything Li Chia said even if the words were even more outrageous. "Are you an alchemy emperor?" Bai Wang asked with a blank gaze. Li Chia only smiled and didn't answer. Xueqi joined Bai Wang on the ground by squatting straight down. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Alchemy Emperor was the highest title as well as the greatest achievement for an alchemist. Although an alchemy emperor was not as powerful as an immortal emperor, they were highly respected by all in the 9 worlds. An even more illustrious title was alchemy god. However, only one person across the eons was worthy of this title: the alchemy god himself. The stone-treading county was a tiny county in the refreshing prefecture, a sizable prefecture in the giant bamboo country. The ancient pine demon monarch was the overseer of this prefecture. He was one of the 18 demon monarchs beneath Madame Ziyan, the giant bamboo overlord. Just like his name, the monarch was a pine tree who succeeded in the Tao. Although he was not the strongest out of the 18, he was the oldest one among the group. As the ruler of a big prefecture, he was very busy, especially with the recent task of finding young alchemists for the Demon King. He had found some young alchemists but was not satisfied with them. Although their innate talents were okay, their current skills were simply too shallow. While the monarch was deep in work, Bai Wang from the stone-treading county tried to rush into his office despite being stopped outside. "Bai Wang, can't you wait a bit before reporting?" The monarch's brows furrowed after seeing Bai Wang's intrusion and said, "Wait until I'm done with work, then you can report what you have discovered." He was busy deciding between these young alchemists and was already in a foul mood, so Bai Wang's intrusion only made it worse. If it was anyone else, the monarch would have kicked them out already. However, Bai Wang was an experienced alchemist and was almost at the grandmaster level. In the future, he could join the court any time as an alchemist, so the monarch viewed him in high regard. "Demon monarch, Nothing is more important than this. Bai Wang stated, I will introduce an alchemist to you, a supreme and matchless alchemist. The monarch shook his head in response. From your stone-treading county? Outside of you, that county still has more alchemists? Although your disciples aren't bad, the matter this time is very important. Those disciples won't do. No, no. Demon Monarch misunderstood my intent. Bai Wang quickly replied, I am not recommending my own disciples. Moreover, my own skills are nothing before the young noble I am about to recommend. I'm not even worthy to hold his shoes. The ancient pine demon monarch was startled after hearing this. Although Bai Wang had yet to become a grandmaster, he was already a top alchemy master. His self-deprecating praise to this person caught the demon monarch by surprise. The monarch shook his head and said, Are you joking right now? In the contemporary times, if any young person was worthy of being called supreme and matchless, then they would be the 4 alchemy prodigies. No one in the younger generation is comparable to those 4. Bai Wang quickly said, No, demon monarch, the 4 alchemy prodigies are nothing compared to young noble Li. The monarch's expression became serious. While squinting his eyes, he deepened his tone. Bai Wang, you can't joke around like that. As the saying goes, one can eat indiscriminately but cannot speak indiscriminately. If others hear what you said just now, it would cause trouble for us. You should know how strong the backings of the 4 prodigies are. The 4 alchemy prodigies were renowned across the stone medicine world. Many people believe that if a new alchemy emperor were to appear, then it would be one of these 4 prodigies. Demon Monarch, I know just how much weight my words carried just now. Bai Wang also became serious and answered, But young noble Li, who I am recommending, is worthy for our giant bamboo to do everything to keep him here regardless of the price, which is why I spent all night running here. If we miss this chance, then we won't be able to recruit another peerless alchemy genius. After seeing Bai Wang's austere appearance, the monarch became more solemn as well. Tell me why this alchemy genius is so amazing. As the monarch, he knew that characters like Bai Wang were not the frivolous type and wouldn't joke around. Bai Wang carefully handed the 5 transformations fate pill that Li Qie concocted over to the monarch. After seeing this fate pill, the monarch stood straight up from his seat and exclaimed, 70% purity. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible for young noble Li. Bai Wang said in the most earnest manner. You would be stunned if you saw him refine pills in person. Having said that, Bai Wang described Li Qie's alchemy process. The monarch was shocked as he listened, standing there like a statue. After a while, the monarch fell to his seat, then looked up at Bai Wang and uttered, This can't be real. Bai Wang replied solemnly, This is 100% real. This old man guarantees this with my life. Here, his tone became more urgent. This is a once-in-10,000 years opportunity for the giant bamboo country. Her Majesty wants more talents, right? We need a young alchemist to join the alchemy conference, right? If young noble Li agrees to represent us, then we'll take first place for sure. The monarch calmed down and quickly asked, This young noble Li, where is he from and which sect does he belong to? He was very emotional at the moment. If such a young alchemist had such capabilities, then he would surely be the alchemy emperor in the future. Bai Wang answered, Young noble Li is a human, a vagrant cultivator that doesn't belong to any sect. The monarch couldn't help but ponder after hearing this answer. How could that be? As such a powerful alchemist, if he is not already an alchemy emperor, then he would be a legendary alchemist. It is one thing to be unknown, but not having any sect trying to recruit him? That is abnormal. The ancient pine demon monarch skepticism made a lot of sense. Alchemists have always been popular in the stone medicine world, and the high-ranking ones were always in demand and were invited by all the sections. Having heard this, both Bai Wang and Xueqi were stunned. Bai Wang felt that Li Qie was boasting too much. This was a 5 transformations fate pill. He himself would need to go all out with caution during the process. It was needless to say for Xueqi, such a pill was far beyond his reach. At this moment, there was no way he could refine such a pill. However, amidst their daze, Li Qie pressed one hand onto the cauldron. Pop! The cauldron's flame appeared as Li Qie threw all the ingredients inside. Pa pa pa! The popping sounds as if someone was frying soybeans appeared. In just a second, a medicinal fragrance came about. Collect! At this moment, the cauldron opened as the flame disappeared. A 5 transformations fate pill was refined in an instant. Bai Wang was completely terrified while Xueqi was rendered speechless. Both of them stood there silly with their mouths wide open and were unable to calm down for a long time. Bai Wang's breath was taken away by this scene. He had become an alchemist for a long time but had never seen this style of pill refinement. It could even be said that this was impossible. Chapter 6:18. Personally visiting the humble abode, alchemists were able to cultivate materials and craft fate pills, longevity medicines, physique pastes, and various ointments. In short, things that any sect would always need, and many of these items were always in short supply. Thus, one could imagine just how popular alchemists were. This was the case for the other worlds as well, since there were less alchemists in those places and their system had yet to be as flourished and developed. Because of this, the status of alchemists in the stone medicine world was much higher than that in the other worlds. Moreover, this world also produced more alchemy emperors. There are many strange things in this world. Regarding the monarch's worries, Bai Wang had such a conjecture. Extraordinary people have their own train of thought. Young noble Li's skill is enough to sweep over this world. Perhaps he considers power and fame to be useless since he can obtain whatever he wants already. With a swing of his hand, countless people would want to offer him gifts and treasures. Maybe because of this, he got tired of rowdy places. The demon monarch became worried from this. If this was the case, then what do we have to hold him down? If he has such abilities, then not mentioning the great powers, even imperial lineages would want him as well. The alchemy kingdom would also be tempted. We don't have any advantage compared to those monsters. Bai Wang became spirited when this issue was brought up. We can't guess how these extraordinary people think. Back in the county, there is an envoy named Xueqi. This kid is very honest and hardworking and has always wanted to become a powerful alchemist. I think young noble Li is staying here because he wants to teach this boy. I heard Xueqi say that young noble Li was teaching him pill refinement. Even if the young noble doesn't want to take him as a disciple, he is still training the boy. Bai Wang paused for a bit and continued. I have asked young noble Li before. He wants to take a trip to the capital once. We can just introduce him to Her Majesty at that time. Whether this endeavor is successful or not, it'll be up to Her Majesty. Very well. How can we let go of such a powerful alchemist? The demon monarch solemnly said. I'll personally go and pay my respects to him. Initially, Bai Wang wanted to recommend a young alchemist to Her Majesty, but he was astonished after seeing Li Qi's abilities. He knew that Li Qie had the qualifications to act arrogantly, and whether he would stay at the giant bamboo country to be an alchemist was dependent on his whims. Such a great alchemist would have sex scrambling for his attention, so Bai Wang became even more determined to persuade the demon monarch so that he would ask Her Majesty to recruit a supreme alchemist like Li Qie. Meanwhile, Li Qie continued his normal and relaxing life back at Jade Blood Mountain. He wanted to stay at the giant bamboo country for a while as well as to take a look at the capital and the palace. Under Li Qie's guidance, Xueqi mustered all of his effort into pill refinement. Although he was a simple fellow, he still knew that this was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. He wouldn't be able to find another such wise teacher once Li Qie leaves. As Li Qie repeatedly demonstrated the methods, Xueqi didn't dare to miss a single detail. Bai Wang returned the next day with a companion. Bai Wang and the ancient pine demon monarch both came to Jade Blood Mountain and noticed that the vegetation here along the mountains were full of life. The jade blood bamboo planted here happily swayed back and forth as if they had come to life. This was not strange at all. The ancient pine demon monarch was initially a pine tree, so he was very close with the flora. His arrival was naturally sensed by the vegetation on the mountain. Xueqi was frightened at the monarch's arrival. He had been an envoy for a long time but had only seen the monarch once. But now the monarch was actually here at Jade Blood Mountain. This was something Xueqi wouldn't have dreamt of before. You must be county envoy Xueqi? The monarch revealed a friendly smile to Xueqi. The monarch ruled an entire prefecture that consisted of countless envoys, so his personal greeting left Xueqi aghast. Xueqi eventually calmed down and quickly answered. My lord, that is me. The demon monarch didn't act condescendingly at all as he politely said. We are here to visit young noble Li. Xueqi didn't dare to waste time and quickly led the two of them to see Li Qie. Inside the room, Li Qie was still nonchalant after seeing a big shot like the demon monarch. To him, the monarch was not a big shot at all since he had seen too many true grand characters. Young noble Li's visit to the giant bamboo country is our honor. the monarch hastily said upon their meeting. The giant bamboo country is indeed a place worth remembering. Li Qie replied with a smile. The demon monarch placed an ancient box in front of Li Qie. This visit was in a hurry, so I couldn't prepare a big present. I have this little thing here and hope that young noble Li won't laugh. Li Qie looked at the box and didn't move at all. He simply nodded and said, I accept your goodwill, so I will accept this gift as well. The demon monarch heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qie accept the present. It would be quite a bad start if Li Qie were to reject the gift. The monarch was old and experienced, thus his dealings were meticulous and well thought out, as he said. County Envoy Xueqi had contributed a lot to the stone-treading county. He is dutiful and dedicated. I didn't bring too many things on this trip, but I do have a little gift for you. Xueqi was stunned as he accepted the gift from the monarch. He was only a small character, an ordinary envoy, so receiving a gift from the monarch was an impossible matter, something beyond his wildest dreams. The demon monarch went on to say, Our Majesty adores talents, and I heard that young noble Li intends to visit the capital once. How about we go to the capital together so I can take you to see Her Majesty? I wonder if this would be acceptable to you? The ancient pine demon monarch was a man of high position. How could he be so deferential to an ordinary young cultivator? His respectful attitude astonished Xueqi, but he slowly got used to it. He understood that Li Qie was an extremely amazing alchemist. Li Qie didn't refuse and nodded his head. Very well, we can go take a look at the capital. Xueqi will come with me. Prior to this, he intended to stay at Jade Blood Mountain for some time to teach Xueqi pill refinement, but now Li Qie had decided to take him to the capital. Xueqi was stunned since he had never been to the capital before. It was a long journey from the stone-treading county to the giant bamboo country's capital. How long would it take for someone with Xueqi's cultivation to get there? It was nearly impossible unless an expert decided to bring him along. That's good, that's good. Xueqi should go take a look at the capital for more experience and broadening his horizons. Bai Wang added. He could tell that Li Qie wanted to groom Xueqi. Li Qie nodded his head and said, Then it is decided. Xueqi couldn't contain his excitement since he never thought he would have an opportunity to visit the capital. This was one of his aspirations, to visit the heart of the giant bamboo country. After Li Qie made his decision, the demon monarch couldn't help but rub his hands together in hesitation. Young noble Li Qie raised his brows and said, Say what you want to say. The demon monarch wryly laughed and said, Recently, I have been collecting ingredients for a 6 transformations fate pill. I've been wanting to refine one to increase my cultivation, but I hadn't met the right alchemist. It is fate that we met today, so I wonder if you can refine a 6 transformations fate pill for me? He quickly added right after, As for the payment, young noble Li can just say it. 6 transformations pills were meant for heavenly sovereigns. The demon monarch had cultivated for several thousand years, but his cultivation had been stuck at this bottleneck and couldn't reach the world sovereign level. Li Qie glanced at him and asked, Is this a test? No, please don't misunderstand. The monarch quickly waved his hands in denial and said, If you don't want to, then just pretend like I never said anything. That was not my intention at all. It is just that I want the pill badly enough that I couldn't help but ask for your assistance. Whether the monarch's cautious and respectful attitude were for show or were actually from the bottom of his heart, it was still the same case. At this moment, he didn't want to annoy Li Qie, a supreme alchemist that the giant bamboo country could only wish for. Fine, it doesn't matter if it is a test or your desire for the pill. Li Qie said, Since you showed respect, I will refine one for free this time. Luckily for you, you only want a 6 transformations pill. I would have asked for a sky-high price for one with 7 transformations. A fate pill of that level would bring along a tribulation after all, so I wouldn't help just anyone. 6 transformations pills were for heavenly sovereigns, and 7 transformations pills were for heavenly kings. At the latter level, pill refinement would bring along quite a terrifying tribulation for the alchemist. Because of this, fate pills of 7 or more transformations had prohibitive pricing that only heavenly kings or virtuous paragons could afford. Chapter 619. Refining pills like frying beans. Thank you, young noble Li. I am very, very grateful. The monarch's mind came back as he quickly took out his ingredients. All of them had transformed 6 times. All of these were good materials whose medicinal spirits had aged for a long time. It was clear from a glance at the materials that the monarch did not hastily gather them as an excuse. He had indeed been gathering them for a long time for pill refinement. How do you want me to refine it? Li Chia looked at the materials then back at the monarch. The monarch was surprised, but he quickly answered, I am only a layman, so young noble Li can decide everything. Li Chia was very pleased with the monarch's attitude. He had always been a person who prefers soft over hard. He smiled and took out the myriad heavenly cauldron. Boom! The cauldron's flame erupted, but Li Chia was too lazy to take a look and casually threw all the ingredients inside. Even in the era of the alchemy god, very few people could compare to him regarding the Tao of alchemy. In this generation, Li Chia could personally refine pills, so after he got familiar with it, the whole process became a piece of cake to him. This type of fate pill refinement was no challenge unless it was an immortal pill. Crack! A sound that resembled beans being fried appeared as the flame that danced like a dragon and phoenix refined the materials inside. Although the monarch was not an alchemist, he was still thrown into a daze while watching the process. Bai Wang had previously told him how Li Chia refined pills, so the monarch was mentally prepared. However, seeing it with his own eyes still left him shaking and breathless. This was the second time Shi Hao and Bai Wang watched, but they were still astounded. Li Chia's style was very stimulating and impactful to watch for alchemists. They couldn't see his process with their current level, but it was the most beautiful scene in the world, at least, for alchemists. After a series of crackles, Li Chia shouted quietly and turned off the fire before taking out the pill. In the blink of an eye, a 6 transformations fate pill flew into a gourd. Li Chia threw the gourd towards the monarch and put away his cauldron, then he lightly said, Okay, take it. Li Chia's appearance didn't look like he had just refined pills at all. Refining high-level fate pills was a great challenge to alchemists. It was both tough and required full concentration. The monarch couldn't calm down as he asked blankly, It's done? Just like that. This was the fastest pill refinement speed he had ever seen. No one in the world could be faster than Li Chia. Li Chia drily answered this inquiry. This is only a 6 transformations fate pill, one without a tribulation, so how long could it possibly take? This is not an imperial pill or an immortal pill after all. Those would take some time. Others would think that Li Chia was insane for saying such things. Even an alchemy saint couldn't guarantee success for refining a 6 transformations pill in one go. If it was fast, then it would be 1 or 2 days. Slow would be 3 to 5 days. Who could do it like Li Chia? Refining pills like frying beans? But of course, this was normal for Li Chia. He had become proficient after refining pills back at the cleansing incense ancient sect. Moreover, back in the remote times of the desolate era, the age of the alchemy god, Li Chia himself had developed many guidelines. Half of the rules of modern alchemy were from the alchemy god, and the other half were from Li Chia. They were the standards that had been used for tens of millions of years. After reclaiming the canon left behind by the alchemy god, he had trained with the best alchemy Tao in this world. He had practiced many times back in the cleansing incense ancient sect, so his pill refinement had reached the zenith. For him, as long as he put more effort into it, it would not be a problem to reach the alchemy god's level in the past. In fact, he was the one who guided the alchemy god before he achieved his unparalleled success in the Tao of alchemy. At the moment, the only pills that could be considered a challenge to Li Chia were imperial pills, immortal pills, or incomparable items such as imperial medicines and era medicines. Common alchemy creations were nothing to him. At this moment, the three were at a complete loss for words and felt that Li Chia's answer was completely natural and without pretension. Eventually, the demon monarch calmed down and poured the pill out of the gourd to take a look. Pop! The monarch fell straight to the ground. His reaction shocked both Bai Wang and Shi Hao. Bai Wang helped him up then asked, Demon monarch, what is wrong? This. How is this possible? The monarch lost his calm and involuntarily screamed. This is 90% purity. His hand was shaking while holding on to this 6 transformations fate pill. Bai Wang's eyes were wide open as he looked at the fate pill in the monarch's hand. This was more than just excellent. It was a 90% pure pill with a near golden color. Pop! Bai Wang's legs gave out as he also dropped to the ground and muttered in a daze. No way! Near golden color with 90% purity for a 6 transformations pill. This color is only something the finest 9 transformations pills from the legend should have. Shi Hao also gasped as he watched this scene unfold. He was a junior alchemist, but he had heard of many legends before. Even a simple-minded fella like him realized how untouchable Li Qia's alchemy Dao was. It was no wonder why those two were so affected. A successful refinement was already amazing for a 6 transformations concoction. This meant that it had 60% purity. A bronze color was already of the finest grade. After all, the potency of ingredients that had only transformed 6 times was limited. As the saying goes, pills are never naked. For alchemists, especially the high-ranking ones, there were 2 standards for gauging the quality of fate pill: purity and color. More often than not, the 6 transformations pills refined by most alchemists might have 60% purity, but they would carry a slightly yellow color that resembled copper. These were already considered high grade. However, Li Qia was able to refine a 90% purity 6 transformations pill with a golden color, so how could others not be shocked? Even a legendary alchemist wouldn't be able to refine such a pill. This was absolutely impossible. Normally, only 9 transformations pills would have 90% purity. It was already heaven-defying for a 6 transformations pill to have 70% purity. Once again, pills are never naked, and only 9 transformations pills should have the near golden color. Despite all of this knowledge right here and now, this impossibility appeared on the 6 transformations pill, causing the group of 3 to lose their minds. If 6 transformations pills with a bronze color and 60% purity refined by other alchemists were considered high grade, then Li Qia's pill was of an immortal grade. Other pills were merely trash compared to this one. I'm not dreaming, right? The monarch was extremely excited as he held the pill with quivering hands. Such a fate pill wouldn't only increase his cultivation by 60%. This was more than enough to help him break through his bottleneck and directly become a heavenly king. The monarch was even a little reluctant to take such a supreme pill. It could be said that this pill was rare even across the eons and was definitely worth keeping as a precious collectible. You are not dreaming, Li Qia slowly said. You collected only the good stuff. Not only did all the materials transform 6 times, they aged well and had enough medicinal strength. If your materials were a bit worse, then it would have only been at 80% purity. It seems that you have spent a lot of effort collecting them. The monarch composed himself and deeply bowed before speaking with extreme gratitude. The pill you are granting me is akin to a chance at a new life. This little demon has nothing to repay this debt. In the future, just say a single word and this little demon will not say no. The monarch's gesture was not just for show. At his age, he had no chance of reaching the heavenly king realm, so Li Qia's pill had completely changed the monarch's fate. Although sovereigns and kings were only one realm apart, there was a huge gap between the two. More importantly, even if Li Qia was not an alchemy emperor at the moment, he would become one in the future. Although an alchemy emperor did not lord over the world like an immortal emperor, they were still a high and above existence beseeched for favors by countless virtuous paragons. It would be an honor to be of service to an alchemy emperor. Regardless of the alchemy emperor's cultivation, there would be times when virtuous paragons or even immortal emperors asked them for help. Ancient Pine was only a demon monarch, so he knew he was extremely lucky to be in Li Qia's presence. Li Qia leisurely accepted the Ancient Pine demon monarch's bow and nodded his head to say, "Stand up, get ready to depart for the capital." Ancient Pine and Bai Wang voiced their agreement, then went and waited outside. After they left, Li Qia pushed the box Ancient Pine had given him in front of Xueqi and said, "You take it." But Xueqi was hesitant and didn't dare to accept it. No matter what was inside the box, the monarch's solemn expression earlier showed that it had to be a wonderful item. Chapter 620. Giant Bamboo Country. Of course, for Li Qia, who had seen countless treasures, no matter what Ancient Pine's gift was, it wouldn't enter his sight. Li Qia said, "Take it, maybe you will have a use for it." Xueqi calmed down. He obediently listened to Li Qia and accepted the box. Li Qia added, "Take whatever you can with you. Perhaps you will stay there from now on after this trip. As long as you work hard, the Giant Bamboo Country will not mistreat you." Xueqi respectfully replied, "I will remember Brother Li's words." He engraved these words into his heart. Outside of those close to him, Li Qia wouldn't easily pass down merit laws or his alchemy Dao to just anyone. His decision to teach Xueqi was not only because he held high regards for Xueqi, he also wanted to train him out of love for the Giant Bamboo Country so that it could have an alchemist with high potential later on. Xueqi went to gather his luggage. He was a bit unwilling at first, but in the end, He made up his mind and decided to go with Xueqi to the capital. He was still young and couldn't contain his excitement. The group followed the monarch to the capital. Ancient Pine was very attentive and acted respectfully as if he was a servant. This was quite a fascinating scene since the monarch was one of the 18 demon monarchs of the giant bamboo country. A great character who presided over an entire domain. But now, he was someone else's servant. This was quite difficult to believe. However, the monarch was clear on the fact that he was allowed to attend to Xueqi because Xueqi liked him. Otherwise, he would not even be qualified to act as his attendant. Meanwhile, Baiweng played second fiddle to the monarch and took care of the menial tasks. The giant bamboo country's capital was a big and extremely prosperous city where demons and golems gathered. The moment one set foot inside, they would see a gigantic tree growing from the depths of the imperial palace. A tree that towered all the way up into the clouds and covered half of the sky. The capital was enveloped by the shadow of this bamboo tree, creating quite a scenic picture. The lushful green shade of the tree would amaze any new visitor to the city. The name of the country came from this huge bamboo tree. Rumor has it that the country would remain strong for as long as the tree continued to live. Some people believe that the tree was also a lot older than the giant bamboo country. No one in present times could state the origin of this tree, and there were very few writings about it even in the imperial palace. Another legend dictated that this was the divine guardian of the country, that the tree itself was an invincible god that had always protected the country. This was the reason why this country continued to exist for millions of years. Despite this speculation, no one had ever seen the divine guardian take action before. For the past millions of years, the country enjoyed peace free of large-scale wars since no one ever attacked its capital. It was a haven for demons. Although there were many golems here as well, it was still dominated by the demon race. However, the progenitor of the country was neither golem nor demon. Those who didn't know about this particular piece of history would be shocked after learning this fact. The old tales stated that the progenitor was the most amazing goddess or marvelous immortal fairy. It didn't matter whether she was a deity or an immortal, the progenitor was extremely powerful during that era. Although the written records about the progenitor were scarce, it was a huge event in the entire 9 worlds when she founded the giant bamboo country. At its inception, countless sects and tribes from all over the 9 worlds came to celebrate the occasion, including the monstrous existences in the stone medicine world like the Alchemy Kingdom and the Zhenlong clan. The most popular rumor was that even the immortal emperor of that generation personally came. Future generations were very skeptical of this matter. They felt that these records belonging to the bamboo country could have been embellished to flatter itself. However, this was not only limited to the country's records. Even the Alchemy Kingdom had the same tales in their historical annals. These few words were shocking enough. All the races and god kings and even an immortal emperor from all over the worlds came to visit. The writings about the progenitor herself were very scarce as well. Some wrote that she was an immortal while others believed that she was a goddess. Her origin and background remained a mystery and was without any records. What kind of existence was worthy of such respect that all the great existences over the 9 worlds came to celebrate? There were some debates regarding the personal arrival of an immortal emperor. This was written in the giant bamboo's records, but other lineages believed that the emperor only sent his congratulations and did not personally attend. Nevertheless, it was clear that even an immortal emperor was alerted of the founding of the giant bamboo country. Such a history was heavily debated in the giant bamboo country, and even throughout the alchemy realm. All were confused by why the giant bamboo progenitor establishing her own country was such a big deal. Despite the commotion of its founding, the country had never been powerful enough in the past millions of years to compare to any imperial lineage. In fact, it didn't even belong in the top rankings for great powers, but it had always been at peace. Even until now, no great powers or imperial lineages had dared to attack the giant bamboo country. This always peaceful country followed the system where its royal lord position would be passed down to the most capable person. Thus, despite not being a strong country, it was heaven for those desiring a mundane life, especially for ordinary mortals. Xueqi and his group entered the capital. The 4 of them harbored different emotions and thoughts. Hao, the youngest of the group, was especially excited for his first visiting the capital. He looked around like a country bumpkin visiting a city for the first time and was especially shaken to see the huge bamboo tree that pierced into the clouds. Of course, the boy was ecstatic since his dream was to visit the capital. Today it had been fulfilled, so how could he not be overwhelmed with joy? As for Xueqi, complex emotions ran rampant as he looked at the huge bamboo tree up in the clouds and the capital below. After so many years, the giant bamboo country was still here. The bamboo tree was still here, but his old acquaintances were gone. After Yenner left, Li Qie still visited the giant bamboo country very often. However, in future generations, every time he came to the stone medicine world, he only stayed outside to look at this old city from afar as well as its vast scenery instead of entering the capital. To Li Qie, this was a place that contained many memories that would evoke sadness upon remembrance. In this life, Li Qie had finally stepped inside the capital. Although the people living here were no longer the same, Li Qie still wanted to see this country established by Yenner, as well as visit a few places from so many years ago. Since Li Qie was silent, Bai Wang and Ancient Pine next to him especially didn't dare to speak. Only the young Xueqi was excited and found interest in everything within his gaze. It was already nighttime when they reached the capital. Ancient Pine had his own mansion in the capital, so he invited Li Qie to his place, saying, "Young noble, you must be tired from the long trip. It is now dark, so how about you stay here and rest?" Li Qie wanted to stay at the capital for a while. Thus he was not in a hurry and nodded his agreement. After arranging a place for Li Qie as well as telling the servants to treat him with the utmost care, Ancient Pine quickly entered the imperial palace to seek an audience with the Demon King. "Demon Monarch, what matter requires that you need to see me at night?" Madame Ziyan curiously asked after the monarch asked to see her at this time of day. Ancient Pine quickly said, "Your Majesty, I want to introduce to you an alchemist. You must get him to stay." In addition to being very humble and open-minded, Madame Ziyan was a wise king and always searched for talents. After hearing this, she shook her head and said, "Elder Pine, recently, all the monarchs have been recommending me alchemists. A few of them aren't bad, but you don't need to be so hasty like this." "No, Your Majesty, young noble Li is peerless. Those other alchemists can't compare to him. I wouldn't be in such a hurry if it was an ordinary alchemist." Ancient Pine quickly added, "It is more apt to say that we need to beseech such a supreme alchemist like young noble Li." Madame Ziyan was quite surprised and asked, "He is that great? How does he compare to the 4 alchemy prodigies?" "Those 4 are nothing compared to young noble Li." Ancient Pine quickly answered, "The future alchemy emperor will be young noble Li for sure." "Elder Pine, you have to consider carefully before saying such words." Madame Ziyan was stunned and had to speak in a serious tone. All 18 demon monarchs were experienced and were not the impetuous type. However, Ancient Pine's words just now were very grave, so Madame Ziyan had no choice but to act with discretion. Of course, for Li Qie, who had seen countless treasures, no matter what Ancient Pine's gift was, it wouldn't enter his sight. Li Qie said, "Take it, maybe you will have a use for it." Xueqi calmed down. He obediently listened to Li Qie and accepted the box. Li Qie added, "Take whatever you can with you. Perhaps you will stay there from now on after this trip. As long as you work hard, the giant bamboo country will not mistreat you." Xueqi respectfully replied, "I will remember Brother Li's words." He engraved these words into his heart. Outside of those close to him, Li Qie wouldn't easily pass down merit laws or his alchemy Dao to just anyone. His decision to teach Xueqi was not only because he held high regards for Xueqi, he also wanted to train him out of love for the giant bamboo country so that it could have an alchemist with high potential later on. Chapter 621. Recruiting Talents, I am absolutely certain. Here, this is a pill refined by young noble Li where I watched the process with my own eyes. Please have look, Your Majesty. The demon monarch hurriedly handed a pill over. Madame Ziyan's expression greatly changed as she got up from her throne after seeing the 6 transformations pill. She cried out, "Impossible! This fate pill is real." The Demon King's reaction was within his expectations. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. Madame Ziyan exclaimed with a pale countenance, 90% purity, golden color. This is the most amazing and peerless 6 transformations pill. The one and only of this generation. Ancient Pine spoke, this situation should only occur in 9 transformations pills, but young noble Li was able to do so for a 6 transformations pill. It is not an exaggeration to say that no one in the contemporary times can match him. After a long while, Madame Ziyan took a deep breath and slowly sat down, then she skeptically asked, "Did young noble Li really refine this pill?" Ancient Pine immediately replied, I am 100% certain. I swear with the life of my entire family. Your Majesty, this is young noble Li holding our giant bamboo country in high esteem. Then, the monarch retold Li Qia's Dan refinement process. Even a demon king like her couldn't help but gasp after hearing the monarch's story. After some time, she solemnly said, "This is completely unbelievable. If this is true, then isn't he comparable to an alchemy emperor?" Ancient Pine responded, "Even if he isn't one right now, he will definitely become an alchemy emperor in the future. The four prodigies can't compare to him. If our giant bamboo country can keep a talent like this, then we'll rise sharply in the future." Madame Ziyan remained quiet. As a demon king and the ruler of a country, she understood the significance behind an alchemy emperor. If they had one in the future, then guests would come non-stop with an endless supply of people asking for medicines. Virtuous paragons and god kings would gladly stay in the giant bamboo country. If this became reality, then the giant bamboo country would be prosperous just like the golden age of their founding. A supreme alchemy emperor could change one's fate and prevent death. Even if they couldn't reign over the 9 worlds like immortal emperors, their prominence remained strong. Madame Ziyan calmed down and asked with a serious tone, "What is the background of this young noble Li?" Ancient Pine answered, "Young noble Li is a human, a vagrant cultivator that doesn't belong to any sect." "How could that be?" Madame Ziyan pondered for a bit before stating, "All 4 alchemy prodigies are from famous heritages. If young noble Li is this amazing, then he shouldn't be so unknown." Her skepticism was not without merit. Alchemists had a higher status in the stone medicine world than any other world, and a peerless alchemist was even more valued. All the imperial lineages would compete for them. Ancient Pine quickly brought up by Wang's point of view, "We can't speculate the thoughts of extraordinary people. In my opinion, young noble Li doesn't care for fame since he could easily gain prestige, power, and treasures whenever he wants. But why would such a supreme alchemist stay at our country?" Madame Ziyan asked with doubt. Ancient Pine told her Xueqi's situation. "I think young noble Li has some sentiment for the giant bamboo country. He is also training a disciple who is currently an envoy of ours." Madame Ziyan contemplated again before eventually saying, "It would be best if such a supreme alchemist could stay at our giant bamboo country. This is an opportunity granted by the heavens. However, we need to discuss this further and see if we can find out more about his background." "Your Majesty's worries make sense," Ancient Pine said, "but we might miss this once-in-lifetime opportunity." "I understand." Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "Keep young noble Li here for now. The ancestors and I will discuss this. We need to draw a bottom line if he wishes to stay. As long as we don't have to cross that line, then we'll do all we can to keep him here. I will send people to investigate his background." "Your Majesty's decision can't be any better," Ancient Pine praised. "It is best if your Majesty made a decision now and discussed further details later. I will try my best to hold him back, but don't expect more than 3 days. If we cause him to feel unpleasant, then everything will go down the drain." Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "Elder Pine can worry about treating him well. If the ancestors give permission, I will go see him tomorrow." Ancient Pine agreed and was about to leave before Madame Ziyan spoke once more. "Regarding the alchemy conference, you and the other monarchs can discuss it a bit. Try to delay picking the second participant for now. We can decide on the Qing clan right now, but give the decision on the Lai clan more time." "Your Majesty wants to use the boy from the Lai clan as a participant for the conference?" Ancient Pine was taken by surprise. "The boy's skill is much worse than the Qing boy." "I'm still thinking about it." Madame Ziyan shook her head and said, "We don't have a better option. Although the Lai clan's inheritor has flaws regarding his alchemy Dao, we don't have many who are better than him. More importantly, the Lai clan has a fire source, so they will always have a good heavenly cauldron. If the Lai boy joins, then he will surely bring his family's heirloom, giving him a great advantage." At this point, she paused a bit before continuing. "What's more, the Qing clan still strongly recommends the Lai clan's inheritor as the second candidate. Although the 2 clans are related, I suppose the Lai boy's conditions are not that bad. The Eagle Demon Monarch had pushed for this several times already." Ancient Pine could only sigh. Although the country was always peaceful, there was no lack of internal political maneuvering. He replied, "If young noble Li stays and participates in the conference, then we can relax and won't need the Qing clan. The Qing boy is far worse than the four prodigies, but the four are nothing compared to young noble Li. Madame Ziyan slightly nodded in agreement. It would be best if young noble Li agreed to stay and represented us. However, the important part is whether we can accept his conditions or not. Both Ancient Pine and Madame Ziyan believed that a promising alchemist would have astonishing conditions required for them to stay at the giant bamboo country. If one couldn't afford to pay the price, how could they hold on to a supreme alchemist? Ancient Pine remained silent. The giant bamboo country was not comparable to an imperial lineage, so if Li Qia's conditions were too high, then they wouldn't be able to accept them. At this point Madame Ziyan said, "Elder Pine, you can return now, and treat young noble Li well. I will report this to the ancestors and see their decision." A demon king like her couldn't decide such a grand matter alone. Ancient Pine bowed his head and left the imperial palace. While all of this was taking place, Li Qia was currently staying at the mansion with many servants at his beck and call. Under the command of Ancient Pine, none of the servants dared to slack off, treating Li Qia as their most esteemed guest. After washing his face, he dismissed all the servants. All alone in the room, he absorbed the worldly energy and began to activate his merit law. He was cultivating a law from the death scripture. With the channeling of the law, a white flower floated inside his sea of memories. The sea had 18 petals that had just finished being refined. However, the petals were bleak as if they were made from paper. This white flower was the death record, one of the 4 techniques in the scripture. After successfully creating the death record, each time the user died, one of the flower petals would be activated. At the same time, a huge seal floated inside his body. This seal was formed from extremely complex laws. It was the death seal, another of the 4 techniques. When this seal is completed, if the body suffered any injury, then this seal would carve a supreme law that redirected all the damage to the seal instead. Then it would transform this injury into an energy of death. As for the last of the 4 techniques, the death chapter, Li Qia couldn't finish it at this time because it required a huge amount of death energy. After a lot of hard work, the death seal and death record had been completed. Li Qia then heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. He left the room to gaze at the tranquil night sky with luminous stars. Being at the capital of the giant bamboo country made his mind quite heavy with thoughts. On this quiet and solitudinous night, Li Qia couldn't help but think of a certain person, a person who had followed him by his side as his friend. He eventually calmed his sentimental mood and wanted to go to a certain location. Many years had passed and he wondered if it was still there. Without much further thought, he flew there to take a look. In the outskirts of the capital, there was a very small village to the eastern mountain range. This village was very inconspicuous and was under the giant bamboo country's jurisdiction. There were only around 10 families in the village. A few dozen people. It was very ordinary looking and there was a big old house at the end of the village. This old house had lost its splendor, but the architectural style indicated that it was once quite majestic. It was indeed surprising to see such an ancient house in this little village. Chapter 622. Most arrogant throughout the eons, this house was the property of the giant bamboo country. So although no one was staying here, the country maintained this house carefully so that it remained intact. It was the dead of the night, so all the villagers were sleeping. There were only 1 or 2 flickering lights. In the dark, Li Qia stood before the old house at the end of town that had lasted for millions of years with his emotions running rampant. It was still here. He looked at it and past images resurfaced in his heart. The events of old still lingered in his mind as he stepped inside. After tens of millions of years, Li Qia finally came back as if it was just yesterday. Some things were hard to forget. Li Qia had assumed that with the passage of time, he wouldn't be able to remember, but everything was still the same. In this house, he walked from corner to corner. There were no changes inside compared to what he remembered. The scene remained the same, but the people were no longer there. He lit up all the lamps around the house and laid down in the tallest chair in the hall. He slowly closed his eyes and became lost in the past. In the present times, how many people knew that back in the old era, countless strategies that affected the entire 9 worlds came from this ordinary old house? How many knew that in the old era, countless orders that were obeyed by the rest of the world came from this house? How many knew that in that old era, numerous virtuous paragons and god kings stood in this very room, awaiting their next order? Although this was an ordinary house, back in that time, even invincible god kings had to wait by the door for permission before entering. Li Qie gently sighed with his eyes closed. That year, Yenna was only a little girl with a humble origin, but her personality was quite commendable, so Li Qie decided to train her. After being immersed in the past for a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside the door with a serious glare. A shadow flickered right outside. Someone was entering. A woman. Her beauty was quite alluring, shaming even the flowers and the moon. An elegant and noble air emanated from her body. With a single glance, it was clear that she held great authority. The woman was stunned to see Li Qie relaxing in the main hall, but very quickly, she regained her leisurely elegance and slowly walked inside and sat down next to a table. Li Qie only gave her a glance before closing his eyes again as if nothing had happened. After sitting down, she took a look at Li Qie, immediately recognizing him as a human. A body of flesh and blood without visible blood energy or cultivation. Only a human could have these characteristics. She carefully gauged him once more. As someone who had weathered countless storms and met many great characters, she still hadn't met anyone as arrogant as Li Qie. He sat in his high chair, not putting anyone in his sight. He was too lazy to even care for the heaven and earth with his supercilious demeanor. However, on this second attempt at judging this arrogant young man full of hubris despite his ordinary appearance, an indescribable temperament could be found. The woman noticed that the little man sitting on his throne didn't emit a terrifying aura, but he had a monstrous blood energy. His leisured pose as he rested with his eyes closed was as calm as the water in a well. This little man before her seemed to be sitting above the 9 heavens as the lord of myriad worlds. Even a god-king would need to stand aside with their head hung low. This little man, at first, seemed to appear conceited, but a closer look would reveal that he had an unrivaled style that encompassed the 9 worlds. At this moment, when he closed his eyes to rest, he gave off the feeling that the world would be dark when his eyes were closed, and the world would be bright when his eyes were open. After observing this little man for a while, the woman secretly chuckled and shook her head. How could that be? How could this young man be above the 9 heavens and order the 9 worlds? She also found the whole thing to be quite strange. This place was quite remote and only had mortals around, so why did this young man come to this old building? His relaxed appearance would hint that this was his own home, and he didn't look like a homeless beggar either. After a long silence, the woman finally broke the serene scene. Do you know where this place is? Li Qie opened his eyes and answered with a question. Where is this place? You tell me. The woman smiled in response. I want to hear your opinion. Her voice was very pleasant. It was clear with a touch of gentleness. Li Qie laughed, then closed his eyes again before answering while laying down. This is the place where one orders the 9 worlds, controls the gods, and reigns over myriad realms. The world trembled before any order from this place, and myriad races obeyed every single word. Although this place is small and crowded, it is the frontier of the 9 worlds, the aspiration of all the races and sects, even though they didn't dare to disturb this quiet place. The woman couldn't help but feel like laughing, but she didn't laugh. She looked at the little man ahead and felt that he was too immersed in his own play. How he thought that he was the ruler of this world. Nevertheless, she did find it odd the way he nonchalantly uttered each word. They didn't resemble the words of a boastful liar at all. But that is not the case in my knowledge. The woman spoke. As far as I know, this is the place where the giant bamboo progenitor used to meditate. Rumor has it that whenever the progenitor needed to think about something, she would come here and come up with a solution. That was indeed the case as well. Li Qie said with a smile. But this place was also the commanding throne of this world, a location admired by countless races. Really? The woman jokingly replied after seeing Li Qie's serious demeanor. If this was the location that commanded the world, who are you to sit in such a high and mighty seat? Are you the king of gods? Or maybe the immortal emperor of a generation? Li Qie only smiled to see the woman's doubtful appearance. Of course, it was already good enough that she didn't consider him as someone insane, so he also laughed at her joke before answering seriously. No, what is so good about being the king of gods or an immortal emperor? That would be very boring. Since time immemorial, there have been many immortal emperors, so there is nothing new about being one. It would be very meaningless. The woman was speechless after hearing this response. This was the most arrogant thing she had ever heard in her life. Who were immortal emperors? They were invincible existences that ruled the 9 worlds and all its inhabitants. For millions and millions of years, countless geniuses, both old and young, aspired and dreamed of the day where they could shoulder the heavens' will and become an emperor. Yet this young man said that it was very boring being an immortal emperor. Anyone would think that he was crazy upon hearing this. However, the woman was an open-minded person on top of having great knowledge, so after hearing his reply, she didn't laugh at Li Qie but found it rather interesting instead, so she asked with a smile. If it is boring to be an immortal emperor, then who do you want to be? Or rather, what position do you find interesting? The dark hand behind the curtains. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after noticing her interest and continued. The person behind the countless eras, the one who controls the scenes for millions of years, manipulating the direction of the 9 worlds. Now that is interesting. The dark hand behind the curtains? The one who controls the scenes and manipulates the direction of the 9 worlds? The woman jolted after hearing his answer, repeating his words while in a daze. This kind of thinking was quite surprising and interesting. To be the person behind the curtains instead of an immortal emperor. The woman calmed down and began to playfully joke with the little man. Then would even god kings have to serve this person behind the curtains? Li Qie couldn't help but take another look at this patient woman playing along with him. God kings? They are nothing. If I was the person behind the curtains, then even immortal emperors would come from my tutelage. Training 1 or 2 immortal emperors would be very ordinary. The woman was at a loss for words once again since this one phrase was more outrageous than the previous. Throughout history, who would dare to utter such arrogant words? Teaching 1 or 2 immortal emperors. The woman felt that one couldn't surpass the haughty attitude embedded in such a phrase. However, how could she know that Li Qie was simply telling the truth? For tens of millions of years, Li Qie had been the dark crow behind the curtains. How could anyone know of his past deeds unless they were his followers? The woman broke into a smile and said, so to say, anyone who could sit in this room would all be unbeatable god kings, peerless true gods, or immortal emperors? She didn't sneer at him since she found his ideas to be very interesting. No one would dare to say what he had said. In fact, in her eyes, she felt that although there were many geniuses right now in the stone medicine world, no youth would dare to declare such bombastic rhetoric, outside of the young man in front of her. Chapter 623. The past is gone with the wind. Li Qie glanced at her again and nodded his head, saying, you can put it that way. Unfortunately, you weren't born in that era so you couldn't see it with your own eyes. She couldn't help but play along when the young man answered in such a serious manner. What kind of era was it? Li Qie looked at her and smiled. He was taking a journey back in time. After a while he slowly spoke. That era was the calm after an endless war, the peace that was earned after bathing the 9 worlds in blood. During that era when I closed my eyes, the world lost its colors. When I opened my eyes, I gave the radiance back to the realms. In that era, the world was radiant when I was happy, and myriad races trembled beneath my rage. Even the most unbeatable mythical races and invincible existences that could sweep through the realms retreated before my presence. No matter who they might be, if they chose to oppose me, then either stand out and let me massacre them or slumber forever with their tails tucked between their legs. After this prose, Li Qie opened his eyes as a cold glare flashed across his pupils. The woman sitting by the table saw a stunning illusion the moment she caught this glare flashing from his eyes. It was as if she was seeing an overlord sitting above the 9 heavens, unbeatable across the ages. Behind him was a sea of blood filling the sky with endless wailing as millions of enemies were completely massacred by him. He reigned over that era and suppressed all existences that blocked his path, no matter who they were. At that moment, he was determined to accomplish his goal even if it meant killing the rest of the world. After a while, Li Qie couldn't help but rest his eyes again and let out a soft sigh. Recalling that era left him inadvertently fatigued. The woman felt a distortion in time, prompting her to blurt out. Why was there such an air of murder and hostility? Didn't all the races live together in peace? She felt as if this young man had truly bathed the world in blood before. Li Qie slowly opened his eyes again to look at the woman. For millions of years, there was one race that would not give up and would always raise its head once more. Then there were those fools and lineages who thought that a few existences would be able to restructure the order of the 9 worlds. There is nothing left to say to these ignorant fools. Only with a bloodbath would we be able to make them understand that we are the rulers of this world. The woman couldn't help but force a smile after hearing Li Qie's answer. She didn't know whether this matter was accurate or not, but she was infected by his atmosphere, causing her to join the play as well. She accepted her role after calming down and looked at the young man ahead before jokingly asking, if you said that god kings were here awaiting their orders, then what is me sitting here considered? Li Chia gazed at her and smiled. Do you really want a position right here? At this point, he looked outside with a carefree demeanor. The woman was not in a rush and waited for Li Chia to continue. After a while, Li Chia withdrew his gaze and glanced at her once more. In the past, I had a divine beast that pulled my chariot. If you want a position, then you can be my driver. The woman was secretly unhappy. Although she was not supreme by any means, she had a great status, so now when the young man asked her to be a driver, it was the same as humiliating her. Li Chia didn't mind her and continued on. I like having a female driver. Women are careful and good at controlling speed, so the rides are always very comfortable. I had many female drivers before, and I felt that they had done a very commendable job. With great annoyance, she wanted to dispute him, but she rethought it instead and all her anger suddenly disappeared. Why the need to argue with him? This young man was only too immersed in his dramatic play. I can't handle such a position. Finally, the woman said with a touch of displeasure. Others would surely consider Li Chia insane, but this woman had a great temper and tolerance, so she didn't mind the minor details. Li Chia noticed her expression and smilingly asked, You feel that being a driver is an affront to you? Li Chia continued on slowly, Being my driver is an honor. Those who can stay by my side are all loyal subjects. In this world, what is so great about virtuous paragons? People who are capable of creating their countries or being deified. I could send out any of my followers, even a driver, and they would be enough to suppress a god monarch. Okay, I know you sit above the 9 heavens and govern the 9 worlds, but I really don't fit such an amazing position. The woman snappily replied. Li Chia looked at her and only chuckled without saying anything else. He stood up and couldn't help but look around the room, sighing with a complicated heart. However, this trip to this old house had made him feel better. Eventually, he was getting ready to leave. The woman couldn't help but ask, You are leaving? Li Chia didn't turn around and disappeared into the night. The woman was stunned for a while. The young man's words were too outrageous, so outrageous that others would label him as insane. She herself thought that he was too deep in his own delusions. However, the expression that he showed as he left didn't resemble an actor or a deranged maniac. This young man was a person with a story. The woman sat there contemplating the events that had just transpired. During the late night, a young man suddenly appeared and treated this house like his own home. Then he continued on to spew out some crazy spiel. After a long time, she regained her composure and shook her head with a smile to dispel all unnecessary thoughts. Tonight, she came to this house to sort out her worries. This had been her habit whenever she faced trouble and needed some time for quiet contemplation. Li Chia left the house but didn't go back to the capital right away. Instead, he took a stroll through the nearby area instead. Sometimes he rode waves or climbed a mountain. Other times, he might be flying over the sky of an ancient city. Li Chia's wound had finally recovered, and he was finally able to be alone after leaving Jade Blood Mountain. He took his time traveling around the giant bamboo country to the same places that he had been to in the past. Sad sentiments filled his heart when he arrived at the place where he had met Yenner. He had trained her and let her stay by his side. The beginning of that era was a time of unhappiness for Li Chia. At that time, he ordered many wise sages to sweep through the 9 worlds and commanded his god monarchs to massacre many lineages and races. The war raged on until the remnants of the ancient Ming race finally lay dormant in this world. His victory was a foregone conclusion at that point during the war. For millions of years, he had participated in many arduous battles and the most tragic of wars. Especially during the era of the ancient Ming, countless people by his side fell one by one, but he still carried on strong. Therefore, this conquest was not considered large in scale compared to the previous ones in his life. However, too much blood was spilled in this conquest. Li Chia ordered the massacre of lineages, even those that belonged to the human, charming spirit, and golem races. He suddenly felt tired during the aftermath. This came as a surprise to him after millions of years had passed. Even during the most miserable eras, Li Chia didn't feel the same level of dejection. The main difference was that during the past eras, wise sages from the human race were his comrades. But during this conquest, he had pointed his butcher's blade towards human tribes. Many people didn't want to ever talk about this conquest, but Li Chia had no choice except to order for the massacre of the 9 worlds. At that time, nothing could stop his determination since he swore to never give up until he disposed of all the remnants of the ancient Ming. He didn't care whether they lay dormant in a tribe or hid in some sects, since he stomped even the most powerful tribes and lineages in order to kill these ancient Ming. He didn't want to go back to the era of the ancient Ming, since that era was concluded with countless corpses. Numerous wise sages, both young and old that belonged to all the races, participated in that war in order to end the ancient Ming era and herald the start of the prosperous emperor's era. Because of this, he didn't mind killing any existence that dared to protect the remaining ancient Ming. After this conquest, Li Qie grew weary and traveled alone around the 9 worlds. At that time, his mood was quite sour. Just like he had said, during his happy times, the 9 worlds would shine, but when he became angry, myriad races trembled in fear. Later on, he came to this world and met a girl who was as gentle as water, optimistic and tolerant, meticulous and considerate. Upon their first meeting, it started with curiosity, then came her thoughtful accommodation. During that time, she had always been taking care of him. His foulest temper was met with forgiveness. During this period, not too many people dared to stay near him as he raged, but she was always by his side, willing to suffer his wrath. This girl was allowed to stay near the Dark Crow as he personally trained her. After a long time, Li Qie finally escaped his unhappiness while the girl continued to follow him. Li Qie glanced at her again and nodded his head, saying, "You can put it that way. Unfortunately, you weren't born in that era, so you couldn't see it with your own eyes." She couldn't help but play along when the young man answered in such a serious manner. "What kind of era was it?" Li Qie looked at her and smiled. He was taking a journey back in time. After a while, he slowly spoke. "That era was the calm after an endless war, the peace that was traded for bathing the 9 worlds in blood. During that era, when I closed my eyes, the world lost its colors. When I opened my eyes, I gave the radiance back to the realms. In that era, the world glowed when I was happy, and myriad races trembled beneath my rage. Even the most unbeatable mythical races and invincible existences that could sweep through the realms retreated before my presence. No matter who they might be, if they chose to oppose me, then either stand out and let me massacre them or slumber forever with their tails tucked between their legs." After this prose, Li Qie opened his eyes as a cold glare flashed across his pupils. Chapter 624. Arrogant girl. It wasn't until later when Li Qie, inside the Dark Crow, weakened that he entered a deep slumber. At the very last minute, he especially called for her. He told her that if she wanted to seal herself as well for a long slumber, he would give her a hand. However, the girl gently answered, "Master, this world is full of hardships and the path towards the Grand Tao is paved with bitterness. I am already very satisfied to have spent so much time with you, as we saw many colorful things in this world together. I am already content, so why the need to seal myself underground and never see the light again?" Afterward, Li Qie didn't force the girl as he entered his deep sleep, never to see her again. Meanwhile, she went back to her old abode and established a country for the soldiers who had followed them to battle. This country was named the Giant Bamboo Country. While crossing the rivers and mountains under the moonlight, Li Qie let himself be consumed by memories for a long time before calming down. All these emotions eventually subsided and disappeared. Tens of millions of years had passed through the vicissitudes and storms of life. The pain had become layers of calluses that encompassed his heart and ran through his blazing blood. Tens of millions of years had passed as countless rains were drenched with the stench of blood and eternal farewells. Li Qie had already gotten used to all of this. Today, he simply became emotional from returning to an old place as his red-hot heart under all the calluses quivered. He finally smiled while standing under the sky of this land. All the sadness dispersed with the wind. Bang, bang, bang. While Li Qie was looking at the scenery, a series of thunderous rumbles appeared behind him. He turned around and saw a horse carriage flying fast in the air. This old carriage carried an insignia with the image of a bow. It was very ancient, as if it had been through countless years. This carriage approached quickly like a bolt of lightning while emitting blaring noises. This old carriage almost struck Li Qie as the driver at the helm shouted, "Get out of the way!" Whoosh! A whip lashed towards Li Qie like a serpent. However, the driver was not going to be successful whether he intended to lash him flying or have the whip coil around him and fling him away. The moment the whip got close, Li Qie put on a serious expression and pulled hard as he swept away the driver who was holding onto the whip. Boom! The driver had yet to regain his mind before both him and the whip were sent down from the sky. Meanwhile, the chariot was about to slam into Li Qie at high velocity. But Lichia paid it no mind and simply swung his sleeve. Boom! Both the carriage and the horse were blown away in the air. As the carriage was about to break from the downward crash, a scowl emanated from inside. A soaring blood energy stabilized the carriage, sweeping through the world like a tsunami as it flew towards Lichia. Lichia didn't move and stood there calmly like a pillar shouldering the heavens. Boom! This tsunami of blood energy couldn't move Lichia at all. A cold and arrogant voice came from the carriage. No wonder why you dared to touch my carriage, it seems that you have some skill. The clear and frigidly arrogant voice gave chills to all listeners. The carriage's door was opened and a girl walked outside. She carried an arrogant and imposing aura, especially when she looked down from above. Shaming both flowers and the moon was not enough to describe her beauty. She was as prideful as a noble phoenix. She was adorned with an archery dress and had an indomitable spirit amidst her arrogance. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the night. No one in this world could enter her eyes. Such a bossy atmosphere made others feel that she was a noble daughter who was used to pointing her fingers and getting her way. This girl was like a phoenix who flew out of her golden nest with a noble bloodline. Everything in this world was below her, so she could only look down on them. However, this arrogant girl wasn't only a pretty phoenix with dazzling feathers and a curvaceous body with alluring features. She also had the qualifications to act in this supercilious manner. Her tsunami-like blood energy proved that she was fairly strong on top of having a noble background. It was difficult for such a person to not have some arrogance, especially when she had the skills to back it up. Perhaps her noble background could even scare someone to death. With a glance, Lichia immediately knew that this girl was a golem with a complete human body, and it was one from birth at that, so it was easy to imagine how great her origin must be. To be born with a complete flesh and blood body. Perhaps her ancestor was an extremely heaven-defying existence, maybe even an immortal emperor. The arrogant girl's eyes narrowed after seeing Lichia just standing there without answering. She asked coldly, "I'm talking to you, you hear me?" Her focused eyes were as sharp as arrows. Even the slightest change wouldn't be able to elude them. After hearing her harsh inquiry, Lichia lazily looked at her and responded, "I hear you, what now?" The arrogant girl coldly continued, "Daring to stop my path and flip over my carriage, what kind of punishment do you think is suitable? Will you obediently kneel and beg for forgiveness, or will you wait for me to break your hands?" Lichia's lips slightly perched after seeing her bossy attitude. He looked at her with one eye and said, "Is that so? Which eye of yours saw me blocking the road? This land is vast, so how can you say that this is your path? Does your house own it? I was standing right here, so you were the blind one running into me. If you are suicidal, don't bring someone else down with you. And now, you're speaking as if you have the moral high ground? Do you think that you can act so cavalier just because you are strong or because you have a powerful family? Of course. If you think you are so skilled, then I don't mind. Since you don't know life from death, do you want to break your hands yourself, or will you wait for me to take your head?" With that, Lichia lazily raised his hand. When it came to arrogance, who in this world could be more outrageous than Lichia? Today, Lichia was in a bad mood already, so he didn't mind assisting someone who wished to die. The arrogant girl trembled from anger. She had always been arrogant on top of having enough power. No matter where she went, both the younger and older generations either gathered around to flatter her or ran away in droves. Today, a guy out of nowhere had the nerve to bluster before her, so how could she not tremble from rage? "Good, very good, well said." The girl was driven to laughter from rage as she glared at Lichia and arrogantly said, "It seems that I am the unreasonable one. Very well, if you want to argue, then this young lady will entertain you. Don't think that I am a bully. I won't use my clan against a nobody junior like you." "Bully." Lichia laughed and said, "Very well, if you want to settle this, then we can talk it out." He looked at her and slowly said, "You think you are reasonable? Acting in such an aggressive manner? A little girl like you who doesn't try to build her character and instead acts like a phoenix raising its tail, don't you feel like you are grossing other people out?" "Aggressive." The girl didn't back down and coldly countered, "Which eye of yours saw me acting aggressively? I was only speeding along from north to south, so when was I acting like a bully? This is the vast sky with countless possible paths. I was only going down one of them, so how could that be aggressive in any way?" Even Lichia was a bit surprised by her swift response. He didn't expect that this haughty girl wasn't slow-witted and was actually very quick and clever with her words. The girl sneered and continued on. Plus, even if I was acting like a phoenix raising its tail, what does that have to do with you? You are only a passerby, so I can do whatever I want. This is my business. Do I need to ask you for permission? This proud girl was not only pretty and strong, she also had a sharp tongue with a first-class ability to debate. She had an imposing momentum, making it clear that she would not back down against anyone. I disgust you? The girl added one last argument. You are not even equal to an ant in my eyes, so who cares if you are disgusted or not? Should I care for your opinion? The proud girl was really cruel with her words and didn't show any mercy at all. Anyone who was lacking even a little bit of confidence would run away at once. Of course, Li Chia, who had seen countless storms, was not afraid of anyone. He only smiled and said, You are right about one thing. My opinion doesn't matter to you. However, you are a girl standing here and running off your foul mouth, so how could we actually reason this out? Li Chia was not a petty person and had always been more lenient towards girls. However, this leniency was limited to the girls who followed him, the sensible ones who had a sense of propriety. As for the prideful, arrogant and aggressive girls who always thought that they were right, Li Chia didn't mind being a villain and would not show them any face. He would dominate them with rude retorts. Chapter 625. A tongue as sharp as a blade, reason this out? The arrogant girl sneered and said, Oh, this bumpkin who started by attacking me wants to reason it out? Did you lose your confidence? Lose my confidence? Due to his bad mood, he was more than happy to deal with someone who was asking for it. He lazily looked at her and said, An ugly farm girl like you thinks you can make me lose my confidence? I don't see anything about you that can scare me. Your chest? You think your flat chest that resembles a basin can scare me? Or is it your ass that's as dried as tofu? Or is it? Normally, Li Chia wouldn't act as crass as this, but who told this arrogant girl to encounter him while he was in a bad mood? Her aggressive and arrogant attitude made Li Chia lose his will to act cordially. The haughty girl turned red while trembling from anger. She was not only proud because of her strength, but also because of her beauty and figure. Even if she wasn't number one in the stone medicine world, she would be within the top 5. She indeed had many suitors and admirers in the stone medicine world. It was a common sight for her to be surrounded by young talents like the moon encircled by the stars. They fawned over her in hopes of the slightest sign of affection or caring words. But now this nasty man dared to say that her chest was as flat as a basin and her butt was as withered as dried tofu. These words were very hurtful to girls. The arrogant girl pointed at Li Chia while shivering in anger. You brat, what is your name? I want to kill you even though I have never killed a nobody before. Li Chia was too lazy to bat an eye and said, Oh? Angry from being ashamed? Earlier, you wanted to reason it out, but now you want to go back on your words? In my opinion, someone at your level should just go back to your mother's arms and not come out to show off. Going back on your words and this untrustworthy. You must have just run out from some wilderness, right? At the very least, you don't seem like someone who comes from a great clan. Disciples from great clans do not stoop down to this level. Staying true to one's word is the most basic of etiquette for these great clans. Of course, if you want to fight, then I'll play along. After all, a village girl from the remote regions like you doesn't know anything about credibility and trust. Such an uncultured girl like you only knows how to use force to solve problems. Okay, I will do it your way. Let us fight and use our fists to resolve our quarrel. Li Chia continuously spewed out malicious words. However, he didn't give a damn since this arrogant girl was not worthy enough for him to maintain a gentleman's bearing. Moreover, he wouldn't even look straight at such a girl. So why the need to maintain a courteous persona? His tolerance and friendliness were dependent on the other party. You! The arrogant girl wanted to vomit blood due to anger. She had always been aggressive, but no one had ever dared to talk back to her. Thus Li Chia's cruel rebuttal came as a shock. She took a deep breath and finally contained her urge to kill as she stared at him with her arrow-like glare. She scowled and said, Fine, today I will be a reasonable person and won't hold what happened earlier against you. But in the future, you better not fall into my hands, or I'll let you taste the cruel fate that awaits my opponents. With that, the arrogant girl turned around and left very quickly. With a rumble, the carriage disappeared into the night. Li Chia didn't bother to give her a second glance. He stretched his back and didn't care for this matter. To him, it was even more insignificant than a speck of dust. With a gentle brush, this matter of the arrogant girl would be blown away. It was not enough to occupy his thoughts. He looked at the scenery once more before murmuring, "Yen are with me here, the giant bamboo country will continue to stand strong." He then disappeared amidst the high moon. That night, Li Qie returned to Ancient Pine's mansion back at the capital. He went back to his room and slept without thinking about anything else. Of course, no one in the mansion knew that Li Qie had gone on a sightseeing journey throughout the night. The next day, Li Qie lazily woke up. Since it was rare for him to return to the capital of the giant bamboo country, he had quite a good night's sleep. A servant brought him a water basin to clean himself. Meanwhile, Bai Wang was waiting outside. Shi Hao woke up early as well and saw Bai Wang, so he also stood there, waiting with him. Bai Wang greeted Li Qie the moment he walked out. Did young noble sleep well? He felt that serving Li Qie was an honor. To an alchemist, following the future alchemy emperor was the greatest of glories. It was like an expert contributing to an immortal emperor. This would bring honor to their family. It wasn't bad, Li Qie said with a grin. Only Li Qie knew what happened last night. Bai Wang respectfully said, "The demon monarch has not returned since he is meeting the other demon monarchs. I'm afraid he won't be back till noon. He said that after coming back, he will take young noble to see Her Majesty." "There's no rush," Li Qie smilingly said. "Today, we will go sightseeing. This is Shi Hao's first time at the capital, so we should buy a few items for him. For an alchemist, skills might be important, but so are the cauldrons and other items that are also required to doing a good job at refining." Bai Wang quickly said, "If young noble wants to find a cauldron for Shi Hao, I can ask the monarch. He has a collection of good cauldrons, so maybe one will be suitable for Shi Hao." Li Qie shook his head and said, "No need, let me pick one." Bai Wang immediately knew that a regular cauldron wouldn't earn Li Qie's grace, so he said, "I am very familiar with the capital and know of several shops with a lot of treasures. Let me lead the way so that young noble can pick." Shi Hao was startled after hearing the conversation between the other two. With some difficulty, he finally managed to step in and say, "Brother Li, I also want a cauldron, but I don't have many refined jades." Bai Wang couldn't help but smile. He believed that if Li Qie wasn't paying, he would be happy to do so. Of course, he didn't dare to make a decision before Li Qie voiced his opinion. Li Qie smiled and said, "Don't worry, it is nothing. Leave it to me." But Shi Hao didn't know what to say. Li Qie had given him too many things. Not only did Li Qie teach him pill refinement, he but also took him to the capital. To say that Li Qie gave him another chance at life wasn't even close to enough. Shi Hao was a simple fella, so he couldn't articulate his gratitude well. "No buts." Li Qie gently tapped Shi Hao's shoulder and said, "You've earned it. If you want to thank me, then keep on working hard on your pill refinement and do not shame me. That would be the greatest thanks, understand?" Shi Hao took a deep breath while tightly gripping his fists and spoke in the most serious of manners. "Brother Li, rest assured, I will do my best and be diligent." At this time, Bai Wang was very envious of Shi Hao. As the proverb says, fortune favors fools. Even if Shi Hao's talents weren't the best, his future would be bright with Li Qie's tutelage. Bai Wang had seen, with his own eyes, Li Qie's skill, so Shi Hao would surely become an amazing alchemist in the future. "Let us go," Li Qie told the two and started walking. Shi Hao and Bai Wang quickly followed. However, the moment the group took a step out from Ancient Pine's mansion, they were stopped. It was a young man blocking Li Qie's path, someone with a very haughty appearance. He had more than 10 disciples behind him. The young man arrogantly asked, "You are that alchemist named Li, correct?" Li Qie didn't bother to look at this type of crowd as he replied, "What if I am?" The young man sneered, "I heard that you want to compete for the alchemist position? Haha, you better open your eyes so you don't waste time. The candidates to participate in the alchemy conference have already been decided, and you have no part in it. Be smart and quickly leave. Don't dawdle at the capital." Li Qie lazily looked at the young man at this time and asked, "Competition for the alchemist position?" The young man thought that Li Qie got the message and sneered, "As long as you know. The capital isn't a place for a human with a dubious origin like you to stay around. It is a dangerous place, so you better be careful or else you'll lose your life." "That would be unfortunate." Although it sounded like a warning, it was clearly a threat towards Li Qie. Li Qie burst out in laughter. Such a threat was not worthy of serious consideration, so he didn't even bother asking who the guy was. Bai Wang was slightly taken aback by the young man. He was familiar with the people in the capital, so he immediately knew the young man's identity after seeing the crest embroidered on his vest. Bai Wang responded quickly by inserting himself in the middle of the young man and Li Qie. Then he raised his voice and said, "Young noble Li Jie, please return. Our young noble does not wish to see you." "Reason this out?" The arrogant girl sneered and said, "Oh, this bumpkin who started by attacking me wants to reason it out? Did you lose your confidence?" "Lose my confidence?" Due to his bad mood, he was more than happy to deal with someone who was asking for it. He lazily looked at her and said, "An ugly farm girl like you think you can make me lose my confidence? I don't see anything about you that can scare me. Your chest? You think your flat chest that resembles a basin can scare me? Or is it your ass that's as dried as tofu? Or is it?" Normally, Li Qie wouldn't act as crass as this, but who told this arrogant girl to encounter him while he was in a bad mood? Her aggressive and arrogant attitude made Li Qie lose his will to act cordially. The haughty girl turned red while trembling from anger. She was not only proud because of her strength, but also because of her beauty and figure. Even if she wasn't number 1 in the stone medicine world, she would be within the top 5. Chapter 626. Second encounter with the arrogant girl. The young man immediately sneered, showing a cold and serious glare as he said, "You have some nerve for a servant. If you know who I am, then you should know that it would be nothing for me to end a servant like you. Scram. I have more to say to your master so that he will understand who this capital belongs to." If it was before, then Bai Wang would back down, but now was different. He didn't want Li Qie to become annoyed and ruin all of their plans. His expression dimmed as he said with a hardened attitude, "Young noble Li Jie, of course I know to whom this place belongs to. It is the territory of Her Majesty, the Demon King. If you have any issues with that, then go talk to the ancient Pine Demon Monarch about it, but please take your leave right now." Bai Wang ended with a shooing gesture by swishing his sleeve. With this gesture, a group of disciples surrounded the young man's group right away. Among them was Ancient Pine's oldest disciple who had a great bearing. The oldest disciple coldly looked at the young man and said, "Young noble Li Jie, please go back and do not disturb our young noble. If not, then you can't blame us for any discourteous actions." The young man's expression became ugly at this threat, but Ancient Pine's disciples outnumbered his, so he was at a disadvantage. He coldly glared at Li Qie standing calmly to the side and deeply scowled. Eventually, he pretended to be kind and smiled. "The capital is quite unpredictable. Watch out or you'll be caught up in the storm without any help. As someone who lives here year-round, I am giving you a friendly reminder that it would be best if you leave the capital." With that, he turned around and left. Bai Wang was quite unhappy with these threats. After the young man left, Bai Wang apologized to Li Qie. "Young noble, this was due to my lacking and I am ready to accept any punishment." Li Qie said dismissively, "It was only a little bickering, I am not that pompous." Bai Wang continued on, "Don't worry, young noble, I will report this to the Demon King right away so that the people from the Lai clan will not dare to cause trouble for young noble anymore." To Bai Wang, Li Qie was a peerless alchemist and a once-in-lifetime opportunity. If he became unhappy and left, then Bai Wang wouldn't be able to bear the sin. More trouble. Li Qie laughed out loud and said, "If he wants more trouble, then let him come. I really like it when people come looking for trouble." It was already a blessing that Li Qie didn't go cause trouble, but now others wanted to provoke him? They could only be tired of living if that were the case. Despite this answer, Bai Wang was still worried and reminded him, "Young noble, that was the young noble of the Lai clan. This clan is quite influential at the capital since they have a fire source. It's quite amazing." "They have a fire source?" Li Qie was slightly surprised and had to ask for confirmation. Bai Wang quickly answered, "Yes. The Lai clan became rich very early on, and they occupied a large piece of land in the middle of the capital. I heard that this was a treasure land with a fire source underground. Because of this, for some time now, the Lai clan always produced amazing cauldrons, so they became quite good at alchemy. They are considered an alchemist clan in the capital." Li Qie couldn't help but smile after thinking about the fire source under the capital. Bai Wang continued on, the truth is that the Lai clan in the giant bamboo country is not considered a big power. Their strength is not as great as a demon monarch's. However, it is worth mentioning that the Lai clan and the Qing clan, another alchemy clan in the country, are relatives. Sometimes, even the imperial family has to be cordial to the Qing clan. Because of this, the Lai clan became more arrogant from having this backing. But don't worry, this is not a big deal. With one word from Her Majesty, the Lai clan wouldn't dare to touch young noble. Li Qie only chuckled and didn't say anything. To him, both the Lai and Qing clans were only little characters not worthy of further inquiries. If these characters were smart, then they would stay far away from him, lest they suffer his crushing wrath. Li Qie, along with Shi Hao and Bai Wang, ventured into the commercial streets of the capital. Li Qie smiled after seeing the busy avenue. How many people knew that this prosperous capital was only a barren hill a long time ago? Once upon a time, this was an abandoned land with very few visitors. It wasn't until a long time later when Li Qie planted a bamboo tree then collected some life force at this land that people began to migrate here. Then, after some more years, the giant bamboo progenitor established her country and built the capital right here. A big city came from this, protecting the prosperous land inside. Bai Wang was very familiar with the capital, so he led Li Qie to several old shops to find a good cauldron for Shi Hao. However, after going to several shops, they still couldn't find a suitable one for him. During their trip, Bai Wang only acted as the guide and didn't dare to voice his opinion. Li Qie's alchemy skills far exceeded his, so his vision for picking cauldrons was definitely more qualified as well. They went to another old shop. Bai Wang left for a while as Li Qie and Shi Hao looked around in the shop. The owner recommended several decent cauldrons that had great backgrounds, but they also couldn't enter Li Qie's sight. As for Shi Hao, he remained silent the whole time. He had limited knowledge as a junior alchemist. He felt that an ordinary cauldron was already very good. As for those with great backgrounds, he didn't even dare to imagine owning one. Li Qie was in complete control during this shopping trip. After they finished looking around, Bai Wang ran back while being completely out of breath. He quickly spoke to Li Qie. Young noble, I went and asked around. There is an auction at the Golem Square. The first half of this big auction will contain a heavenly cauldron. It has already been running for a while now, but I obtained some tickets. Do you want to go and take a look? After hearing Bai Wang, the old shop's owner added, the Golem Square is not only auctioning one cauldron. When they reached the store, Bai Wang secretly told the owner that Li Qie was an honored guest of Ancient Pine. Who in the capital didn't know Ancient Pine, one of the 18 monarchs? Thus, the owner immediately understood that Li Qie was an extremely esteemed customer. The owner provided an introduction to the auction. I heard that the place is auctioning 2 cauldrons. The first is in the beginning half as the main draw. The second has an unknown origin since the square won't release it to the public. However, people say that its origin could scare people to death. It is placed at the end of the auction. Only honored guests will be able to participate in this latter half. Li Qie stroked his chin and mused. Scare people to death, He wanted to see just what this cauldron might be. Bai Wang was good at reading people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to ask for more information at the Golem Square and obtain an entrance ticket for Li Qie. Do you want to go, young noble? Bai Wang asked. Li Qie smiled and answered. Yes, we should go take a look at this cauldron with the frightening origin. The purpose of this trip was to find a cauldron for Shi Hao. The best places to find cauldrons for alchemists were the most dangerous locations. However, Shi Hao's cultivation was limited and couldn't go to these dangerous places. So Li Qie decided that he would buy a good one for him. The Golem Square was the biggest auction site in the capital. All the items here were either amazing or had a great origin. Not just anyone could participate in the Golem Square's auction. For each of their auctions, they would release a limited amount of tickets. Only those with tickets were eligible to participate, and only the rich or the powerful were able to obtain these tickets. It had to be said that Bai Wang was very attentive since it was not easy to grab a ticket from the square in such a short amount of time. The auction had already started before the group arrived. There were all kinds of strange birds and carriages outside. Just from this sight, it was apparent that all the participants were quite influential. Not long after their arrival, there was a rumbling in the sky as a carriage trod the sky above and landed at the square. The carriage stopped and a girl stepped out. The moment she saw Li Qie, her eyes became sharp like an arrow. The road is always narrow for enemies. The girl coldly said. Bai Wang was aghast and had quivering legs the moment he saw the crest on the carriage. Li Chia heard her voice and turned around to see this girl glaring at him, so he calmly asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Li Chia's attitude made the girl tremble with rage. She was the arrogant girl that Li Chia had met last night. Li Chia pretending to not know who she was a bit exaggerated, but he really didn't pay her any mind. If he hadn't met her again today, then he would have already forgotten about last night's encounter. The arrogant girl was even more furious because Li Chia was acting as if he didn't even remember her. This enraged her even more than when he chose to oppose her. Chapter 627. Golem Square. Who was she? She came from a noble lineage, a phoenix among women, a heaven's proud daughter on top of having exceptional beauty with countless admirers, including princes and prodigies. In the alchemy realm and the stone medicine world, many lost sleep thinking about her at night, then they lost their minds upon seeing her, never able to forget her beauty afterward. Yet last night, this brat again and again chose to oppose her in such a blustering manner. And today, he was even acting like he didn't know who she was. His attitude humiliated her and made her want to kill him even more than back when he was spewing out cruel and crude words. Eventually, the prideful girl took a deep breath and contained her urge to kill. If Li Chia was going to act like a stranger, then she would also display the most arrogant posture to meet him. With that, she exhibited a noble and out-of-reach demeanor. Anyone who saw her at this moment would lower their heads. She was already extremely powerful, so with this arrogant aura, others thought that she was a jewel or a goddess on the moon. She looked down with contempt at Li Chia as if he was an ant or an insignificant passerby. After glaring at him, she didn't bother looking at him a second time and turned around to disappear into the Golem Square. Her oppressive aura caused Bai Wang and Shi how to shiver. The two were not like Li Chia, so they had to bend their backs as they were unable to withstand her aura. After she left, they were finally able to heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, they felt as if there was a huge mountain crushing down on them, rendering them breathless. With her departure, they were finally able to see the sun again. Bai Wang regained his composure while still quivering a bit. Seeing Li Chia wanting to enter the square, he quickly pulled on Li Chia's sleeve and asked, "Young noble, do you know the identity of that lady earlier?" Identity. Li Chia spoke leisurely since he didn't care too much for these things. His nonchalant attitude left Bai Wang speechless. He didn't know if Li Chia was slow or just extremely supercilious. Bai Wang took a deep breath and whispered, "Young noble, that little miss was a person from the Jian clan. If I am correct, then she is the golden daughter of the Jian clan." While others were starting a bidding war, Bai Wang asked Li Chia with a blazing gaze, "How is this heavenly cauldron?" He felt that this was already of the finest grade and was completely suitable for Shi Hao. Li Chia only gave it a glance and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Only not bad?" Bai Wang couldn't help but stutter, but the fire source of this cauldron is a vermilion divine flame. Bai Wang didn't know what to say to Li Chia. In his eyes, this was the best of cauldrons, but Li Chia only said not bad. This was the gap between the two. Li Chia didn't hold any interest for the cauldron before him. It was not worth wasting his time for, so he said, "When are they auctioning the other cauldron?" Bai Wang arched his chin over to the right and said, "It will be in the second half of the auction over there. Only the most honored guests, those who bought 3 items from the first half or paid the fee of 8,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades, would be eligible to enter. Of course, honored guests are not required to participate in the first half." Li Chia said, "Then we'll wait for the second half, there is nothing to see here." With that, he started walking away. But Bai Wang was taken aback. However, Li Chia had already started to walk towards the entrance, so Shi Hao and him quickly ran to catch up. There were guards beside the entrance of the room where the second half of the auction was taking place. Li Chia was immediately stopped when he arrived there. 2 guards blocked his path while one of them coldly said, "Friend, please show the noblest writ. If you don't have it, then please leave." "I don't have one," Li Chia leisurely said, "but you guys should be welcoming me inside. This would be an honor for your Golem Square after all." Li Chia was so arrogant that it caused the 2 guards' expressions to darken. One coldly spoke, "Are you looking for trouble?" The other one sneered and said, You should look at where you are standing before looking for trouble. You are at the wrong place. With that, his hand stretched towards Li Qia. Jian Wushuang. Matchless arrow. Chapter 628. My time is very precious. The truth was that this sort of thing was no big deal to the auction house. If it happened, then they would only have to teach the perpetrator a good lesson, then kick them out. The golem square was quite powerful, so they weren't afraid of anyone. Boom! Li Qia didn't move at all while the two guards were blown away. With a series of bangs, the two guards shot through several large walls of the auction house before finally reaching the street. This commotion caused an uproar in the auction room as everyone turned around. Some were even startled, and one person shouted, "What is going on?" The finale of the first half was suddenly stopped. The auctioneer was especially shocked to see such a situation. At this location, Li Jia also saw Li Qia, so he sneered. So it is that ignorant and suicidal human. Dozens of experts from the auction house rushed over to surround Li Qia's group of three. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were frightened, pale, and had painful expressions. This was going to be bad. At this moment, a person who appeared to be the manager walked out with a cold expression full of murderous intent. The auction was now paused, and many people were looking at Li Qia. Li Jia then used this opportunity to fan the flames. "Sovereign Hu, teach this blind boy a lesson. Break his limbs and hang him outside the city walls, so that he won't ever dare to think that the Golem Square is a place for him to show off." It was no wonder that Li Jia hated Li Qia. He was originally one of the chosen candidates to participate in the alchemy conference for the giant bamboo country. Who would have thought that last night, news came that he was temporarily rejected? The Li clan asked around and heard some rumors. The problem was because of Li Qia, so Li Jia immediately went to cause trouble for him early in the morning. Li Jia was happy to see Li Qia not knowing any better and causing trouble in the Golem Square. This was called ignoring the accepting heavens and barging into the unwelcoming hell. Manager Hu of the Golem Square stepped in front of Li Qia. He was called Sovereign Hu because he was a heavenly sovereign. An auction house with a manager at this level was quite incredible, and its might was apparent. Manager Hu spoke coldly. "Friend, if you want to do business, then we very much welcome you. However, if you want to cause trouble, I'm afraid you came to the wrong place." Li Qia relaxedly said, "You are right, I came for business. But those items are not worthy of my consideration, so I wanted to go upstairs for a look. However, it seems that you guys don't want to do business, so if you'll excuse me, I'm not a person who holds back." Li Qia's proud attitude caused the auction participants to chatter with each other in a low voice. They wondered where this human came from to act so boisterously in the Golem Square. Li Jia sneered and said, "Ha ha ha, a no-name junior like you still wants to participate in the second half? Give up on this thought. That place isn't meant for poor brats like you. Fool! Daring to cause trouble in the Golem Square? You are tired of living." He didn't forget to incite trouble so that the square would teach Li Qia a good lesson. Manager Hu's eyes sharpened with killing intent as he said, "Friend, are you purposely causing trouble?" Li Qia was too lazy to argue with the manager, so he threw out a treasure box and nonchalantly said, "Don't waste my time, tell your superior to come out. The second half is about to start." Manager Hu caught the box and opened it for a look. Then he immediately closed it. Aghast, he held it carefully with both hands and immediately ordered someone standing next to him, "Quick, go invite the ancestor." Such a sudden development astounded everyone. It all happened too quickly because just a second ago, Manager Hu still wanted to teach Li Qia a lesson. In a short amount of time, an old man with pure white hair approached. His blood energy was hidden, but him merely standing there gave off the feeling of a mountain's immensity. Manager Hu quickly gave the old man the box with a serious expression, and also whispered in the old man's ear. After hearing what the manager said, the old man opened the box and was completely shocked. He also quickly closed it. He bowed his head towards Li Qia and said, "Our Golem Square's people have eyes but can't seem tie. This old man is apologizing for any offense that young noble might have received. Your arrival at the Golem Square is our honor and allows the square to become much more radiant." This sudden change left both the buyers and the others in the room stunned. Especially those who knew this old man beforehand, they all had to take deep breaths. This old man had a great background and had been renowned since several years ago. With his protection, no one had ever dared to come and mess with the Golem Square. But now, His respectful attitude towards Li Qie was simply unbelievable. People were curious and wondered what was inside the box. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were surprised as well. Just what could be inside the box to cause the square to change its attitude by this much? Li Qie said slowly. Okay, no more nonsense. I came to pick up a couple of things and heard that your auctions have decent items in the second half. Now begin, don't waste everyone's time. Of course. The old man quickly replied, then asked Manager Hu. Manager Hu, how was the first half of the auction? Manager Hu answered. Right now, we are auctioning the featured item, the cauldron. It had just begun. The auctioneer added. The current highest bidder is the young noble from the Lai clan with 16,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. Li Qie glanced at Lai Jie, then told the auctioneer. I want this cauldron. There was already a feud between the two, so after hearing Li Qie, Lai Jie's expression sank as he coldly said. Right now, I am the highest bidder. Since it is an auction, you should follow its rules. Don't tell me you want to bypass the rules and buy it at a cheap price? Li Qie was too lazy to look at Lai Jie as he spoke. 16,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades? He told the auctioneer. I bid 100 virtuous paragon refined jades. 100 virtuous paragon refined jades. Li Qie's bid caused quite a stir as everyone stared intensely at him. Bai Wang and Shi Hao lost their minds as well. These were virtuous paragon refined jades. They had never seen such a grade before. Although refined jades could be exchanged, that was only in principle. It was virtually impossible to see such a transaction in reality unless one was exchanging jades of a higher grade for ones of a lower grade, or else it would be at a very unfavorable ratio. For example, using a virtuous paragon refined jade to trade for lesser ones such as jades of the Heavenly King or Heavenly Sovereign grade. There would surely be many people who would happily make this deal. However, if one wanted to use these lower grade jades to exchange for a virtuous paragon refined jade, it would be very difficult even if they offered a higher price than the market standard. For cultivators, higher grade refined jades were extremely hard to come by, especially those of the virtuous paragon level. Almost all of them were monopolized by monsters such as imperial lineages. Great powers who had virtuous paragon jades were either extremely strong or had their ancestors accumulate them over a very long period of time. Everyone felt that Li Qie was too outrageous. 100 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a heavenly cauldron. What could be crazier than this? Li Qie looked at Lai Jie and asked, Do you still want to bid? At this time, Lai Jie's expression was extremely ugly. Although the Lai clan was very rich, he couldn't take out virtuous paragon refined jades. It wouldn't be easy for his clan either. Li Qie lazily said, Okay, if no one else wants to bid higher, then let it be done. Li Qie's arrogance left everyone helpless. Many alchemists present also wanted this cauldron, but bidding 100 virtuous paragon refined jades or more was too crazy. No, no, no. The old man quickly gave the refined jades back to Li Qie and said, If young noble wants this heavenly cauldron, then we'll just gift it to you. It is only a little present. It's not worth anything. Very well. Li Qie looked at the old man and said, Since you have such goodwill, I will sincerely do business with you. The old man's first order of business was to gift the cauldron with a vermilion divine flame fire source to Li Qie. Everyone was astonished. Just what was it that made the old man so generous? Shi Hao and Bai Wang were scared silly. A cauldron with the value of 100 virtuous paragon refined jades was given away with just one phrase. This was too unbelievable. They couldn't understand the life of the rich. The old man personally led Li Qie into the place where the second half of the auction was taking place. It was even more extravagant and luxurious. Each honored guest had their own room where they could clearly see the auction stage. Here, one could choose to sit on the balcony in the open and feel the atmosphere of the auction. And if they didn't wish to show their face, they could just stay in the room and be out of sight. The old man led Li Qie into his private room. When Li Qie sat down, the heavenly cauldron was already packaged. The old man personally handed it over to Li Qie and said, Just a small gift. I'll happily accept it then. Li Qie accepted the cauldron and didn't bother looking at it as he handed it over to Bai Wang, calmly saying, Bai Wang, you have worked hard as my guide, so this cauldron is for you. The old man was not surprised at all to see Li Qie's action. If he could take out that thing, then it made sense that the cauldron was nothing to him. However, it was different for Bai Wang. He shivered in shock and stammered, For me? It was the most precious item he had ever received in his life. The truth was that this sort of thing was no big deal to the auction house. If it happened, then they would only have to teach the perpetrator a good lesson, then kick them out. The golem square was quite powerful, so they weren't afraid of anyone. Boom! Lichia didn't move at all while the two guards were blown away. With a series of bangs, the two guards shot through several large walls of the auction house before finally reaching the street. This commotion caused an uproar in the auction room as everyone turned around. Some were even startled and one person shouted, "What is going on?" The finale of the first half was suddenly stopped. The auctioneer was especially shocked to see such a situation. At this location, Li Jia also saw Lichia, so he sneered. So it is that ignorant and suicidal human. Dozens of experts from the auction house rushed over to surround Lichia's group of 3. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were frightened, pale, and had painful expressions. This was going to be bad. At this moment, a person who appeared to be the manager walked out with a cold expression full of murderous intent. The auction had stopped and many people were looking at Lichia. Li Jia then used this opportunity to fan the fire. "Venerable Hu, teach this blind boy a lesson. Break his limbs and hang him outside the city walls as an example so that he won't ever dare to think that the Golem Square is a place for him to show off." Chapter 629. Auction. Lichia quite liked Bai Wang. In addition to being an alchemist, his experience and insight were both very rich. Lichia had decided that Bai Wang would be the guide for Shi Hao, so he said, "When Shi Hao joins the palace for training later on, he will need you to watch over him. Rest assured, young noble, I will take good care of Shi Hao." Bai Wang solemnly stated his commitment. At this time, the old man from the square asked Lichia again in an earnest manner, "Young noble, may I check it again?" With Lichia's permission, the old man unlocked the seal on the box again and observed the item inside with a serious expression. He looked back and forth and even sniffed it as part of a very meticulous process. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were also curious and wanted to see as well. However, it was blocked by the old man's hand, so they couldn't see it. After finishing his check, the old man respectfully asked, "Will young noble sell this to the square, or do you want to auction it?" "Auction." Lichia said, "I don't want refined jades, only other items. As long as others have things that can interest me, then I'll trade. But if not, then if the square has something I like, you guys may have it." "I understand," the old man replied. He didn't find it strange at all since Lichia easily threw out 100 virtuous paragon refined jades. With such a style, it meant that Lichia was not part of the nouveau riche or someone who got lucky with treasures along the way. He must have a great background. The old man had seen countless people and knew that Lichia was as formidable as a dragon hiding in the depths of a swamp. If Lichia didn't lack refined jades, then only unique treasures would be able to interest him. The old man guaranteed Lichia, "Don't worry, young noble, the Golem Square will not disappoint you. A few ancestors with earth-shattering backgrounds are coming to the auction, and I'm sure they will be interested in your item." Shi Hao and Bai Wang were both gasping after hearing this. The old man was referring to ancestors from great powers, and perhaps even those from imperial lineages. This type of character was extremely renowned, people they could never come into contact with. "That would be good," Lichia calmly said. At this time, manager Hu asked, "Ancestor, a few guests still haven't arrived yet. Should we start the second half now?" The old man looked at Lichia, then nodded his head and said, "Begin, time is precious. Those who are late will have to miss out on this once-in-lifetime opportunity." Manager Hu obediently bowed and went to carry out the order while the old man carefully put the treasure box away. He told Lichia right afterward, "Just let us know if you need anything, young noble. I have to go take care of something now." Lichia nodded his head as the old man took his leave. There were only maids left in the room. A maid brought a tray forward with a plaque on it and told Lichia, "Young noble, this is a token of friendship from our master. It is a noblest writ from our Golem Square. We hope that you will visit us in the future." These writs were only given to demon kings and ancestors from the great powers with high status. Those who held these writs were the most esteemed guests of the square. Ordinary people could never reach this level. Bai Wang was very familiar with the capital, so he was shaken to see the square's writ. In the country, even the 18 monarchs didn't have one, only the demon king did. But now the square gave Lichia one of them. This was being too generous. Li Qie didn't bother looking at it and casually handed it over to Xueqi. Xueqi was stunned since he had never held an item that represented such high status before in his life. When the auctioneer stepped onto the stage, Li Qie said as he sat on the balcony, "The auction is about to begin. Let us see what items the square can take out." Bai Wang and Xueqi stood right behind him. This was their first time attending an auction of this level, so they were able to expand their horizons. There were many private rooms as well as occupied balconies in this auction hall. Some rooms were pitch black with indistinct figures. In this situation, many liked to show their face while others preferred to be hidden. However, regardless of their preference, they all had great backgrounds and fame. Bai Wang, standing on the balcony, was able to recognize many big characters with his great knowledge, so he murmured, "Nine Fingers Alchemist, the Flowing Water Valley's Flood Dragon Monarch, the Heavenly Flame Stone Saint, the Giant Stone Royal Lord." However, among those on the balconies, there was only one person who Li Qie was familiar with. A girl as arrogant as a phoenix displaying its fine feathers was in front of everyone. This was the arrogant girl who had grievances against Li Qie, the descendant of the Jian clan, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes became cold when she saw Li Qie sitting on another balcony. She quickly shifted her glance away from this sight that annoyed her. Of course she would not act friendly with him. The auctioneer spoke while standing on the stage. "Honored guests, the auction today formally begins now. This just happens to be our annual auction, so the items this time will surely catch your interest. Our Golem Square wishes for everyone to have a fruitful venture so that you will not feel as if this was a wasted trip." The first item was brought up. The auctioneer said, "This first item is an appetizer. Since our stone medicine world has the highest concentration of alchemists, I'm sure many friends today are high-level alchemists. I'm confident that this first item will please the alchemy crowd." He then opened a trunk. It was full of purple soil as a violet aura spread out with great energy. This is the finest soil to cultivate medicines. Violet Heart Mud. It is suitable to grow all types of medicines and grasses, especially the soul grass variety. Of course, there is no further need to describe its effectiveness. Although it is only one trunk, it is more than enough to grow one root of any medicine that you like. The starting bid for this Violet Heart Mud is 30,000 Heavenly Sovereign Refined Jades. An alchemist immediately bidded 40,000 Heavenly Sovereign Refined Jades. For alchemists, medicine cultivation was a very deep field of research. All of them wanted to grow the best spirit medicine possible. Cultivation materials, soil, fertilizer, and the techniques were all extremely important factors. A good medicine might be hard to find, but it was even harder to find good soil. In the world of alchemists, good soil was always sought after, let alone the stone medicine world with its strong alchemy background. 50,000 Heavenly Sovereign Refined Jades. Another big shot named a higher price. One immediately followed suit. 80,000. 100,000. After many rounds of bidding, the Violet Heart Mud was finally sold for the high price of 800,000 Heavenly Sovereign Refined Jades. The second item was brought up and introduced by the auctioneer. The second auction item is a bottle of longevity blood. This is the blood of a 2,300,000-year-old longevity spirit that operates at night. I don't need to explain the benefits of this longevity blood. This is the best of the best, something that all heavenly kings desire. The starting price is 400,000 Heavenly King Refined Jades. The moment the introduction was over, many great characters were shaken. In the present times, many heavenly kings were in control, but many of them were very old and on the verge of death. Longevity blood was the main ingredient for creating longevity medicines. This bottle was definitely the best for heavenly kings of any level. Suddenly, these big characters in the chamber could no longer sit still and started a fierce bidding war. In the end, this bottle of blood was sold for 3,700,000 Heavenly King Refined Jades. The next few items were all rare treasures and were sold at exorbitant prices since the majority of the buyers were all big shots. One or two items were sold at unbelievable prices. During the process, Jian Wushuang was a big spender. Her bids were always much higher than others, giving off the feeling that this lady has too much money. Because of this, people were reluctant to compete with her even if they wanted the item. Moreover, most of the big shots here were from great powers, and some of them were of the ancestor level. However, Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan, and the Jian clan was an imperial lineage. Ordinary people didn't dare to compete with her while the ancestors didn't want to compete with a junior like her. Outside of Jian Wushuang's lavish spending, there was another young man who was also very generous. He raised the price of one item to an outrageous level and bought it without any hesitation, suggesting that he was also not lacking in money. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't bother looking at the items. They were too common for him, so he was too lazy to bid. Bai Wang and Xueqi were different. Especially Xueqi since he was still young and inexperienced. Today, all the items before them were supreme treasures. They wouldn't dare to dream of these items before, but now they had the fortune of seeing them in person thanks to Li Qie bringing them to the second half of the auction. All the spirit medicines had been auctioned off, so everyone was waiting for the rumored heavenly cauldron to appear. Finally, it was taken out onto the stage. It had the appearance of a tree stump, very archaic looking. It didn't have an oppressive aura, but it had a profound Tao intent. The auctioneer introduced this cauldron. The next item is this heavenly cauldron. The first thing to note is its amazing background. It came from the alchemy kingdom. These words caused the audience to clamor as all eyes gazed intensely at this cauldron. Chapter 630. Imperial Cauldron. One grand character immediately asked in a serious tone. A cauldron from the alchemy kingdom? Which alchemy emperor did this belong to? Dear honored guest, this cauldron was owned by the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor and followed him when the emperor was still young. Anyone who studied the alchemy kingdom knows that the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor was one of the greatest regarding plant cultivation since the start of time. His usage of the cauldron was not limited to pill refinement. It contains many benefits regarding growing plants. Because of his great skill at cultivating plants, he was called the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor. However, after becoming an emperor, he focused on immortal pill refinement instead. So he thought about switching to a different cauldron. Eventually, he found one that was more suitable for pill refinement, so he exchanged it with the cauldron that he had used for the first half of his life. The auctioneer was able to provide the history of the cauldron quite well. Surely the Golem Square had spent a lot of effort on this matter. A demon king inquired, if this heavenly cauldron belonged to the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor, then why did the alchemy kingdom let it be lost in the outside world? The alchemy kingdom was a behemoth in the alchemy realm as well the entire stone medicine world. One sect with 3 emperors. How formidable was this? Not to mention that it even produced 4 alchemy emperors. Although alchemy emperors were not comparable to immortal emperors since they couldn't sweep through the world in an invincible manner, they had a prestigious status and great fame. Since the start of time, both eternal existences and god kings would need an alchemy emperor eventually. Sometimes, even immortal emperors would need alchemy emperors. The kingdom's first immortal emperor was also its progenitor, Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu. He used the Tao of alchemy to become an emperor, so he was not only an immortal emperor but also an alchemy emperor. Thus, he was both the first immortal emperor and the top alchemy emperor among the 4 in the alchemy kingdom. Li Qie only smiled and didn't respond to her provocation. However, the generous young man didn't stay silent. Compared to Jian Wushuang with her bottomless pockets, he was a lot more cautious. 2,050,000. This type of bidding was meant to show his determination to own the cauldron, but at the same time, his intent of not offending Jian Wushuang. 3 million. Jian Wushuang didn't double the bid this time, but it was still a frightening number. The remaining bidders simply shut up and didn't dare to bid any longer since they couldn't match Jian Wushuang. 3,050,000. The generous young man raised it by 50,000 once more. However, no one could stop Jian Wushuang's momentum as she continued to raise her bid to an intimidating level. 4 million. The auction became the playground of the young man and Jian Wushuang. Her bids made it very difficult for the young man. He had no choice but to stand up and slightly bow down towards her direction. Goddess Jian, I know you are interested in this cauldron, but you are not an alchemist so you might not need such a cauldron. However, Jian Wushuang was always arrogant and never gave anyone face no matter who they were. Whether I need it or not is none of your business. The generous young man was still courteously bowing as he said. Of course, it is none of my business. But honorable goddess Jian, this cauldron is very important to me. My Huangfu clan and the alchemy kingdom are in-laws, so now that the kingdom's cauldron has been lost like this, it makes me, an alchemist, feel very terrible. I want to win this auction and then give it back to the alchemy kingdom. I hope that goddess Jian will show magnanimity. As long as you agree to let me have this cauldron, you can ask for anything from me. What? Are you saying that this young lady is coveting something that belongs to you? Also, this young lady doesn't lack anything. Jian Wushuang spoke with an imposing aura. Her arrogance was boundless regardless of her opponent. Although her attitude was distasteful in the eyes of others, it also showed that she was an arrogant and confident person. No. The generous young man understood her personality, so he hurriedly apologized. That is not what I meant. What I was trying to say is that, in the future if Goddess Jian has any order, then just say a word and I'll carry it out right away. Her arrogant character loved it the most when people flattered her. She nodded her head and said, "Very well, Huang Fu Hao. Today, this young lady will give you some face. If you bid 5 million, then I won't compete with you anymore." The young man named Huang Fu Hao quickly told the auctioneer, "I bid 5 million. Although such practices were not compliant with the rules, today, the price of this cauldron was exorbitant already, so even the Golem Square chose to turn a blind eye to what had just played out. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang kept her word and no longer bidded after Huang Fu Hao raised the price to 5 million. One grand character immediately asked with a serious tone, "A cauldron from the Alchemy Kingdom? Which alchemy emperor did this belong to?" "Dear honored guest, this cauldron was owned by the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor and followed him when the emperor was still young. Anyone who studied the Alchemy Kingdom knows that the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor was one of the best regarding plant cultivation since the start of time. His usage of the cauldron was not limited to pill refinement. It contains many benefits regarding growing plants. Because of his great skill at plant cultivation, he was called the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor. However, after becoming an emperor, he focused on immortal pill refinement instead. So he thought about switching to a different cauldron. Eventually, he found one that was more suitable for pill refinement, so he exchanged it with the cauldron that he had used for the first half of his life. The auctioneer was able to provide the history of the cauldron quite well. Surely the Golem Square had spent a lot of effort on this matter. A demon king inquired, if this heavenly cauldron belonged to the 100-Grass Alchemy Emperor, then why did the Alchemy Kingdom let it be lost in the outside world? Chapter 631. Money is one thing I don't lack, the auctioneer declared. 5 million. Going once. Does anyone want to bid higher? At this time, no one else wanted to bid. Although this cauldron was very amazing, this was a price as high as the heavens, a price that very few people could afford. It was not worth it to utilize all of their wealth just for one cauldron. Huang Fu Hao was relieved to see no one else bidding. With this cauldron, he could earn some favor with the Alchemist Kingdom. However, before he could finish heaving his sigh of relief, a voice came along. 10 million. The bidder was Li Qie, sitting leisurely on his balcony. His calm demeanor rendered others into disbelief. It was hard to imagine that this huge number came out of his mouth. After naming such a price, Shi Hao and Bai Wang both shivered and felt their knees giving way. Huang Fu Hao wanted to vomit blood from anger. It was a struggle to convince Jian Wushuang to show mercy, but now another troublemaker came out of nowhere. What was even more frustrating was that this troublemaker doubled the price. Bai Wang was reminding Li Qie that it was best not to create animosity with Huang Fu Hao. Li Qie sat on his balcony and nonchalantly asked, "What does all of that have to do with me?" Bai Wang didn't know what else to say. He wasn't clear whether Li Qie didn't get the point or if he was just extremely confident. Very few in this world dared to not put the Huang Fu clan into their sight like this. Bai Wang took a deep breath and whispered again, "Young noble, Huang Fu Hao himself is quite formidable as well. He is considered the 5th alchemy prodigy and has great talents. If he didn't spend so much effort on cultivation, then perhaps he would be part of the 4. I heard that he had reached the Heavenly King realm for some time, but the more dreadful part is that his golden stone gaze has the same power as his forefathers." Bai Wang was only a minor character. If he could take a step back to realize the immensity of the heaven and earth, he would do so, unlike Li Qie's more aggressive approach. Just as he said, Huang Fu Hao was indeed strong. He was a golem with an indescribable noble background and a flesh and blood body at birth. However, his eyes remained that of stone. This was a pair of invincible golden stone eyes that could be found from his forefathers, quite a rare occurrence. Normally, atavism would result in the body reverting to stone and becoming weaker. It was very rare that someone undergoing atavism would inherit their forefathers' strongest bloodline. And Li Qie was still as calm as ever. At this point, Baiweng knew better and kept his mouth shut. Li Qie was not a kid that was seeing the world for the first time. His nonchalant attitude regarding Huang Fu Hao made Baiweng think that Li Qie was even stronger than what he had imagined and that he had underestimated him. At this time, Huang Fu Hao really wanted to kill Li Qie. His glare towards Li Qie contained a murderous glint. He took a deep breath and bit his teeth, deciding to risk it all. 16 million. That won't do. Li Qie said with a smile. You have to understand that I am no longer bidding with the lowest grade of refined jades. I am bidding 16 million jades of the Rising Era Paragon grade. If you are simply bidding jades of the conventional level, then you have to bid more than 30 million. When most people talked about Virtuous Paragon refined jades, they would refer to the lowest grade used by early era paragons. Although both were Virtuous Paragon refined jades, one grade's gap was the difference between heaven and earth. One Virtuous Paragon refined jade contained an unbelievable amount of worldly energy, so the difference of just a single grade had an unreachable gap. Everyone present became dumbstruck after hearing this. One of the Demon Kings stood up and lost his voice. Refined jades meant for Rising Era paragons? What the hell? Everyone felt that Li Qie was messing around too much. Normally, people would use the lowest grade for any given level of refined jade unless further specified. Huang Fu Hao became red due to uncontrollable anger. Even if he had the support of the elders, 15 million regular jades alone was pretty much all of his wealth. However, if they were of the Rising Era Paragon level, then even if the Golem Square allowed for him to trade and the buyers agreed to take his early era Paragon jades, he would have to spend at least 30 million. This was an amount that he simply couldn't afford. At this point, the auctioneer on the stage couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. This number was simply too scary. Chapter 632. Alchemy Foul. Eventually, with an ugly expression, Huang Fu Hao dropped back down onto his chair and gave up on bidding. He couldn't afford such a price anymore, so what else could he do except give up? He could only watch Li Qie win the Heavenly Cauldron. 15 million refined jades of the Rising Era Paragon level. Any higher bids? On the stage, the excited auctioneer's hand was shaking while holding his wooden gavel. Who else would dare to bid when the price was already this high? Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel to conclude this round as he spoke with his trembling voice. 15 million Rising Era Paragon jades. The cauldron belongs to this young noble. In the end, the buyers could only come to one conclusion. There are too many lunatics these days. One Demon King couldn't help but utter. There should be a limit to being wasteful. This level of profligate behavior is just unreasonable. Only a madman would spend 15 million Rising Era Paragon jades. This was indeed a supremely prodigal son. The next treasure is a weapon from the foreign Dao. Infected by the last auction, the auctioneer's mood was at an all-time high. In the private room, the workers from the auction house brought the Heavenly Cauldron over. Li Qie casually handed over a spatial pouch to the workers to pay for the item. Afterward, he threw the cauldron towards Xueqi and said, "Keep doing your best. If you want to own this cauldron, you must spend a great deal of effort to harmonize with it. However, as long as you keep working hard, it will eventually accept you. At that point, your achievements in the alchemy Dao will be able to reach a much higher level." The workers were astounded by Li Qie's actions. They had seen many wealthy men and big characters, but spending millions of Virtuous Paragon refined jades for a cauldron to casually gift to a friend as if it was mere rubbish. Such extravagance was beyond cure. They had never seen this type of person before. Xueqi was shaking with fear. When the cauldron was thrown his way, he quickly jumped to grab it tightly as if he was afraid of dropping it. An item worth millions of refined jades made him afraid of it touching anything at all. He struggled to calm down and prostrated on the ground while exuding his uncontrollable appreciation. "Big brother. I will definitely not let you down." He was a simple man. Countless words formed in his mind, but only this phrase left his lips. Li Qie nodded and said, "Be diligent. This cauldron is indeed great and has a natural affinity towards medicine. With it in the future, you will gain many benefits when cultivating plants. The more important part is that this cauldron has refined imperial pills before, so it will increase your pill refinement level by a notch." At this point, Xueqi could only nod his head repeatedly. He didn't know what else to say to express his gratitude while Baiweng watched on with admiration. Countless alchemists yearned for such a cauldron to no avail. Bai Wang understood that all of this was possible because Li Qie valued Shi Hao and wanted to train him. Several auctions went by, and the next item was a living creature. A fowl was raised to the stage, resulting in quite a dazzling spectacle. It emitted waves of immortal lights along with a medicinal fragrance that caused others to salivate. An experienced alchemist sniffed the aroma and became lost in his indulgence while murmuring, "Nine dragons saliva aroma, Tao wood profound aroma, immortal river lotus aroma. How beautiful are these fragrances! So supreme." Another famous alchemist stood up in astonishment and stared at the chicken in disbelief as he lost his voice. Impossible. Could this be a legendary alchemy fowl? Sir, you have great insight. The auctioneer replied. Correct. This is an alchemy fowl. They are extremely rare in this world, and this is our first time auctioning one in the Golem Square in the capital. Other great characters could handle it, but the alchemists here could no longer bear it. Is it really an alchemy fowl? They all stood up and gazed intensely at the fowl. An alchemy fowl. Bai Wang couldn't help but shiver while standing next to Li Qie. He opened his eyes wide and wished to examine every inch of the beast carefully, not wanting to miss even a single feather. He gasped and said, "So alchemy fowls do exist in this world. They are divine items in the eyes of alchemists. To have one is..." Bai Wang was at a loss for words since he felt that this was a divine creature. Any alchemist in the world would love to have one. This prompted Shi Hao's inquiry. What kind of chicken is an alchemy fowl? He was still young and didn't know the effects of an alchemy fowl, but after noticing the many astonished alchemists, he knew that this chicken must be very amazing. Bai Wang's gaze was still fixated on the chicken as he replied. It is a long story, but in short, that chicken is everything an alchemist could want. Li Qie was also staring at this chicken along with the others. Among them, the alchemists were the most affected since the chicken could only be found in their dreams. The chicken had been sealed, so it sat motionlessly with its head looking down, acting indifferent before everyone. Although it had been captured, it still showcased its arrogance. The auctioneer quickly spoke. Alchemy fowl. I believe that the fellow alchemists here understand this creature more than I do. It can eat insect kings, capture poisonous creatures, protect spirit medicines and grasses, and its excrement is the most fertile soil in this world. More importantly, its nature is to protect medicines and plants, so it can find materials that others won't be able to. With one watching your alchemy farm, there would be no need to worry about poisonous insects or anything else. There would also be no need for fertilizing water. The auctioneer's continuous explanation made the alchemists salivate. Even without his explanation, these alchemists would know the amazing effects of the alchemist fowl. However, the others present began to want it as well. An alchemist with great achievements in the past watched the fowl for a bit then asked, "Why does this alchemy fowl seem so dejected?" The auctioneer answered, "Honored guest, you should know how hard it is to capture one of them. After all, these creatures would avoid imprisonment at all cost. In order to capture this one, we had to invite 3 virtuous paragons. This was quite difficult and costly. In order to catch it alive and watch it for year after year, the 3 paragons chased after it for millions of miles before perfectly sealing it. Think about it, to eventually be caught after so much struggling, do you think it would still be excited?" Everyone felt that this answer made sense. It was harder to capture a divine beast like the alchemy fowl alive than it was to reach the heavens. Without 3 paragons, it would have been virtually impossible to catch the fowl. The auctioneer patted his chest confidently and said, "Of course, our Golem Square guarantees with our reputation that this fowl is unharmed, so fellow guests can buy it without any worries." It wasn't just alchemists, which lineage didn't grow medicinal grasses. Therefore, all of these sects would have even more grasses if they had an alchemy fowl. "May I take a look at this alchemy fowl?" In fact, it wasn't only Bai Wang's group who were interested in the fowl. Li Qie was staring at the chicken as well. "Sure." The auctioneer quickly ordered the handler to place the chicken in Li Qie's hands. A god of riches like Li Qie, of course, had special privileges. Not too many people were able to throw around money like trash in such a domineering manner like him. Li Qie gazed at the chicken for a long time before voicing his praise. "It is indeed a good chicken." Then, he handed it back to the handler. The arrogant Jian Wushuang, who was sitting on the balcony of another private room, asked, "Are we about ready to start? What is the starting bid of this alchemy fowl?" She seemed to be very interested in the chicken. The chicken was brought back to the stage whereupon the auctioneer answered, The starting bid for the alchemy fowl is 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. What? 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades? An honored guest bemoaned. Are you trying to rob us? Honored guest, this item has great value. The auctioneer calmly spoke. Fellow honored guests should all know that there are no virtuous paragons among the younger generation, and there are only a few paragons among the middle-aged generation. This is common knowledge. Current-day virtuous paragons all established themselves 30,000 years ago or even earlier. All of them are ancestors of the great powers. This little one doesn't need to explain the situation of these ancestors. They are sealed underground and secluded from the world. Think about it. In order to invite 3 virtuous paragons to come out and give chase for millions of miles just to catch this alchemy fowl, fellow guests should be able to imagine the monstrous price we had to pay. Refined jades are precious, but blood stones are even more valuable, right? The guests looked at each other and felt that the auctioneer was being quite reasonable. Inviting 3 virtuous paragons to come out was indeed costly. However, the starting bid of 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades was simply too high. Even the most esteemed guests were immediately swept out of the door by this frightening starting bid. Eventually, with an ugly expression, Huang Fuhao dropped back down onto his chair and gave up on bidding. He couldn't afford such a price anymore, so what else could he do except give up? He could only watch Li Qia win the heavenly cauldron. 15 million refined jades of the rising era paragon level. Any higher bids? On the stage, the excited auctioneer's hand was shaking while holding his wooden gavel. Who else would dare to bid when the price was already this high? Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel to conclude this round as he spoke with his trembling voice. 15 million rising era paragon jades. The cauldron belongs to this young noble. In the end, the buyers could only come to one conclusion. There are too many crazy people these days. Chapter 633. Priceless fowl. One alchemist bit his lips and shouted his bid. 510,000. However, this alchemist's bid was short-lived since Jian Wushuang from the Jian clan doubled the bid. 1 million. This type of bidding method made everyone speechless and upset. No one wanted to be a fool by raising the price so much, but what could they do? All the buyers here knew the background of this arrogant girl, so they could only accept it. Who was to blame for her having so much money? 10 million. However, right after Jian Wushuang's bid, another explosive bid was made. The honored guest heart skipped a beat after hearing this bid. Is he crazy? Everyone looked towards the direction of the bid, and found that the person who raised the price to an astronomical amount was Li Qia. They were all stunned and had no words to say about this rich baron. Jian Wushuang's doubling of the price was already hard to accept, but Li Qia raising it by 10 times caused them to lose their minds. They gazed at each other in amazement. 10 million. This was a price not too many people in this room could afford. The auctioneer shivered on the platform and thought that he had misheard, so he had to repeat. 10 million. He had been doing this for a while, and this was his first time seeing someone raising the price by 10 times. This was simply too outrageous. Correct. 10 million. Li Qia nonchalantly replied. Bai Wang and Shi Hao felt helpless as well, but they had already become numb to such a feeling. In the beginning, Li Qia's high bidding style scared them silly, but now they had gotten used to it. At this point, Jian Wushuang glared at Li Qia. It was clear that he wanted to oppose her. After a while, she turned away and arrogantly proclaimed, 20 million. This was met with Li Qia's relaxed tone. My bad, my refined jades are of the rising era paragon grade. Jian Wushuang laughed proudly and retorted. My refined jades are also of the rising era paragon grade. She looked at him again and issued a challenge. No matter how much money you can put out, I will follow it to the very end. She looked as if she had too much money to spend and wanted to kill someone by throwing money at them. Who was to blame for her being the golden daughter of the Jian clan? Rumor has it that the clan only had one daughter, so how could she not be arrogant? The buyers, at this time, were completely speechless. Many alchemists lamented their lack of luck, but they knew better and gave up on this competition since they couldn't compare to these two rich fellas. Li Qia only gave her a stern glance, then shifted his gaze and smiled before slowly speaking. You really want to follow along to the end? I'll bid 100 immortal emperor refined jades. At this time, countless people stood up all at once and exclaimed, What? How could anyone be crazier than this? Bai Wang and Shi Hao, who were numbed by this, dropped to the ground. Bai Wang was quivering as he stuttered. Young master, these are immortal emperor refined jades you are talking about. One had to know that immortal emperor refined jades were 1,000, no, 10,000 times more precious than virtuous paragon refined jades. It was very difficult to obtain them, so since the start of time, their owners were either immortal emperors or imperial lineages. Great powers couldn't get their hands on them, unless their ancestors were once loyal to immortal emperors and were rewarded with these jades. I know, Li Qie said with a smile. Li Qie didn't only go to the dangerous burial grounds. No one else knew that below the Yin Yang Pond in the Golden Palace, he hid many supreme treasures and even refined jades. After being around for tens of millions of years, his wealth had reached a monstrous amount. Although grooming the group of immortal emperors like Min Ren spent an unbelievable amount of wealth, it also allowed him to regather a monstrous amount as well. In the past, before his departure, Li Qie conveniently left behind a bunch of refined jades in the Golden Palace. But immortal Emperor Qianli didn't use them, so when he came back, he casually took them away. The buyers felt that this was too outrageous. Is this necessary? Using immortal Emperor refined jades to trade for an alchemy fowl? Although the alchemy fowl was indeed very valuable, it wasn't to this degree. Immortal Emperor refined jades were extremely rare. A few great powers, after obtaining them, would just hide them away and wouldn't use them without caution. But now, Li Qie was using 100 immortal Emperor refined jades to trade for this chicken, making others think that he was insane. Such a prodigal son. Many from the previous generation didn't know what to say. They had seen many young masters throwing money away like trash, and they also did the same when they were young. However, compared to Li Qie, all of these young masters were quite frugal in comparison. He could scare people to death by spending immortal Emperor refined jades like this. Many people had never even seen this kind of jade their whole life and didn't know what they looked like. Everyone at this scene had their breaths taken away by Li Qie's frightening bid. The auctioneer was completely stunned. The Golem Square was quite famous in the giant bamboo country and the alchemy realm, ranking among the top 5. And among the auctions he had hosted, the auctioneer could count the times when immortal Emperor refined jades were used with his hands. However, this was his first time seeing someone immediately bidding 100 of them in an instant. Amidst the silence, Li Qie reminded the auctioneer, "If no one else is bidding, then give the 3 final calls." The auctioneer regained his composure and quickly called out, 100 immortal Emperor refined jades, going once. Jian Wushuang bit her teeth once and deepened her tone to say, "I bid 105 jades. I can pawn a treasure to provide this amount." The person in charge of the Golem Square quickly said, "If Miss Jian didn't bring any immortal Emperor refined jades, then you can just write it down as credit. There is no need to pawn anything." He could feel sweat beads dripping down his forehead. Since Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan, the Golem Square allowed her to put it on her credit. An imperial lineage like the Jian clan wouldn't renege on a payment. However, she was obviously not confident this time and didn't go about doubling the bid like before. She only added 5 jades this time. The truth was that 5 jades were already scary enough. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford this sum. 200 pieces. Li Qie, however, threw out this number nonchalantly without even batting an eye. This time, the doubling of his previous bid finally caused Bai Wang and Shi Hao to directly kneel on the ground. They wanted to scream out, "Boss, these are immortal Emperor refined jades, they're not ordinary jades." His bid nearly made Jian Wushuang vomit blood from anger as she sharply glared at him. If they weren't in an auction house right now, she might have already taken care of him. Li Qie met her gaze and lazily said, "How high can you go? Just be direct, 1,000 or 10,000. His arrogant demeanor enraged her. She had always been arrogant without a care for anyone, but today, Li Qie had suppressed her pride, so how could she not be furious and burn with an intent to kill? She sat straight down and didn't say anything, nor did she bid again. Although she was unbridled with her pride, she was not stupid. She couldn't handle Li Qie's provocation, but she had no choice other than to step down. Using several hundred or 1,000 immortal Emperor refined jades to buy 1 alchemy fowl was too insane. She couldn't spend this many jades for such a creature. As the golden daughter of the Jian clan, she had always been pampered by her family. They, indeed, had a lot of immortal Emperor jades, but it wasn't to the point where she could lavishly waste them. Despite her arrogance, she still had a sense of propriety. 200 immortal emperor refined jades. Going once. The excited and quivering auctioneer shouted. Many people were silent. Besides ancestors from imperial lineages, very few could afford to pay this amount. Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel as Xueqi spent 200 immortal emperor refined jades for one alchemy fowl. The silent buyers had two separate trains of thoughts. Some of them believed that Xueqi was crazy while others said that he was the most prodigal son in this world. Baiweng stuttered as he asked Xueqi. Young master, was this worth it? Xueqi only smiled, and others didn't see the nuances in the matter. The others believed that he was being wasteful, but he himself felt that it was completely worth it. Several other treasures were brought up afterward, but no one bid as crazily as Xueqi. Jian Wushuang scored 2 treasures among them. Xueqi no longer bid. Although these treasures were not bad, they were not worth him taking action. It is my honor to introduce the next treasure, a rock left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi. After hearing this, one buyer voiced his concern. I thought the Golem Square was going to place this rock as the last item of the auction? The auctioneer answered, Honored guest, excuse us, but there was a sudden change. The next item will be the featured item, so this rock could only be considered second to last. This stirred up the buyers. Prior to this, many honored guests had a list of the items up for auction, but now there was a sudden change. Such an occurrence was quite rare. This would only happen if this last item had an even more intimidating background. Chapter 634. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi's rock. After seeing that no one else was talking, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said, This rock was left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi. Many of you are golems, so I don't need to introduce Immortal Emperor Wan Shi too much. Something left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi. Some buyers were startled after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi was the first emperor of the Golem race. He dated back to the Desolate Era and could be considered one of the oldest emperors. His background was up for debate, but many of the future generations believed that he hailed from the Golem race. Those who held this view believed that Immortal Emperor Wan Shi once stated that he used to be a rock, so the future generations believed that the emperor sensed the heaven and earth and eventually gained life. However, many questioned this view because his background was still muddy. He was a mystery among the emperors. They only knew that he used to be a rock, but his exact origin and sect were unclear. However, one irrefutable claim was that the Golem race had considered him to be their first immortal emperor. When he was still of this world, he did not deny this claim. As one of the oldest emperors and the first of the Golem race, Immortal Emperor Wan Shi did not leave behind a lineage. During his era, he suddenly disappeared one day, and no one knew why. The auctioneer went on, Everyone knows that the emperor didn't leave behind a lineage, but he himself left behind a rock. Legend states that his inheritance might lie in this rock, and whether there was only one rock or not is up for debate. However, our square guarantees that this rock was indeed left behind by the emperor. At this time, the rock was placed on a tray. It was very ordinary looking. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an auction of the Golem Square, everyone would think that it was a random pebble picked up from the streets. One of the buyers asked, How can one be certain that this rock was something left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi? The person in charge of the square didn't say much and instead pressed down on the rock. It was as if his finger penetrated through the rock. Whoosh! In an instant, the rock emitted a brilliant light as waves of imperial aura exploded. The ordinary rock was as vast as a sea. The man then withdrew his hand, and the light disappeared as the rock regained its ordinary appearance. All the buyers took deep breaths. The moment the power of the imperial aura exploded, they all knew that this rock was certainly something left behind by an emperor. One person couldn't contain his excitement and asked, What is the starting bid for this rock? All the capable buyers were trying to prepare themselves mentally. Such a treasure would definitely have a frightening price. This was also why some ancestors came to the Golem Square. It was just for this treasure. This time, it will be an exchange. The auctioneer answered, The owner of this item does not need refined jades. He only wants ointments or divine restoration medicines. The owner is here at this moment, so if honored guests have any great restoration medicines, just take them out. As long as the owner needs it, the rock will belong to you. Everyone gasped silently in response. To trade something left behind by an emperor to cure a wound, Just how terrible could this wound be? A few wounds went beyond physical ailments. Some of them left behind eternal and incurable damages, and only sacred medicines of a heaven-defying level would be able to cure them. However, using medicines to trade for a rock of this level caused all the alchemists to be very excited because this was within their domain. One alchemist stood up and called out his item. "I have here 100 injuries powder, it's my own unique mix." A voice came out from a private room. "The level of 100 injuries powder is too low." No one could see who was inside the dark room, but it was surely the owner of the rock. He interrupted the alchemist since he needed a better ointment for his injury. A stone king stood up and said, "My sect has a spirit serpent cure grass with a 1 million-year-old spirit. It can cure injuries of a virtuous paragon." The owner interjected again. "I have already eaten a 3 million-year-old spirit serpent cure grass, and it was completely ineffective." Next, Huang Fu Hao from the Huang Fu clan spoke. "My clan has a small bottle of soul-rending immortal powder. There's not a lot, but there is enough for one application." An alchemist was shaken after hearing this name. The soul-rending immortal powder is a supreme medicine of the alchemy kingdom. This powder was very famous in the stone medicine world, and ordinary people couldn't obtain it. If the Huang Fu clan didn't have an in-law relationship with the alchemy kingdom, it wouldn't ever have the chance to obtain some. This supreme medicine of the alchemy kingdom. The owner pondered for a moment and said, "It would be effective, but one bottle won't do. If you have a pot full of it, then I would trade with you." After hearing this, everyone present had to gasp. Clearly, the owner had used soul-rending immortal powder before. Anyone who could use such a medicine must have a frightening background. Just how terrible was his wound? Huang Fu Hao sat down dejectedly. He would never be able to gather an entire pot's worth. The clan struggled just to obtain one small bottle. Outside of a great character from the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family, who would be able to have so much? "I have a box of sacred jade cure water. I have a soul-returning clay flower." Momentarily, many alchemists reported their items, but all were denied by the owner. Surely he was mortally injured. The ointments mentioned by these alchemists had stunning effects, but the owner did not need any of them since they couldn't cure his injury. While the others were offering their items, Xueqi sealed the space around him and put 5 petals of the immortal injury peony into a box. Meanwhile, the buyer's medicines were all denied by the owner. Eventually, no one could take out something better than what had already been mentioned. The owner was slightly disappointed and gently sighed. "If anyone has a way to introduce me to a high elder of the alchemy kingdom so that I can trade for soul-rending immortal powder, then I will reward them." The owner's wound was taking a turn for the worse and needed sacred medicines to cure it. However, the buyer's sacred medicines were not things the owner needed, so he had to make this deal. The participants glanced at each other. It was easier said than done to gain an audience with the royal family of the alchemy kingdom. They all turned towards Huang Fu Hao. If there was someone here who could gain an audience, then it would be him and him alone. Huang Fu Hao could only show a bitter smile. How could it be easy to be acquainted with a high elder from the imperial family of the alchemy kingdom? Even an ordinary virtuous paragon wouldn't be able to gain an audience. At this time, Xueqi gave the box that contained the petals from the immortal injury peony to a worker of the square. "I have a little something here. Show the guest and see if he needs it." Many suddenly looked towards Xueqi's direction. They were very curious about what was in the box. Twice in a row, Xueqi acted extremely generously, so it was hard for him not to attract attention at this moment. The worker brought the box to the other room right away. Afterward, the owner's exclamation came from the room. "This thing actually exists in this world?" His shout caused everyone to look at each other, then back at Xueqi as they tried to guess his background. With such a frightening style of bidding on top of having a supreme restoration medicine, just who could this young man be? Could he be from an imperial lineage or the progeny of an alchemy emperor? However, both of these types of people would be famous in the stone medicine world, yet Xueqi was a nobody where no one knew his identity. From the private room came the voice of the owner. "If this young noble is willing, I agree to trade with you." The owner was very anxious since he needed Xueqi's items. Although it was only 5 petals from the immortal injury peony, it was already a supreme immortal medicine capable of curing all wounds. Since it was called an immortal medicine and was capable of even curing Xueqi's fatal injuries, other wounds would definitely not be an issue. "Deal," Xueqi said with a smile. At this point, everyone was curious to know what Xueqi traded to the owner. What could be even more valuable than soul-rending immortal powder? They worked their brains to the limit but couldn't think of a better ointment than the powder. While the other buyers were both shocked and lost in speculation, the auctioneer spoke. Very well, the next item is also the last, the ultimate finale. Honored guests, let us come together to end this auction in a magnificent manner. Everyone became even more attentive. The rock left behind by immortal Emperor Xueqi was supposed to be the finale, but now it had to give up its spot. They were curious to see the item that caused something left behind by an emperor to lose its spot. On the other hand, Li Qie, who was sitting on the balcony, was very relaxed and calm. He, of course, knew what the next item would be since he had asked the Golem Square to auction it for him. The item being auctioned was being carried onto the stage under countless gazes. The tray had an item that looked like a sweet potato. One couldn't see what was special about this ordinary-looking thing. After seeing that no one else was talking, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "This rock was left behind by immortal Emperor Xueqi. Many of you are golems, so I don't need to introduce immortal Emperor Xueqi too much. Something left behind by immortal Emperor Xueqi." Some buyers were startled after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Xueqi was the first emperor of the golem race. He dated back to the Desolate Era and could be considered one of the oldest emperors. His background was up for debate, but many of the future generations believed that he hailed from the golem race. Those who held this view believed that immortal Emperor Xueqi once stated that he used to be a rock, so the future generations believed that the emperor sensed the heaven and earth and eventually gained life. However, many questioned this view because his background was still muddy and unknown. He was a mystery among the emperors. They only knew that he used to be a rock, but his exact origin and sect were unclear. However, one irrefutable claim was that the golem race had considered him to be their first immortal emperor. When he was still of this world, he did not deny this claim. As one of the oldest emperors and the first of the golem race, immortal Emperor Xueqi did not leave behind a lineage. During his era, he suddenly disappeared one day, and no one knew why. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.